fulfilled. They are the desire of learning, the first stage, for sexual pleasure, for a spouse, for children and wealth, second stage, and at the end for moksha, the third and fourth stage. The ancient Hindus teach that these desires must be fulfilled in that order. Only the person who is satiated with the enjoyments and duties of family life is capable of embarking on the monastic state. Buddhism and later-day Hinduism have suppressed the stage of family life altogether without making room for these experiences later. Hesse has shaped Siddhartha's life according to his own personal experience. He struggled through a number of crises. Thus, his spiritual progress has never been linear or logical. Likewise, his figure, Siddhartha, left one stage of life in favor of another, not because he had exhausted all the potentialities of the last stage, but because of a crisis which urged him on to another form of existence. We have heard this in detail by Professor Kuschel in his keynote address. Let us look at the novel Siddhartha more closely. Hermann Hesse considers his visit to Sri Lanka and Indonesia in the year 1911 as rather inconsequential for his formation of his ideas on India. More important was his dedication into the reading of Hindu and Buddhist scripture from his earliest youth. Hesse explains his reason for this reading habit in a letter. I quote, "Since many years, I am convinced that Europe is declining spiritually and is in need of a return to its sources in Asia." Indeed, he who reads Siddhartha carefully cannot discover any direct link with Hesse's personal experiences in Asia, not even with Hesse's diaries and notes, which he published under the title From India, aus Asien. So we must rely entirely on Hindu and Buddhist philosophical scriptures and illuminate the background of Hesse's novel. Yet these books obviously do not flow into his work of fiction directly, although we do find, as mentioned, a few quotations from the Upanishads sprinkled into the text of the novel. On the contrary, as is to be expected of a work of fiction, Hesse's reading of his own experiences amalgamate so organically that the one can no longer be distinguished from the other. In the novel Siddhartha is a Brahmin. In the first chapter, Hesse describes the Brahmanic household as centering around the rituals of bathing and sacrifices. Dissatisfied with the narrowness of ritualism, he hopes for more freedom of the spirit in the life of a samana, a mendicant monk. After Siddhartha discovers that this life too is governed by rules and bad habits, he feels tempted to associate himself with the monastic group evolving around Gautama Buddha. Buddha is a historical figure who appears twice in the novel. He lived in the 6th and 5th centuries before Christ, which seems to place the entire piece of Hesse's fiction into that period, 6th and 5th century BC. This, however, was, I am sure, not the author's intention. On the contrary, Hesse wanted to dehistorize the figure of the Buddha. He strove to idealize it by conscientiously avoiding all allusions to historical, social, or political conditions of that time. Besides the Kama Sutra, a text dating back to the 3rd and 4th century AD, after Christ, whose influence on the novel Siddhartha is evident, could not have had any impact during the time of the historical Buddha. The rejection of the Buddha teaching in the beginning of Siddhartha's total turning away from asceticism, in an inspiring dialogue between Siddhartha and the Buddha, the former explains his rejection of the Buddha's teaching. Buddha sees life as a continuous, predetermined causal chain. The duty of a Buddhist follower is to escape the causality of his life by abnegating life itself. Siddhartha, in his dialogue, doubts that causal chains can be overcome. Redemption happens on the transcendental plane, whereas causality is a phenomenon on the experiential plane. Siddhartha sees a small gap in Buddha's teaching and rejects not only his teaching, but any system of teaching. I quote, "Nobody will partake in salvation through teaching," he announces categorically. After 3 different kinds of teaching, the Brahmanical ritual teaching, the Hindu ascetic teaching, and the Buddhist ascetic teaching, have all disappointed Siddhartha, he experiences it as a liberation when he moves into the so-called worldly life. To repeat what I said in the beginning, viewed from the Hindu philosophical background, such a move from the monastic state to the state of a householder is a relapse. Even more so since Siddhartha does not actually start a family by marrying and raising children. Instead, he becomes the lover of a courtesan, Kamala, whom he never marries. Their son was born only towards the end of the relationship and was, until her death, raised by Kamala alone. In the Chatur Ashrama Dharma, the stage of the householder is seen as a transition period from studentship to the hermetical and monastic life. The householder stage is meant to serve the continuation of the family through offspring and the continuation of family rituals. It is the fulfillment of a social obligation. In Hesse's novel, however, the life of the senses experienced it as a positive value in itself, does not serve any ulterior purpose. Let us look at the householder stage more closely. It is, I believe, after his study of the Kama Sutra that Hermann Hesse conceived of this stage of Siddhartha's development. For him, as a European Protestant Christian, it is certainly unusual that he should allow Siddhartha to find fulfillment in the arms of a courtesan for 20 years, without entering marriage and without wanting children. The Kama Sutra teaches lovemaking as a purely technical art, taking neither the social status of the lovers nor any moral considerations into its purview. To the Kama Sutra, it is quite irrelevant whether the lovers are married or not. Instead, it focuses on the ways and means to make the love act as fulfilling as possible. Hence, I surmise Hesse felt inspired to place his fictional figure Siddhartha into a similarly abstracted, idealized environment, overlooking the specific social net within which a man and a woman normally celebrate their union. In 3 steps, Siddhartha moves swiftly from the state of a monk to the state of a lover. In a dream, his monastic companion Govinda transforms himself into a woman. Naturally, Siddhartha wonders whether his next companion would be a woman. Soon thereafter, he meets a young woman washing clothes at a river. They converse and become attracted to each other. The young woman approaches the monk, putting her left foot on his right, as if wanting to climb up on him. Within the categories of the Kama Sutra, this is one of the 8 methods of man and woman approaching each other with the intention of intercourse. It is called the gesture of tree climbing. Within the Indian context, this scene of a young female stranger approaching an unknown monk with this explicit gesture involving physical contact is utterly unrealistic. In fact, it appears contrived. Hesse can only have meant it as a symbol. The stern strictness of monastic discipline can be broken only by a woman who takes the initiative to approach a man. The 3rd stage of this transition from the monastic to the worldly life is the meeting of Kamala. Siddhartha, after seeing her, walks up to her and begs her to impart him, I quote, that art which you have mastered in the highest degree. It is obvious that he asks to be taught by Kamala and through the Kama Sutra. Siddhartha proceeds to learn love as an art. Siddhartha and Kamala do not seek passionate involvement, no emotional clinging to each other. Rather, they achieve a distant love relationship. Kama Sutra teaches a mass and technique such a distant, unemotional relationship. A mutual emotional attraction cannot be brought about through any teachings. The Kama Sutra simply teaches the teachable and learnable. In the course of time, Siddhartha loses, however, this equanimous distance to the worldly life. He becomes attached and anxious in his dealings with Kamaswami, this business partner, and he slips into the confusions and conflicts which result from greed and lust. Only after that happens, Siddhartha no longer sees his present life as a progress compared to his former ascetic life, but a regress, and he resolves to change the path of his life once again. He leaves Kamala and leaves Kamaswami and begins walking like a mendicant monk once again. Finally, he settles at the bank of a river, staying in a hut with an old boatman. According to Hindu Dharma, this way of life now resembles the 3rd stage of life, the life of a forest hermit. This could have been the conclusion of Siddhartha's spiritual career and the end of Siddhartha the novel. Yet, Hermann Hesse decides to add 1 more chapter. Suddenly, Kamala arrives at Siddhartha's river retreat to reveal the existence of their son to the former lover. She had conceived him towards the end of their liaison. A snake bite causes Kamala to expire, leaving their son in Siddhartha's care. Once again, Siddhartha becomes a kind of a householder. Formerly, he was a lover, now he is a parent. It is only after the disgruntled son decides to live in the city that Siddhartha can quietly celebrate his final liberation and remain at peace dwelling near the river. Hermann Hesse wrote his novel Siddhartha 10 years after his visit to Sri Lanka and Indonesia. Within that decade, one epochal book was published which influenced Hermann Hesse deeply. This was the translation of Gautama Buddha's sermons, translated into German by Karl Eugen Neumann in 3 volumes and published in December 1918. Hesse owned the second edition of 1921, which he reviewed twice at great length. Hesse read these sermons while working on his novel Siddhartha. Hesse praised the quiet, endlessly flowing reflections of Neumann's language, which emanates a deeply spiritual atmosphere. Hesse emphasized the, I quote, genuine Indian melody in German language, in Neumann's translation. It is exactly that genuine Indian melody which Hermann Hesse tried to conjure in Siddhartha, the novel, as well. Like Neumann, he hoped to create a meditative thinking which could not stop at a cognitive realization as in Western thought, but lead to a, I quote, transformation of consciousness, which results in a pure harmony and a fusion of logical and intuitive thinking. In Siddhartha, the river is a powerful symbol of the higher level of existence. Seen from a Western perspective, the ever-flowing river is regarded as a symbol of pure temporariness, of the flux of time, and this is certainly situated on the lower level of existence. But viewed from an Indian perspective, the river immediately brings to mind the Upanishadic terms of the crossing of the river and of the other shore. Crossing the river is an epithet of the traversing of one's lifespan until the other shore, namely death and liberation, is revealed. Here the river, or rather the other shore of the river, must certainly be understood as a symbol of the yearning for the higher level of existence. In his evocation of the river, Hesse has created a rather more artistic than philosophical figure of speech, mingling Indian and Western symbolic values. For Siddhartha, the river takes various shades of meaning at different stages in his life. The river is, however, at all times a positive, supportive symbol. Even when Siddhartha wishes to throw himself into its waters in an attempt to commit suicide, the river is a symbol of liberation from an unbearable existence. At the end, Siddhartha finds an ultimate, unshakable peace by contemplating the constant, quiet flow of the waters, which take on the resonances of eternity. Indian philosophy and Indian existential consciousness are impregnated with this two-level existence and the thinking and feeling on two levels. It informs everyday Indian life in a persuasive way. Throughout Siddhartha, we see the effort to transcend the lower level of existence and aim at the higher level. It is this deep yearning for the higher life which gives Siddhartha its peculiarly genuine Indian melody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin. It has been a very, very well interwoven text. And I mean, you have spoken about the intermingling of the Protestant, Christian, Hindu, and Buddhist thought in Siddhartha, and how he wrote this text after 10 years of his experience in Sri Lanka and Indonesia. What comes out very significantly is this freedom of spirit, this journey to find fulfillment, and this yearning for the higher realm, which you call as perhaps the genuine Indian melody. And I think particularly very, very dominant was also the metaphor of the river that you referred to. And I'm sure there would be questions or comments. Are there any? It was a very well-rounded.
Vibha, may I ask a question?
Yeah, Jyoti, sure.
Just let me. Yeah, thanks very much, Dr. Kamshin, for your wonderful presentation. And you are talking about the intermingling of Christian, Buddhist, and Hindu thought in this work. And at the same time, you start off by saying that it's a kind of a going away from the pure Buddhist and Hindu notions of nirvana or of the Vedanta. Now, I just have one query. Within the Hindu thought, are you just referring to Brahmanical Hinduism? Because if you go later on, I mean, you go further towards, I mean, the middle 14th century, 15th century developments within what we call the cultural religious practices of the subcontinent, there is a very strong bhakti movement which steers away from Brahmanical Hinduism and appropriates God or the idea of God and the individual outside the structure of the caste system and the rituals of the temple. What I'm trying to say is, in this movement, the whole idea of attaining the higher level of existence or striving can be attained while being within the world, or what we say, you don't have to become a samana, you don't have to renounce. Renunciation is negated, whereas leading a life of a person who works, earns the livelihood, but at the same time is in sync with the higher being, God, Paramatma, is also part of Hinduism. So I'd just like a clarification whether you are taking this in account when you say that there is, there is a going away from Hinduism in Siddhartha, in your reading of this aspect. That's my query.
Yeah, thank you. As we were told by the key speaker, that the emotional love for God, bhakti, has not been discussed or has not been presented in the novel Siddhartha, except at the end when Liebe, when love is being mentioned as the ultimate goal in Siddhartha's life. That is the only page where we can hear the word love, which is equivalent to bhakti in a certain way. And the rest, again, as the keynote speaker is mentioning, the part or the kind of Hinduism that is being shown is Vedanta. And I have specially focused on the Chatur Ashrama system, which has been followed and as well as consciously not followed in Hermann Hesse's book. I am quite sure that Hesse may not have known this 4 stages of life according to Hinduism. There's no sign of him having known it, but obviously the progression in Siddhartha's life reflects this notion of Hinduism. So I believe, I'm convinced that bhakti in itself, that part of Hinduism, has not played a role in this novel.
All right. Thank you.
You're not happy with that?
No, no, I'm not. I was actually referring to the scholarship on Siddhartha, where very often in Western research, the notion of Hinduism is very much in sync with of European Indology, or let's say German Indology, which locates everything in ancient India and ancient Hinduism, whereas Hesse himself may not have referred to bhakti, but the scholars on Siddhartha, or the scholarship, the way there is a negation that it is not Hinduism, there I have a bit of a problem, because this Hinduism would mean a very, very a Hinduism, Brahmanical Hinduism, as perceived or celebrated in Indology. Whereas Hinduism develops, it is a living way of life which continues to develop, and like all religions, like all practices. That was my point. Not that Hesse is not aware of it, but the scholarship on Hesse, when it is said that it is not Hinduism, I have a bit of a, I feel there should be a little bit of a nuanced approach to it. That's all I was, nothing. Thanks very much for the wonderful paper, though.
Great. Are there any more questions? I don't see any hands which are raised. So I think then with a note of deep gratitude to Martin Kempschen, not only for his lucid paper, but also for his brilliant idea of having a symposium on this very, very important cultural event in the 20th century. It's Siddhartha is not only a book; it's a cult book, as Martin Kempschen said. And it is a very significant phenomenon where Indo-German discourse is concerned. This intermingling, this intertwining of several elements, intercultural elements, make this particular text a very significant one, which Martin Kempschen's talk has brought out. So with this, I would like to thank him profusely, and we can move on. Mihir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Kempschen, for that wonderful vortrag and for the exciting discussion. Before we break for lunch, a quick announcement. The symposium is now also being live streamed on YouTube. So, and the link would have been shared in the chat. So anyone who wishes to do that can go to YouTube and check us out there. We will now be having a lunch break. We will resume at 2:15 p.m. IST as per schedule. So as the Germans say it, guten Appetit.
Yes, and but as I see that Zoom also has a lot of place now, so I think people can join here, try and joining here first before joining the YouTube, because they would be able to have a live conversation here, which YouTube would not allow. Ja. Professor Esselborn, wir können das in einigen Minuten technisch versuchen, ausprobieren. Frau Esselborn, möchten Sie das ausprobieren, ob alles klappt mit Ihrem Video und mit dem Audio?
Wir hören Sie gar nicht.
Wir hören Sie nicht, obwohl ich sehe, dass beides Mikro und Video an ist bei Ihnen. Manchmal hilft es, wenn man die Sitzung verlässt und wieder reinkommt. Wollen wir das ausprobieren? Sie könnten vielleicht jetzt versuchen, ja, wir hören Sie nicht irgendwie.
Hören Sie mich jetzt?
Ah, ja, jetzt.
Ja, jetzt hören Sie mich?
Ja, und ich sehe Sie auch.
Ich bin über einen anderen Link reingegangen.
So, okay, tut mir leid. Okay, das ist wunderbar. Jetzt höre ich Sie und wir sehen Sie auch. Jetzt ist
Gut.
alles klar. Vielen Dank.
Gut, wunderbar. Fangen wir pünktlich an?
Ja, das werden wir tun.
Gut.
Bitte. Schön, Sie zu sehen. Es ist bestimmt ziemlich kalt in Deutschland, wo wir
Ja, das stimmt.
bei 30 Grad sitzen.
Ja, unter Null.
Oh,
Aber Köln ist eigentlich immer ziemlich gut. Also Köln ist nicht kalt. Im Süden Deutschlands ist es viel kälter.
mhm. Mhm.
So, ich muss mal das Video hier etwas adjustieren. Ja, so müsste es eigentlich gehen. Ja, okay, so geht es. So, wer ist denn alles dabei? Ah, Ingo ist schon dabei. Mhm. Frau Masuda.
Frau Subhati, kennen Sie sich? Kennen Sie Frau Esselborn? Vielleicht kennen Sie sich.
Wir kennen uns nicht persönlich.
Ja, vom Namen her kennen Sie sich bestimmt.
Vom Namen her natürlich. Ja, ja.
Dass Sie hier sind.
Schön, Sie zu sehen.
Funktioniert die Verbindung jetzt? Also ich höre alles ganz gut.
Ah, das beruhigt mich, weil eben ging es gar nicht. Aber ich habe jetzt über einen anderen Link bin ich reingegangen. Sowas kann passieren.
Lieber, ich höre das mit meinem Mobile, was ein bisschen unangenehm ist, weil ich niemanden mehr als nicht alle sehen kann. Was muss ich machen, wenn ich auf den Laptop umschalte? Aus dem Mobile raus und dann Laptop an oder wie ist das?
Ja, dann können Sie Ihren Laptop einschalten und ich schicke Ihnen eine E-Mail, wo ich das Link schicke. Haben Sie das Link auf der E-Mail?
Nein, auf E-Mail nicht, nur auf WhatsApp und das kann ich in Laptop nicht.
Okay, ich schicke Ihnen das gleich per E-Mail und darauf können Sie klicken und da reinschalten.
Wunderbar, das mache ich gleich dann. Das muss ich ausschalten, dann dieses Mobile-Gerät.
Ja.
Frau Sorana, wie machen wir das mit den Bildern?
Die Bilder, ja, einen Augenblick, Juhi, sind Sie da?
Ja,
Haben Sie die Bilder von Frau Esselborn?
Sie wollen dann Bilder teilen, oder?
Ja, projizieren.
Sind die Bilder dann auf einer PPT oder wie haben Sie das?
Das ist eine PowerPoint-Präsentation, die ich an Frau Sorana geschickt habe.
Ja, Frau Esselborn, ich hab Ihnen geschrieben gehabt, dass ich das nicht bekommen hatte. Hatten Sie
Das
mir...
habe ich nicht bekommen. Die E-Mail habe ich nicht bekommen.
Äh,
Ich hatte Ihnen noch mal den Link extra geschickt. Ich hatte es über WeTransfer geschickt und dann hatte ich Ihnen noch mal extra in einer E-Mail den Link geschickt. Aber wir können das auch ohne machen. Das ist kein Problem, Frau Sorana.
Frau Esselborn, ich schicke Ihnen meine E-Mail. Also Sie können mir dann die PPT schicken und dann kann ich das mit Screenshare dann teilen.
Wie meinen Sie das jetzt bitte? Was sagen Sie bitte?
Könnten Sie bitte die Präsentation dann per E-Mail schicken?
Habe ich gemacht.
ich habe das leider nicht bekommen, Frau Esselborn. Ich
Habe ich gemacht und zwar vorgestern.
Ich checke das noch einmal. Ja, noch der Link zu WeTransfer, sagen Sie. Okay,
Ich hatte Ihnen einen Link für WeTransfer geschickt, aber es muss wirklich nicht sein, Frau Sorana, es muss nicht sein, es ist okay.
Aber wir versuchen das.
Ja, aber wir sollten jetzt keinen Stress machen.
Nein, machen wir nicht. Juhi, ich schicke Ihnen diese E-Mail.
Okay, ich
Schauen Sie
versuche.
mal, ob Sie es schaffen.
Ich kann,
Ja,
ich kann darauf jetzt nicht antworten, weil...
Nein, Sie nicht. Ich habe eben meine Kollegin gebeten.
Ach so, ich dachte, Sie wollten mir das schicken.
Nein. Ich habe meiner Kollegin das geschickt. Juhi, das ist so ein WeTransfer-Link, das Sie herunterladen.
ja, habe ich bekommen.
Ja.
Einen Moment.
Bei der Gelegenheit, Viva, ich habe diesen online noch nicht bekommen auf dem Mail.
Okay, ich schicke das gleich. Ich habe
Und wie funktioniert das jetzt, Frau Sorana?
was? Sie wird das präsentieren für Sie, wenn Sie das wollen, dass Sie bei Ihrem Vortrag die Bilder projiziert.
Ja?
Dann will sie das so machen. Sie schaut mal, sie schaut mal, ob sie das
Ja, das habe ich schon. Ich kann das schaffen.
ja, können Sie jetzt das machen und Frau Esselborn fragen wir, wie sie sich das wünscht. Während des Vortrags sollte man das projizieren oder?
Ja, also ich denke so, ich würde Ihnen dann immer sagen, jetzt möchte ich das nächste Bild haben, ja?
Moment, ich mache das gleich und wir können das ja mal eine Probe machen. Einen Moment. Ja, das klappt bestimmt.
Ja, wenn nicht, ist es wirklich gar nicht schlimm. Ja, das ist das erste Bild. Und das würde man so eine Minute stehen lassen. Dann können Sie es wieder rausnehmen. Und dann würde ich sagen, wenn ich im Vortrag bei dem nächsten Bild bin, dann würde ich sagen, so, jetzt kommt das nächste Bild. Und dann würden Sie das wieder für eine Minute stehen lassen und dann wieder rausnehmen. Wäre das okay?
Ja, alles klar.
Das sind tolle Bilder.
Ja.
Wunderbar.
Das sind 10 Stück. Das letzte hat jetzt gefehlt, aber es macht auch nichts.
Es gibt ja schon 10.
Gut. Und ich würde Ihnen dann immer sagen, dass ich gerne das nächste Bild haben würde, ja?
Ja, alles klar.
Wunderbar. Und nicht die ganze Zeit stehen lassen, sondern Sie lassen es so eine Minute stehen und dann können Sie es wieder rausnehmen, ja?
Okay, alles klar.
Ja.
Ja.
Da muss ich nämlich nicht in zwei Dingen dabei sein. Oh, jetzt kommt irgendwas ganz anderes.
Moment.
Jetzt kommt eine Mail von Herrn Kuschel.
Ich habe das gestoppt.
Okay.
Professor Bhatti, haben Sie meine E-Mail bekommen?
Ich?
Ja, E-Mail, ja.
Und ich habe in der E-Mail habe ich das Link nochmals geschickt, Professor Bhatti,
Weil der hier jetzt, also der erste Link sagt, die Verbindung zum Mikrofon ist fehlgeschlagen.
Ach so.
Warum sollte das sein? Aber jetzt wird eine Erfindung. Ah ja, jetzt kommt, ja, ich glaube ja. Ich glaube, jetzt geht es. Jetzt. Überprüfen. Mikrotest. Okay. Jetzt sehe ich mehr, ich war nicht mehr, aber sehe ich. Jetzt muss ich noch wissen.
Wir sehen Sie noch nicht.
Ja, jetzt sehe ich sie ganz deutlich. Aber was muss ich jetzt machen? Ach so.
Unten gibt es bestimmt so diese
Ganz links, ja.
Links, ja, Video, Stop Video, Start Video.
Videos starten. Erkennung des Videos ist fehlgeschlagen. Müssen Sie was machen?
Moment, ich werde Sie zu Co-Host machen und dann versuchen Sie das noch einmal. Make Co-Host. Okay. Jetzt versuchen Sie Ihr Video einzuschalten.
Nein, trotzdem. Ja, jetzt müsste es gehen. Hallo? Nee.
Ja, wir hören Sie noch. Wir hören Sie ganz klar, aber sehen tut man das nicht.
Also ich sehe mich.
Doch, man hat Sie gesehen, Professor Bhatti.
Jetzt sehe ich mich selbst.
Ja, wir sehen Sie.
Ja.
Toll, toll. Dann,
Bin ich dran. Dann schalte ich mein Mobile aus, weil das stört.
Vibha, can I also just test my
Gut.
sound and video?
yeah, please do that.
So I'm on.
Yeah, I can see you and I can hear you.
Okay. But I can't see myself.
That's okay. We can
That's
see you. We can see you.
So it will be like that. I don't have to feel there is anything
Yeah,
wrong.
if we don't hear you or see you, we'll let you know.
Okay, right. So right now it's okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. But I would like to see myself once if the
If you
laptop
have
is situated properly.
It does Juhi or Shrikant have a clue how she can see herself?
If I'm in the middle, not in the corner. Or...
Yeah, I can make you, I can put you in spotlight for a while right now so that you see.
Yeah,
Just a
okay,
moment.
just for a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. Now?
Okay. So that should be okay. Okay.
Perfect.
Und meine Stimme auch hörbar?
Babu. Okay. So yeah, if you want, you can.
Yeah, Babu, wir hören dich.
Ja. Okay.
Dich.
Ja. Audible, ne? Gut.
Yeah.
Yes, we see the screen also, but we see the Zoom screen.
For whom?
Professor Bhatti is sharing his screen, but we see the Zoom tab.
Okay, I think he is, instead of putting the video on, okay. Yeah. Maybe you can guide him what to do. He has to stop sharing his screen, but before that, the video on the left hand side, Professor Bhatti, you would see on the left one micro button and one video button. If you switch on your
Juhi, with the host control, you may be able to navigate.
Ja, Moment.
Jetzt sieht man gar nichts mehr.
Okay, das habe ich ja schon. Also, wollen wir dann gleich beginnen? Ja, Mihir, du hast das Wort.
Yeah, so I hope that all of us are energized after that lunch break, because we have an exciting array of speakers and presentations, starting with a special lecture by Professor Dr. Helga Esselborn Krumbiegel from University of Köln. This special lecture will be moderated by Dr. Babu Tharia, who is professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi.
Ja.
Over to you, sir.
Ja, vielen Dank. So, unser Post-Lunch-Session beginnt mit einem Vortrag von Dr. Helga Esselborn-Krumbiegel. Dr. Esselborn studierte Germanistik, Anglistik und Kubalistik und lehrte am Institut für Deutsche Sprache und Literatur der Universität Köln. Und sie gründete im Jahr 1997 das Schreibzentrum an der Universität Köln und 2003 das Schreibzentrum der Kölner Studentenwerk. Und sie hält Vorträge und Seminare im In- und Ausland zu wissenschaftlichen Arbeiten und Fällen. Aber über Hesse heute, sie hat zahlreiche Publikationen. Ich möchte einige erwähnen, also Einzelpublikationen zu Hermann Hesse bei Reklam, unter anderem Literaturwissen Hermann Hesse und im Cornelsen Verlag Hermann Hesse, der Steppenwolf, sowie zahlreiche Aufsätze in nationalen und internationalen Sammelbänden. Strategien der Leserlenkung in Demien und Steppenwolf, Hesses Antwort auf die moderne Textkontingenz, sie erschien 2004, Gebrochene Identität, das Spiegelsymbol bei Hermann Hesse, 2021, also letztes Jahr, Hermann Hesses inszenierte Landschaften, Sehnsuchtraum, Projektion und Artefakt, 2021, Resonanz und Bild in Hermann Hesses Erzählung Narziss und Goldmund, in diesem Jahr erschienen, und aktuellste Publikation, Herausgeberin in der Anthologie Inspiration Hermann Hesse, eine Hommage in Geschichten. Wird, ich weiß nicht, schon erschienen in Surkamp in diesem Jahr. Ja. Dr. Esselborn.
Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank für die Einladung. Ich freue mich, dass ich wieder in Indien bin, wenn auch nur online. Ich war mehrfach in Indien, ich war sehr gerne dort und ich freue mich über die Einladung. Vielen, vielen Dank. Und ich möchte zu Ihnen sprechen über das Thema Begegnung der Kulturen, Hermann Hesses Roman Siddhartha. Hermann Hesse ist nie in Indien gewesen. Die stimmungsvolle Vorstellung des hageren Asketen, der unter einem Bobaum im Kreis orange gekleideter Mönche den heiligen Schriften lauscht, trügt. Und doch hat Hermann Hesse sich sein Leben lang mit indischer Philosophie und Religion befasst und ihren Einfluss auf sein Denken, Dichten und Leben immer wieder hervorgehoben. Zitat: Schon sehr früh wandte ich mich indischen Studien zu, auch indischen Lebensmethoden, und fand innerhalb indischer und chinesischer Bildersprache meine Religion. Das heißt die, die mir in Europa zu fehlen schien. Und er fährt fort: Die Lehre Buddhas war manche Jahre lang eigentlich mein Glaube und einziger Trost. Doch beginnen wir am Anfang in Calw, der mittelgroßen Stadt im Schwarzwald, die in Hesses Kindheit und Jugend ein Zentrum pietistischer Heidenmission, wie es damals hieß, war. Jetzt würde ich gerne diesen Missionsbrief von eben sehen, den Sie eingeblendet hatten. Und wenn das klappt, dann sehen Sie hier, ja genau, dann sehen Sie hier einen Missionsbrief der Basler Mission mit dem Titel Nachrichten aus der Heidenwelt. Heute würde man wahrscheinlich von Newsletter sprechen. Hesses Eltern und Großeltern waren, wie Sie wissen, jahrzehntelang in der indischen Mission tätig. Der Großvater Hermann Gundert ging im Auftrag der Basler Mission nach Kerala. In Deutschland gibt es übrigens bis heute eine sehr rege Hermann-Gundert-Gesellschaft, deren Vorsitzender mir diese historischen Fotos aus dem Archiv der Basler Mission zur Verfügung gestellt hat. Dieses und das nächste, genau. Hier sehen Sie ein Bild der ersten Missionsstation in den Nilgiri-Bergen in Kerala. Gundert entwickelte die erste Grammatik des Malayalam und verstand und schätzte indische Philosophie und Religion. Er übersetzte auch große Teile der Bibel ins Malayalam. Dieser Großvater wurde für den Enkel zum wichtigsten Vermittler indischen Geisteslebens. Aber auch die Eltern erzählten dem Kind Anekdoten aus ihrem indischen Leben und lasen ihm buddhistische Gebete vor, die der Vater selbst übersetzt hatte. Diese für die Zeit der Jahrhundertwende durchaus nicht selbstverständliche Weltoffenheit des Elternhauses machte den jungen Hermann also schon früh mit Indien bekannt. Und jetzt würde ich gerne das nächste Bild kurz einblenden. Können Sie das nächste Bild aufrufen? Ja. Einige dieser Bücher, Bilder, Fotos und die kleine Statue des tanzenden Shiva kann man heute im Hesse-Museum in Calw bewundern. So entdeckte der Knabe mitten im Schwarzwald das Indien seiner Fantasie und seiner Sehnsucht. Als er später die fatalen Folgen der heraufziehenden Industrialisierung und der Technisierung ganzer Lebensbereiche scharfsichtig kritisierte, wurde ihm dieses geistige Indien seiner frühen Jahre zu einem Gegenbild und zu einer Quelle spiritueller und lebensnotwendiger Veränderung. So, das Bild können Sie jetzt wieder ausblenden, bitte. Nee, das nächste noch nicht. Einfach ausblenden, wenn es geht, ja? So weit sind wir noch nicht. Einfach ausblenden. Als Hesse schließlich 1911 zu seiner Reise nach Südostasien aufbrach, suchte er aber nicht nur nach den Erinnerungen seiner Kindheit oder den Wurzeln indischer Geistigkeit. Er löste sich auch, wenigstens vorübergehend, aus der ihn beengenden Situation des Familienvaters. Er hatte bereits 3 Kinder und des angepassten, 1911 bereits erfolgreichen Literaten und Bürgers. Er schreibt: Die heutigen Psychologen nennen so etwas eine Flucht und natürlich war es unter anderem auch dies. Es war aber auch ein Versuch, Distanz und Überblick zu gewinnen. Zitat Ende. Zusammen mit dem Maler Hans Sturzenegger bereiste er von September bis Dezember 1911 Ceylon, damals hieß es noch so, heute Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Singapur und Sumatra. Zunächst ergriff ihn die fremde, üppige Natur, Zitat, die Wärme der feuchten Urwälder und die Dämmerung der goldenen Tempel. Aber noch bevor er das Indien seiner Eltern und Großeltern betreten konnte, brach er die Reise ab, früher als geplant, körperlich mitgenommen, in seinen Erwartungen enttäuscht. Rückblickend erkennt er später, Zitat, mein Weg nach Indien und China ging nicht auf Schiffen und Eisenbahnen. Ich musste die magischen Brücken alle selber finden. Ich musste auch aufhören, dort die Erlösung von Europa zu suchen. Ich musste das wahre Europa und den wahren Osten mir im Herzen und Geist zu eigen machen. Zitat Ende. Wie alle Europamüden seiner Zeit sucht auch Hesse zunächst in der Begegnung der Kulturen mit unverkennbar regressiver Tendenz im Fremden das Einfache, Sinnliche, Ursprüngliche. Schnell jedoch wird er sich der Vergeblichkeit seiner Suche bewusst. Zitat: Wir kommen voll Sehnsucht nach dem Süden und Osten, von dunkler, dankbarer Heimatsahnung getrieben, und wir finden hier das Paradies, die Fülle und reiche Üppigkeit aller natürlichen Gaben. Aber wir selbst sind anders. Wir sind hier fremd und ohne Bürgerrecht. Wir haben längst das Paradies verloren. Und das Neue, das wir haben und bauen wollen, ist nicht am Äquator und an den warmen Meeren des Ostens zu finden. Das liegt in uns und in unserer eigenen nordländischen Zukunft. Zitat Ende. Hermann Hesse stand mit seiner Indienbegeisterung durchaus nicht allein. In den 20er Jahren hatte der Buddhismus in Deutschland Hochkonjunktur, begünstigt durch die Übersetzung der Upanishaden, der Bhagavad Gita und der Reden Buddhas ins Deutsche. Buddhistische Zirkel und Gesellschaften wurden gegründet, buddhistische Zeitschriften verbreiteten die Lehre Buddhas in ganz Westeuropa. Neben den Übersetzern waren es insbesondere die Dichter, die indisches Denken nach Europa vermittelten. Jetzt könnten wir bitte das nächste Bild einspielen. Neben den Übersetzern waren es ja die Dichter. Hermann Graf Kaiserlings, das nächste. Ja, bitte, danke. Hermann Graf Kaiserlings Reisetagebuch eines Philosophen, das Hesse sehr schätzte, erschien 1919 und berichtet von einer Weltreise durch die Tropen. Sein Motto: Der kürzeste Weg zu sich selbst führt um die Welt herum, lässt ihn sich selber in den verschiedenen Kulturen immer neu erfahren. Lassen Sie das eine Weile stehen, weil ich zu den Titeln noch was sage. Für die geistige und religiöse Wiederentdeckung des Orients ist Kaiserlings Tagebuch deshalb ein unersetzliches Stück Kulturgeschichte. Wie Hermann Hesse wird aber auch ihm letztlich der Osten zum Spiegel des eigenen Selbst. Eher Ausdruck einer Sehnsucht als Reflex einer Erfahrung. In Waldemar Bonsels Indienfahrt, erschienen 1916, heute fast vergessen, in seiner Zeit aber ein Bestseller, schildert der Autor in einem bekenntnishaft subjektiven Erlebnisbericht seine Indienreise vor dem Ersten Weltkrieg. Auch Max Dautendeys ästhetisch-erotische Mythen, die er nach seiner Weltreise 1905 schrieb, sind heute weitgehend vergessen. Aber selbst noch heute bekannte Dichter der Zeit, wie Alfred Döblin und Stefan Zweig, greifen indische Motive auf. In seinem Versepos Manas gestaltet Alfred Döblin die Geschichte um Tod und Wiedergeburt eines indischen Fürstensohnes. Und Stefan Zweig greift in seiner Erzählung Gegen Bruders, wie schon Döblin, auf die Legendensammlung des altindischen Mahabharata-Epos zurück. Sie sehen, dass dieses hier zeitgenössische Cover sind, deshalb habe ich sie Ihnen einmal zeigen wollen. Jetzt können Sie das gern wieder ausblenden. Aber das nächste noch nicht, wenn es geht. Diesen indischen Dichtungen ist eines gemeinsam. Im Zuge der Kritik an der eigenen Lebenswelt und der Flucht aus ihr erscheint ihnen das Fremde häufig als eine verklärte Gegenwelt. Deshalb haben Reiseberichte aus fernen Ländern und Romane in exotischer Szenerie im literarischen Exotismus in der ersten Hälfte des 20. Jahrhunderts Hochkonjunktur. In ihnen verbinden sich ästhetische Faszination und Wunschprojektion. Wir wissen, dass auch Hermann Hesse die damals sehr verbreitete Buddha-Biografie von Hermann Oldenberg kannte, dass er die Bhagavad Gita sowie die Upanishaden las. Indische Quellen, indische Philosophie und Motive hat Hesse auch immer wieder in seine Werke einfließen lassen. Die Sammlung Aus Indien enthält die indische Erzählung Robert Agion, die Geschichte eines angehenden Missionars, dem es, Zitat, als eine ungeheure Frechheit und Überhebung erscheint, dass er als Abgesandter eines fernen Volkes hierher gekommen sei, mit der Absicht, diesen Menschen ihren Gott und Glauben zu nehmen und einen anderen dafür aufzunötigen. Zitat Ende. Auch Gedichte indischer Prägung durchziehen das gesamte Werk Hesses. Vom frühen Gedicht Glück, in dem es heißt, solange du nach dem Glücke jagst, bist du nicht reif zum Glücklichsein. Über Media in Vita, das im Umkreis des Siddhartha-Romans entstand und vom Kreislauf der Wiedergeburten handelt, bis zum späten Gedicht Stufen, seinem wohl bekanntesten Gedicht, das, wie viele, die es zitieren, gar nicht wissen, im indischen Lebenslauf Joseph Knechts im Glasperlenspiel vom dauernden Neubeginn kündet. Als Hesse 1919 im Tessin schließlich die Arbeit an Siddhartha begann, hatte sich sein Leben seit der Indienreise dramatisch verändert. Seine Ehe war zerbrochen, seine Frau Mia in psychiatrischer Behandlung, die Kinder bei Freunden untergebracht. Hesse selber hatte sich, das wissen Sie, schon 1916 einer längeren psychoanalytischen Behandlung unterzogen, deren literarische Spuren sich im 1919 erschienenen Roman Demian wiederfinden. Die Niederschrift des Siddhartha fällt also in eine Zeit persönlicher und künstlerischer Neuorientierung. Es waren aber nicht die Reiseerinnerungen, die Hesse zu seiner indischen Dichtung inspirierten, sondern es war die Besinnung auf den Kern buddhistischer Weltanschauung. Nirvana als, wie Hesse in seinem Tagebuch niederschreibt, das Zurückkehren des Einzelnen zum ungeteilten Ganzen. Trotz seiner enttäuschenden Reiseerfahrungen bewahrt Hesse sich jedoch weiterhin das Bild des Orients als Wiege östlicher Philosophie. Rückblickend formuliert er dann auch als wichtigste Erfahrung seiner Asienreise die Einsicht, Zitat, dass es über die Völkergrenzen und Erdteile hinweg eine Menschheit gibt. Zitat Ende. Diese Idee von der Einheit der Menschheit und der Einheit der Gegensätze in jedem Menschen knüpft sowohl an seine Kindheitserinnerungen als auch an das idealisierte Indienbild der deutschen Romantiker an. In dieser Tradition ist Siddhartha der Versuch, in einem mythischen, ortlosen Indien die Einheit der Gegensätze zu erleben, für die die europäische Kultur kein Denkmuster bereitstellte. Ich zitiere: Ich suchte das zu ergründen, was allen Konfessionen und allen menschlichen Formen der Frömmigkeit gemeinsam ist, was über allen nationalen Verschiedenheiten steht, was von jeder Rasse und von jedem Einzelnen geglaubt und verehrt werden kann. In seiner Grundstruktur lehnt sich der Roman an die Lebensgeschichte des historischen Gautama Buddha an, der den Vornamen Siddhartha trug. Hesse erzählt Buddhas Leben jedoch nicht nach, sondern entwickelt aus seiner Biografie heraus die Demonstration eines Lebensmodells. Anknüpfend an die literarische Tradition des deutschen Bildungs- und Entwicklungsromans gestaltet er in dieser Lebensgeschichte zugleich ein Denkmodell. Das Lebenspanorama des Helden Siddhartha entfaltet sich von Jugend an durch Krisen und Entwicklungsphasen hindurch bis zum ihm gesetzten Lebensziel. Jedoch trägt diese Modellfigur kaum individuelle Züge. Sie ist ganz zum Medium der entworfenen Weltsicht geformt. Siddhartha überzeugt nicht durch die besondere Eigenart seiner Person, sondern durch seine Verweisfunktion auf die ideelle Botschaft des Romans. Jetzt würde ich gerne das nächste Bild einspielen. Siddharthas Lebensgeschichte ist klar gegliedert. Die Stationen seines Weges durch scharfe Zäsuren getrennt. Die zwei Teile des Romans berichten von Siddharthas Suche nach dem Selbst, seinen Irrtümern und Wandlungen und seiner schließlichen Erlösung. Im ersten Teil erfährt der junge Mönch die Vergeblichkeit der Selbstsuche auf dem Weg traditioneller Frömmigkeit. Der intellektuell geschulte Brahmanensohn spürt immer wieder das Ungenügen des bloßen Wissens, dem kein Erleben zugrunde liegt. Er verlässt sein Elternhaus und schließt sich zusammen mit seinem Freund Govinda den Samanas, wandernden Bettelmönchen, an. Diese Illustration des Siddhartha-Romans, die Sie hier sehen, stammt von dem Künstler Jayanta Gomez aus Sri Lanka und zeigt Siddhartha und Govinda bei den Asketen. Der Künstler hat mir seine Bilder freundlicherweise für diesen Vortrag zur Verfügung gestellt. Wir erleben, wie beide, Govinda und Siddhartha, sich den religiösen Regeln der Entbehrung, der Meditation und des Schmerzes unterwerfen. Siddhartha jedoch diese Traditionen sehr bald in Frage stellt. Dem existenziellen Dialog, den er als Büßer im Kreise der Samanas erlebt, folgt stets die Rückkehr ins Ich, dem er als Asket gerade zu entrinnen suchte. Zitat: Er schlüpfte aus seinem Ich in 1000 fremde Gestaltungen. Aber ob auch die Wege vom Ich hinwegführten, ihr Ende führte doch immer zum Ich zurück. Zitat Ende. Nach der Begegnung mit Buddha erkennt Siddhartha, dass er in diesem Dialog sich selber fremd geworden ist. Als er einsieht, dass sein ganzes Bemühen um Askese und Selbstüberwindung nichts weiter ist als Flucht vor dem Ich, beschließt er, in die Welt der Kindermenschen zurückzukehren, um sich selbst in der Erfahrung wiederzugewinnen, sich der Welt zu stellen, anstatt ihr zu entfliehen. Jetzt würde ich gerne das nächste Bild einspielen. Ja, der zweite Teil des Romans führt Siddhartha mitten hinein ins Leben, in die Erfahrung der Liebe und des äußeren Erfolgs. Nachdem er bei der schönen Kurtisane Kamala die sinnliche Liebe gelernt hat, sucht er, um ihr zu gefallen, Reichtum und Erfolg. Hier sehen Sie also Siddharthas erste Begegnung mit Kamala. Durch den Kaufmann Kamaswami erreicht er Reichtum und Wohlleben, aber Wohlleben, Spielsucht und Habgier machen ihn krank. Ein Traum führt ihm schließlich sein wertloses, gegenwärtiges Leben vor Augen. Seiner inneren Stimme folgend sucht er am Fluss seine Zuflucht. Als er in seiner Verzweiflung nahe daran ist, sich dem strömenden Wasser zu überlassen, rettet ihn der Klang der heiligen Silbe Om, die Vollkommenheit und Vollendung bedeutet. Als Schüler des Fährmanns Vasudeva lernt er nun dem Fluss zu lauschen und die Einheit allen Lebens zu begreifen, an der der einzelne Mensch liebend teilhat. Jetzt würde ich gerne das Bild mit Vasudeva einspielen. Ja. Nach Jahren wird er noch einmal durch die leidvolle Liebe zu seinem Sohn in die Welt der Kindermenschen zurückgerissen, denn dieser Liebe kann er nicht entsagen. Aber bald erkennt er, dass auch der Jugendliche seinen eigenen Weg gehen muss. Lange leidet Siddhartha an der Trennung von seinem Sohn. bis er lernt, auch die Kindermenschen, deren Herz an äußeren Erfolgen hängt, nicht zu verachten, sondern zu lieben, als seinesgleichen. Erst als er sein Leiden durch die Liebe zu allem Seienden überwindet, erreicht Siddhartha sein Ziel. Zitat: In dieser Stunde hörte Siddhartha auf, mit dem Schicksal zu kämpfen, hörte auf zu leiden. Auf seinem Gesicht blühte die Heiterkeit des Wissens, dem kein Wille mehr entgegensteht, das die Vollendung kennt, das einverstanden ist mit dem Fluss des Geschehens, mit dem Strom des Lebens, voll Mitleid, voll Mitlust, dem Strömen hingegeben, der Einheit zugehörig. Zitat Ende. Nach Vasudevas Tod bleibt Siddhartha als Fährmann am Fluss und begegnet dort noch einmal seinem alten Freund Govinda, der in ihm den vollendeten Erleuchteten erkennt, der sein Ziel erreicht hat. Der Lebensweg Siddharthas hat mit dem des historischen Buddha nur wenig gemein. Hesse Siddhartha verlässt wie Gautama Buddha das Elternhaus, zieht als Bettelmönch umher, lebt am Ufer eines Flusses und findet unter einem Baum spirituelle Erleuchtung. Beiden wird schließlich die Vision der Einheit alles Seienden zuteil. Jedoch anders als der historische Buddha lehnt Siddhartha jede Lehre, jede Nachfolge ab. Auch die hinduistische Lehre der 4 Lebensstufen, von denen die Upanishaden sprechen und an die Siddharthas Biografie in ihren Anfängen angelehnt scheint, erfüllt sich im Roman nicht. Anstatt nämlich von Stufe zu Stufe fortzuschreiten, durchlebt und durchleidet Siddhartha existenzielle Krisen, die sich, auch das ist bemerkenswert, eher im Ethos chinesischer Weisheit klären, als im asketischen Denken indisch-buddhistischer Religiosität. Hesse selber bemerkt in einem Brief an Stefan Zweig, Zitat: Mein Heiliger ist indisch gekleidet, seine Weisheit aber näher bei Lao Tse als bei Gotama. Zitat Ende. Der taoistische Gedanke der Wandlung impliziert, dass Veränderung nur durch das Zusammenwirken der Gegensätze geschieht. Die Gegensätze stehen nicht in Widerspruch zueinander, sondern sind Pole eines Lebens. Hier würde ich gerne das nächste Bild sehen. Hesse kannte diese Philosophie des chinesischen Gelehrten Lao Tse aus verschiedenen Übersetzungen bereits vor seiner Indienreise. Unter anderem maßgebend für ihn war die Übertragung der klassischen Gründungsschrift des Taoismus, des Tao Te Ching, durch den protestantischen Theologen Richard Wilhelm im Jahr 1911. Das Problem der einander scheinbar ausschließenden Gegensätze im eigenen Ich hatte Hesse bereits in seinem Roman Demian in einem kühnen Entwurf polarer Welten gestaltet. In Siddhartha wird die Integration der Gegensätze eingebettet in die Schilderung indischer Frömmigkeit. Weltverzicht und Liebe zur Schöpfung verbinden sich in Siddharthas Entwicklung zu einer fernöstlich-christlichen Synthese. So hat Hesse denn auch eine einseitig östliche Interpretation seines Romans abgelehnt. Er schreibt: Siddhartha ist ein sehr europäisches Buch, trotz seines Milieus. Und die Siddhartha-Lehre geht so stark vom Individuum aus und nimmt es so ernst, wie keine asiatische Lehre es tut. Zitat Ende. Siddharthas Leben findet seine Erfüllung gerade nicht im Nirvana, nicht, wie der historische Buddha lehrte, in der Erlösung aus der ewigen Wiederkehr, sondern in der Liebe zu allem Seienden. Das heißt, die Welt zu durchschauen, sie zu erklären, Sie zu verachten, mag großer Denker Sache sein. Mir aber liegt einzig daran, die Welt lieben zu können, sie nicht zu verachten, sie und mich nicht zu hassen, sie und mich und alle Wesen mit Liebe und Bewunderung und Ehrfurcht betrachten zu können. Dieses sagt er gegen Ende des Romans bei seiner letzten Begegnung mit seinem alten Freund Govinda. So wendet sich Siddhartha endgültig von der Lehre Buddhas, von Weltverneinung und Verzicht ab und der taoistischen Weltbejahung zu. Zugleich ist die Liebe zu allem Seienden aber wiederum eine zutiefst christliche Haltung. Hermann Hesse wusste um diese Rückwendung zur christlich-abendländischen Tradition. Er schreibt, dass mein Siddhartha nicht die Erkenntnis, sondern die Liebe oben anstellt, dass er das Dogma ablehnt und das Erlebnis der Einheit zum Mittelpunkt macht, mag man als ein Zurückneigen zum Christentum, ja als einen wahrhaft protestantischen Zug empfinden. Zitat Ende. Es ist offensichtlich, dass Hesse in Siddhartha, wie in fast jedem seiner Texte, seine eigene emotionale und geistige Entwicklung gestaltet. Von der Lösung aus dem streng pietistischen Elternhaus über die Suche nach alternativen Lebensentwürfen hin zur grundsätzlichen Skepsis gegenüber jeder Heilslehre. So verwundert es auch nicht, dass er seinen Roman Siddhartha später den Ausdruck meiner Befreiung vom indischen Denken nannte und hinzufügte, Siddhartha ist allerdings ein Ketzer. Ein Ketzer, so könnte man hinzufügen, der Konventionen sprengt und Lehren überschreitet. Jetzt können Sie das Bild vom Tao Te Ching ausblenden und das nächste noch nicht. Einfach freilassen. Das nächste kommt später. Wunderbar. Und doch war es nicht Hesses antidogmatische Skepsis, die seine Zeitgenossen begeisterte, sondern die Botschaft der Liebe, der tiefe Gedanke der Einheit. Sie rühmen die Begegnung der Kulturen in der Synthese fernöstlicher und abendländisch-christlicher Überzeugung. Die Weisheit und zugleich die Einfachheit dieser Lebensgeschichte. Dabei gilt ihnen Hesses weltanschauliche Toleranz als Vorbild. Die Philosophie des Romans allein aber erklärt nicht hinreichend die sogartige Wirkung, die Siddhartha bei Lesern in Ost und West gleichermaßen entfaltet. Was ist es, das diesen Roman, wie der amerikanische Schriftsteller Henry Miller schrieb, zu einer wirksameren Medizin als das Neue Testament werden ließ? Ist es das indische Gewand, in dem buddhistische, chinesische, aber durchaus auch christlich-abendländische Glaubenswahrheiten Gestalt gewinnen? Ist es die Offenheit, ja mitunter sogar Beliebigkeit des Textes, die vielfältige weltanschauliche Projektionen erlaubt? Ist es der Held Siddhartha, der als Vorbild, Modell und Identifikationsfigur den Leser fasziniert? Sicherlich tragen all diese unterschiedlichen Facetten zur Wirkung des Romans bei. Vor allem aber ist es die Sprache, die rhythmisierte Prosa, die den Leser unweigerlich in ihren Bann schlägt. Diese Sprache klingt durch ihre Formelhaftigkeit gleichsam liturgisch. Wie in einem Ritual werden feste Wendungen wiederholt, die dem Roman zuweilen die Gleichförmigkeit meditativer Gebetstexte verleihen. Ich zitiere: Im Schatten des Hauses, in der Sonne des Flussufers bei den Booten, Im Schatten des Feigenbaumes wuchs Siddhartha auf. Diese starke Stilisierung auch der vorgeblichen Realitätsschilderungen unterstreicht den legendenhaften Charakter des Romans, geradezu seine Gleichnishaftigkeit. Diese meditativ-liturgische Sprache bestimmt übrigens auch ein ganz aktuelles literarisches Zeugnis, das ich Ihnen nicht vorenthalten möchte. Der Schriftsteller Andrew Bogue schreibt, nein, also das literarische Zeugnis, das ich Ihnen nicht vorenthalten möchte, ist das Werk Writing Through Siddhartha von Andrew Bogue aus dem Jahr 2021. Der Autor aus Trinidad generiert in seinem experimentellen Werk in Anlehnung an den Komponisten John Cage neue Textmuster. John Cage greift in seinem Werk Writing Through Finnegan's Wake auf James Joyces berühmten gleichnamigen enigmatischen Roman zurück, wählt Wörter, Silben und Buchstaben daraus willkürlich aus und setzt sie durch Reading, Singing, Whispering zu laut poetischen Gedichten neu zusammen. Andrew Bogue seinerseits greift auf eine Vorlage zurück, die das Computerprogramm Janus Note zur Verfügung stellt. Dieses Programm spaltet Hesses Roman in einzelne Fragmente auf und ordnet sie alphabetisch. Aus diesem Fundus wählt Bogue nun einzelne Elemente aus, arrangiert sie neu und konzentriert sich dabei auf Hesses meditativ-liturgische Sprache, die den Leser und mehr noch den Zuhörer tatsächlich ins Zentrum des Romans führt. Da Bogues Texte gehört werden wollen, stellt der Autor selber übrigens eine gesprochene Version seiner Textcollagen zur Verfügung. Dies ist also ein ganz aktueller Bezug auf Hesses meditative Sprache und zugleich ein Zeugnis der Begegnung der Kulturen, nicht nur geografisch, sondern sozusagen medial. Trotz des indischen Gewandes bleiben Szenerie und Handlung aber schemenhaft, ortlos. Trotz der historischen Einkleidung verläuft Siddharthas Biografie unhistorisch, zeitlos. Dieser Roman spielt in einem Wunschland oder, wie der Schriftsteller Adolf Muschk in einem Funkgespräch sagte, in einem Never-Never-Land. Hermann Hesse traf mit dieser Gestaltung und Aktualisierung eines Mythos ins Zentrum der aktuellen Diskussion seiner Zeit. Wie Thomas Mann und Alfred Döblin, um nur diese beiden zu nennen, bemühten sich Dichter und Philosophen der 20er und 30er Jahre darum, einen neuen, lebensnotwendigen und zugleich zeitlos aktuellen Mythos zu schaffen. Niemals und immer, wie es in Gottfried Benns Südseegedicht Palau von 1921 heißt. Siddharthas Lebensweg kann in seiner Gleichnishaftigkeit in jedem Land und jeder Zeit, in jedem Kulturkreis nachvollzogen werden. Und Hermann Hesses weltweite Wirkung belegt dies eindrucksvoll. Dennoch ist das Exotische in diesem Roman mehr als bloße Kulisse. Die exotische Szenerie öffnet den Blick des abendländischen Lesers allererst für neue spirituelle Erfahrungen jenseits seiner eigenen kulturellen Grenzen. Der Leser geht, bildhaft gesprochen, den Weg in die Fremde, der nie wieder völlig ins vertraute eigene zurückführt. Erst auf diesem Umweg durch die Fremde erschließt sich der Leser mit Siddhartha den Zugang zum eigenen Ich, das in der Begegnung mit dem Fremden ein anderes geworden ist. Dabei löst sich die historische Einkleidung nach und nach in der Zeitlosigkeit des weltanschaulich-religiösen Entwurfs auf. Die neu gewonnene Einheitserfahrung aber, in der sich die Spannung von Fremdem und Eigenem löst, ließ sich offensichtlich nur im Mythos aussagen. So wird in Siddhartha Zerfall und Reintegration des Ich in der Gestaltung des Mythos durchgespielt. Hesses offene Texte wie Flötentraum, Klein und Wagner, der Steppenwolf, aber auch Demian deuten zwar ebenfalls eine Reintegration der Gegensätze an, gestalten sie aber im Werk selber nicht. Demgegenüber erscheint der Siddhartha-Roman als geschlossener Text, der in archetypischen Situationen und symbolischen Begegnungen die Synthese der Gegensätze tatsächlich gestaltet. Am Ende des Romans kehrt Siddhartha in der Vision seines Freundes Govinda in die Einheit des ungeteilten Ganzen zurück. Sichtbar wird diese neue Synthese in einem Bild. Siddharthas Gesicht, das gerade noch Schauplatz aller Gestaltungen gewesen war, schließt sich über der Tiefe der Tausendfältigkeit im Lächeln des Erhabenen. In der Wiederentdeckung Hesses durch die junge Generation im Amerika der 60er und frühen 70er Jahre spielte Siddhartha neben dem Steppenwolf die entscheidende Rolle. Es war die Zeit des Vietnamkrieges, der Friedensbewegungen, der Abkehr vom bürgerlichen Lebensstil. Hesse wurde in dieser Zeit zum meistgelesenen europäischen Autor in den USA. Siddhartha zum Spitzenreiter. Schon seit den späten 50er Jahren lassen sich Anspielungen an Hesses Werke in der Literatur der Beat Generation und Flower Power Bewegung entdecken. Spätere Momentaufnahmen, die das Lebensgefühl der aufbegehrenden Studentengeneration und der Intellektuellen in den späten 70er Jahren einfangen, lassen sich ebenfalls in literarischen Werken entdecken. Jetzt würde ich gerne das nächste Bild einspielen. Stellvertretend für die Romane der amerikanischen Subkultur der 60er Jahre kann Tom Wolfes Roman The Electric Cool Acid Test von 1968 stehen, die Ken Caseys Busfahrt mit seiner Hippie-Community Merry Pranksters schildert. Dieser Ken Casey, Autor des durch seine Verfilmung berühmt gewordenen Romans One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, gründete eine Hippie-Kommune, die 1964 eine psychedelische Reise von San Francisco nach New York in einem bunt bemalten Schulbus unternahm. Dieses ist also der Original-Schulbus, der den Namen Further trug. Ihre LSD-Trips, Visionen und Rituale werden in szenisch verdichteten Skizzen im Roman lebendig. Die Merry Pranksters spüren auf ihrer einzigartigen Reise Hesses Gegenwart. Zitat: The present moment, now, the Kairos. It was like the man, Hesse, had been on acid himself and was on the bus. Zitat Ende. Und Timothy Leary, der Guru der Hippie-Bewegung, empfiehlt: Vor deiner LSD-Sitzung solltest du Siddhartha und der Steppenwolf lesen. Sehr wahrscheinlich hatte Hesse selber keine Drogenerfahrungen Aber die magischen Momente der Bewusstseinserweiterung und die Reise ins eigene Innere bestätigen die aufbegehrende junge Generation in ihren Lebensentwürfen. Hesses Außenseitertum, seine fernöstliche Mystik und antimaterialistische Haltung boten ganz unterschiedlichen Gruppierungen der sogenannten Counterculture nachhaltige Identifikationsmöglichkeiten. Auch die sprunghaft wachsende Gegenkultur in den 70er Jahren in der BRD machte Hesses antidogmatische Weltanschauung zu ihrem Credo. Siddhartha galt ihnen als Roman der Selbstbefreiung. Jetzt würde ich das Bild gern ausblenden. Trotz aller bisherigen Erklärungen und Entdeckungen zur Wirkung des Siddhartha bleibt letztlich die Frage, wie sich die fortdauernde Faszination dieses Romans auch über die Zeit politischer und gesellschaftlicher Krisen hinaus verstehen lässt. Gehen wir in unserer Interpretation noch einen Schritt weiter. Wir haben gehört, dass Hesse seinen Siddhartha in einer persönlichen und künstlerischen Krise schrieb. Seine psychoanalytische Behandlung fällt in diese Zeit. Zugleich zwang ihn eine Schreibkrise, die Arbeit am Siddhartha-Manuskript mittendrin für 1,5 Jahre zu unterbrechen. Hilfe in bedrängten Zeiten boten ihm, so hat er selbst immer wieder betont, die asiatischen Lehren auf der einen und die Psychoanalyse auf der anderen Seite. So sah er auch seine beiden Romane dieser Krisenjahre, Demian und Siddhartha, als Stücke desselben Weges. Demian betone das Werden der Persönlichkeit, Siddhartha das Durchdrungenwerden von Gott. Beide schildern, wie er sagt, das Zurückgehen hinter die Gegensatzpaare, das Annehmen des Chaos. Und er fährt fort, wir sollen wenigstens für ein einziges Mal alle Werturteile weglassen und uns selber ansehen, so wie wir sind, oder wie die Äußerungen des Unbewussten uns zeigen, ohne Moral, ohne Edelmut und all den schönen Schein, in unseren nackten Trieben und Wünschen, unseren Ängsten, Beschwerden. Zitat Ende. In Siddhartha nun gewinnen psychoanalytische Einsicht und Selbsterfahrung im fernöstlichen Gewand dichterisch Ausdruck in der symbolischen Gestaltung archetypischer Situationen und Begegnungen. Diese Synthese asiatischer Weisheit und westlicher Seelenkunde, die Hesse bewusst vollzog, könnte die enorme, fortdauernde Faszination des Buches erklären. Jetzt hätte ich gerne das Schlussbild, weil es ein Symbol ist. Der Ketzer Siddhartha ist ein Suchender, der alle Lehren hinter sich lässt, um sich selber zu finden. Das aber bedeutet mit Hesses Worten, den innersten, wesentlichen Kern jeder Seele zu finden, der göttlich und ewig ist. In dieser Begegnung der Kulturen, der westöstlichen Synthese, in der Einheit von traditionsgebundener Überlieferung und moderner Lebenspraxis, ist Siddhartha in unserer Zeit kultureller Konfrontationen hochaktuell. Zukunftsweisend ist deshalb seine Rolle als Wegbereiter eines interkulturellen Dialogs, den Hermann Hesse so beschreibt. Wir sollen und wollen nicht bekehren und bekehrt werden, sondern uns öffnen und weiten. Wir erkennen östliche und westliche Weisheit nicht mehr als feindlich sich bekämpfende Mächte, sondern als Pole, zwischen denen fruchtbares Leben schwingt. Ich danke Ihnen.
Ja, vielen Dank, Dr. Esselborn, für diesen den Vortrag und so dass, wie Sie das vorgetragen haben und mit allen Bildern und Beispielen und Referenzen, vor allem aus Süden, Kerala, hat mich sehr, sehr gefreut. Ja, jetzt ist die Zeit für Diskussion, Fragen, Bemerkungen, Kommentare, Polemik sogar, wenn das erlaubt ist. Ja. Wer stellt die erste Frage?
Darf ich? Ich wollte keine Frage, nur ich wollte mich herzlich bedanken für diesen ganz, ganz aufklärenden Vortrag, würde ich sagen. Also Sie haben Siddhartha als einmal nicht nur als einen indischen, einen asiatischen Text oder ein europäisches Buch, wie Hesse selbst, dass Sie, also Sie haben das geöffnet, den Text geöffnet, also das geöffnet für eine weltweite, eine wirklich offene Lektüre. Und das ist, da bedanke ich mich sehr bei Ihnen.
Vielleicht kann ich da was ergänzen, wenn es recht ist.
Ja, ja bitte. Ja, bitte.
Dieses Weltweite hat ja einerseits den Aspekt der Einfluss der östlichen Religion und Philosophie auf Hesse, die Verbreitung und Akzeptanz im Westen. Was ich aber in der Entwicklung der Siddhartha-Rezeption hochinteressant finde, das ist, dass die Deutung, die Hesse durch Siddhartha dem Buddhismus gibt und der buddhistischen Praxis, die Auslegung, die damit auch transportiert wird, dass die, wie Religionswissenschaftler neuerdings sagen, auch eine Rückwirkung gehabt hat auf die asiatische Praxis und das Verständnis des Buddhismus. Das ist ja eine Wechselwirkung, die wir bisher gar nicht im Blick gehabt haben. Ich weiß nicht, ob da heute Morgen schon die Rede davon war. Ich konnte da leider nicht dabei sein. Es gibt aus Amerika vor allem von einem Religionswissenschaftler eine sehr detaillierte Studie dazu, der auflistet, dass vor allem in 3 entscheidenden Punkten das, was er den modernen Buddhismus nennt, nicht den modernen westlichen, sondern den modernen Buddhismus, dass sich der in 3 Punkten ganz gravierend unterscheidet und dass diese Veränderung, die die Rezeption des Buddhismus im Westen erfahren hat, reimportiert wird, sage ich mal, in den asiatischen Raum. Und das auch Literatur, er weist nicht nur auf Siddhartha hin, auch auf andere Literatur, auf Siddhartha aber ganz entscheidend, dass dieser Roman zu dieser Entwicklung beigetragen hat. Fand ich einfach aktuell eine ganz wichtige Überlegung.
Herzlichen Dank.
Weitere Fragen, Kommentare? Ja, Milind.
Ja, danke, Babu. Vielen ganz herzlichen Dank, Frau Esselborn, für einen sehr interessanten Vortrag. Und ich fand auch die Ergänzung dazu ganz einsichtvoll, was Sie gerade so erzählt haben. Ich habe nur eine kleine Frage zu etwas, was Sie ganz am Anfang gesagt haben, der Präsentation. Und das war das Zusammensein aller Gegensätzlichkeiten bei Hesse in Siddhartha. Also dafür gab es in Europa keine Denkmuster, haben Sie gesagt. Das Habe ich Sie ganz richtig verstanden da? Und da musste ich eigentlich an den frühromantischen Begriff der Universalpoesie denken, ob nicht so ein ganz inklusiver Begriff im europäischen Denken und sogar also die Sehnsucht nach Indien und nach dem Osten und so weiter ist ja Hesse sowie den Frühromantikern gemeinsam. Und ob nicht das als ein Denkmuster betrachtet werden könnte, das allinklusiv ist sozusagen. Das ist nur eine kleine Klärungsfrage zu dem, was Sie da gesagt hatten. Das ist alles. Vielen Dank aber für den Vortrag.
Ja, also das ist eine interessante Idee. Ich könnte jetzt spontan nicht sagen, Sie wissen das sicher genauer als ich, wann dieser Begriff der Universalpoesie aufgekommen ist, wann der eigentlich so einen neuen Diskurs eröffnet hat. Wissen Sie das?
Ja, wann heißt im frühen 19. Jahrhundert, das ist bei den Frühromantikern oder späten 18. Jahrhundert.
Ja, okay, das ist klar, das ist klar. Hesse, obwohl er sich ja intensiv auf die Romantik bezogen hat und sich auch als Neuromantiker selber immer bezeichnet hat, spricht von diesem Begriff, wenn ich mich nicht täusche, nicht. Das Konzept ist da, aber es ist nicht als eine Lösung für die Desorientierung am Beginn des 20. Jahrhunderts aufgenommen worden, wenn ich das richtig sehe.
Ja, danke.
Ja, Herr Weidmann.
Danke, Babu, danke, Frau Esselborn-Krumwegel, für den sehr, sehr schönen Vortrag, der sehr viele der Fragen und Diskussionen aufgegriffen hat, über die wir schon in den früheren Stunden was gehört haben. Ich hätte eigentlich eine relativ ketzerische Frage, nämlich inwieweit Sie der These zustimmen würden, dass die englische Übersetzung, die ja die ersten englischen Übersetzungen Hesses Texte, die philologisch wirklich nicht akkurat sind und die Sprache auch also drastisch verändern, lesbarer machen, auch einiges zu seiner Popularität gerade in den USA in den 60er und 70er Jahren beigetragen haben. Also wenn ich die philologischen korrekteren Übersetzungen von den letzten Jahren lese, auch von Steppenwolf, finde ich das Ganze weniger gut lesbar. Also ich mache das hier teilweise auf Englisch, eben im Unterricht mit Nicht-Germanistik-Studierenden. Und ich gehe dann immer zu den Erstübersetzungen zurück, die viel schöner zu lesen sind und aber wie gesagt weiter von Hesses Original entfernt. Also danke für den schönen Vortrag. Wir kennen Sie alle aus gerade den Werken zum wissenschaftlichen Arbeiten sehr, sehr gut als DAD-Lektoren. Dankeschön.
Ja, danke. Das ist interessant mit den Übersetzungen. Also ich kenne natürlich im Unterschied zu Ihnen nicht alle Übersetzungen, die es gibt. Ja? Die ich kenne, ja, ist eine interessante Idee, dass das auch ein Transportmittel war und mit für die Faszination verantwortlich ist. Aber im Grunde ist das ja was wir immer beobachten. Also, dass eine Übersetzung, die von einem Übersetzer gemacht wird, der glaubt, sich Freiheiten nehmen zu müssen, dass die dann sehr frei ist und dass sie immer geprägt ist von der Überzeugung des Übersetzers. Also, dass der Übersetzer auch teilweise Sätze und Passagen einbaut. Ich las gestern eine lange Besprechung in der Süddeutschen Zeitung über die Übersetzung von Ulysses, wie diese Ulysses-Übersetzung vollständig frei ist. Ganze Sätze, die Joyce nie geschrieben hat, ja. Also das ist üblich und ich glaube, es ist schwer zu sagen, was der Anteil am Erfolg des Romans ist. Ist eine tolle Idee, müsste man philologisch nachgehen, aber bisher, ich weiß es nicht.
Gibt es Fragen? Ich wollte Sie kurz fragen, das ist ja, also es bezieht sich kaum auf den Inhalt, aber ich sehe in den letzten Jahren, Sie sind sehr viel produktiv, also in Bezug auf Hesse-Veröffentlichungen. Also fast jedes Jahr. Also oder
Ja.
2001, 21 und 22, 2 sogar. Und ist diese Aktualität von Hesse, also können Sie bitte darüber sagen oder ob Sie das so wahrgenommen haben, dass eine neue Aktualität von Hesse?
Ja, ja, ich glaube schon. Also wenn man auf Zeugnisse, aktuelle Zeugnisse schaut, also ich führte diesen André Begou an. Ich habe mich auch ganz aktuell mit den Spuren, und zwar ganz manifesten Spuren Hermann Hesses in der amerikanischen, japanischen und deutschsprachigen Literatur beschäftigt. Sie wissen, dass Ingo Cornels und Neil Cunningham diesen Band herausgeben, Hesses Global Impact. Und in diesem Band habe ich ein Kapitel, also einen Beitrag über diese Spuren in den 3 Literaturen, und zwar von den 60er Jahren bis heute. Und mein Ehrgeiz war natürlich, als ich dieses Thema übernahm, tatsächlich auch ganz aktuelle Spuren zu finden. Und das ist der Fall. Also ich kann Ihnen Spuren bis in dieses Jahr nennen, in der Literatur, in Romanen hauptsächlich, in Romanen und Kurzgeschichten, wo entweder Hesse als Figur auftaucht, er spielt mit, wo Werke Hesses genannt werden, wo Zitate aus Hesses Werken erscheinen, wo Figuren erscheinen. Das ist die eine Schiene, die Literatur. Die andere Schiene finde ich auch hochinteressant, es sind Diskurse. Hesse wird in Anspruch genommen für ganz aktuelle, jedenfalls im Westen, aktuell geführte Diskurse. Da würde ich gerne wieder auf diesen eben genannten Andrew Begou zurückkommen. Er interpretiert sehr engagiert Siddhartha als einen Roman über die Freiheit sexueller Selbstbestimmung. Also er deutet ihn als einen Roman über Homosexualität. Und ich habe das hier, möchte ich mal zitieren. Er sagt, I read the central struggle of Siddhartha not as a concern with the meaning of existence, but as an illustration of the hollowness of life in which one's true sexuality is suppressed. Also man könnte wirklich sagen, die Begegnung der Kulturen geschieht auch durch die Begegnung unterschiedlicher Diskurse. Es gibt auch aktuelle Überlegungen zu seinen Gedichten, wo Schriftsteller aufgefordert wurden, seine Gedichte als Vorlagen zu nehmen für eigene Texte. Das aktuellste ist natürlich der Band, den ich im Surkamp Verlag jetzt gerade herausgegeben habe, der im Mai diesen Jahres erschienen ist, die Inspiration Hermann Hesse, eine Hommage in Geschichten. Da hatte ich die Idee, was würde denn rauskommen, wenn wir Schriftsteller, ich konnte nur Deutschsprachige ansprechen, wenn wir Schriftsteller und Schriftstellerinnen bitten, sich von Hesse inspirieren zu lassen zu eigenen, überwiegend fiktiven Texten. Und diese Texte sind also alle gerade entstanden. Und auch da ist es interessant zu sehen, worauf beruft man sich denn? Welche Werke sind da im Kanon? Welche werden aufgegriffen? Welche etwas entlegeneren werden hinzugezogen? Auf welche Komponenten wird Bezug genommen? Also ich will jetzt nicht behaupten, es sei eine Renaissance wie der Hesse-Boom in den 60er, 70er Jahren, ganz bestimmt nicht. Aber die Wahrnehmung ist da und die Präsenz ist da auf den unterschiedlichen kulturellen Ebenen.
Das heißt doch, ich meine, Sie würden das nicht in individuellen Rahmen, das ist Hesses Aktualität, würden Sie auch in einem zeitlichen Rahmen, das heißt Literatur Anfang des 20. Jahrhunderts, also die Hesse und andere, also wie Thomas Mann und viele andere, dass eine Aktualität möglich ist, das wurde austaucht irgendwie.
Meinen Sie heute? Heute so aktuell?
Ja, ja, genau. Parallel zu Hesse.
Nein. Also, dass die führenden Schriftsteller sich mit Hesse beschäftigen, ist flächendeckend im Moment, glaube ich, nicht der Fall. Aber wenn Sie einfach mal schauen, zum Beispiel, wer eben in der eben genannten Anthologie vertreten ist, dann sind das alles Schriftsteller, die wir kennen, die auch einen Namen haben, jedenfalls bei uns. Aber die ganz große Rezeption ist so, glaube ich, nicht da. Aber es ist etwas da, ja? Einigen wir uns darauf.
Ja, auf jeden Fall vielen Dank, Dr. Helga Esselborn, für diesen Vortrag und für die Reaktionen und Fragestellungen. Ja, zurück zu Viva.
Ja, herzlichen Dank nochmals, Frau Dr. Esselborn. Mihir?
Yes, thank you,
Ich
Professor
möchte
Esselborn.
mich auch bedanken, auch für das Einspielen der Fotos. Vielen Dank, dass Sie das für mich gemacht haben.
Gerne.
Thank you, Professor Esselborn, for the insightful presentation. Thank you, Professor Thaliat, for the moderation. We would now be moving to the next session. The presenters for this session are Dr. Nirupama Joshi, School of Social Sciences and Languages, VIT Chennai, and Dr. Park Sool, Department of Philosophy, University of Hildesheim. This session will be moderated by Dr. Milind Brahme, Associate Professor, IIT Madras. I would now like to invite Dr. Brahme to introduce the speakers.
Thank you, Mihir. And a big thank you to Meher and Vibha and the entire team at the University of Mumbai, and of course also to the Goethe Institute, the Goethe Society, and the Consulate General for this symposium. And thank you for asking me to moderate this session. I think since morning we have really heard quite a few very insightful talks and views on Hesse and on Siddhartha. I mean, I would just beginning this session, I would like to just take us back to the what Achim Fabisch said about Achtsamkeit being one of the central elements of the narrative of Siddhartha. Then, of course, Professor Kuschel's presentation, and Martin Kempschen and Professor Esselborn, very, very insightful presentations, which on the one hand talk about the influence that quote unquote Hinduism, now I think after Jyoti Sabarwal's question, we have to use quote unquote Hinduism, has had and Buddhism have had on Hesse's thinking and on the writing of the novel Siddhartha, but also very, very clearly pointed out in all these lectures, presentations, how and where Hesse diverges also from the so-called axiomatic Hindu or Vedantic and Buddhist thinking or conventions. I think that was very important to point out, and especially I think also in Martin Kempschen's he brought up the question whether it is necessary for Indians to learn about India from a German novel like Siddhartha. So I think these questions are very important for this session, which in which we will listen to Nirupama Joshi, Dr. Nirupama Joshi, and Dr. Park Sool on Buddhist and Vedantic aspects of Siddhartha. We will begin with Dr. Nirupama Joshi, who is with the School of Social Sciences and Languages at VIT Chennai. And Dr. Joshi has taught at Ferguson College, Pune, and at the Symposium Institute of and MIT Pune. She did her PhD from the Department of German University of Mumbai on an axiological study of the German epic, das Nibelungenlied, and the Indian epic Mahabharata. Areas of research interest are medieval German literature, German Indological studies, Indology, and Indian philosophy. And she has also been a recipient of the DRD and the Pash fellowships. I invite Dr. Nirupama Joshi now to make a presentation on Siddhartha, the essence of Vedanta.
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Brahmi. Yeah, as Brahmi sir has pointed out that we have been hearing since morning about the various aspects or how it is, how Siddhartha is not influenced only by one particular, so to say, religion. I mean, this term is nowadays very problematic, but anyways, we have to use it. Any particular, maybe philosophy we can call it, instead of calling it religion, Christianity or Buddhism or Vedanta philosophy, only by any one of these. So on that background, this is one attempt to see how we can see or relate some Vedantic principles or the philosophy of Vedanta, how it is reflected in Siddhartha. So we would be doing that with the help of some actual text, the Siddhartha, the paragraphs, and some verses from the Upanishads. Okay, I will start my presentation. He already knew how to speak the Om silently, the word of words, to speak it silently into himself by inhaling, to speak it silently out of himself by exhaling, with all the concentration of his soul, the forehead surrounded by the glow of the clear thinking spirit. He already knew to feel Atman in the depths of his being, indestructible, one with the universe. The very opening paragraph of the novel Siddhartha sets the mood of the entire book, which deals with the spiritual quest of an individual. Siddhartha, the intelligent young boy, is in search of the ultimate truth and follows various paths to self-realization. Hesse portrays the entire journey of this self-seeker, and while doing so, he uses various philosophical and spiritual expressions typical to the Indian knowledge systems. Thus, while telling the story of Siddhartha on one hand, he makes readers familiar with many concepts of Vedanta. Vedanta, as the name suggests, constitutes the last part of Vedas, is a term used for Upanishads. The Upanishads are the texts which discuss the essential philosophical questions of life, death, universe, existence, etc. There are many Upanishads created at different points of time. The Upanishads are evolved as systems of knowledge and strive to impart the knowledge about self, referred to as Atman, supreme self, referred to as Brahman, and the world of experience. To get an idea what the Upanishads are all about, we can take the examples of few Upanishads like Kathopanishad, which discusses the questions of life and death. Nachiketa, a young boy, wants to know from Yama, the god of death, the secret of life. Thus, the questions related to immortality, freedom from the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, as well as the knowledge of the Supreme Being, are the topics discussed in Kathopanishad. Taittiriya Upanishad discusses about the nature of the universe, the causal principles of the universe, whereas the Kenopanishad makes inquiry into self by asking questions pertaining to human existence, as what am I, what is my true nature, etc. In short, the Vedanta or Upanishads talk about some fundamental existential questions. It is known that Hermann Hesse is influenced by Indian philosophy. But when one reads through Siddhartha, it becomes evident that how deep this influence was and how the core principles of Vedanta do not remain only at the level of interest or curiosity for Hesse, but how he has internalized them. With the help of few paragraphs from the text, we will see this connect of Siddhartha and Vedanta. The significance of Om for the seeker of ultimate truth is depicted in Siddhartha multiple times and in multiple situations. In the lines I quoted from the very first paragraph of the first chapter of the book, the uttering of Om by Siddhartha appears to be more of an act of practicing an acquired skill rather than he uttering it out of experience of its emancipating power. However, later this Om turns out to be crucial and acts, so to say, as a life changer in the moment when Siddhartha thinks about ending his life. This Om gains so much importance in the novel Siddhartha that one chapter is named as Om. Om is an integral part of the process of Siddhartha's enlightenment. Therefore, it is worth examining what is the relevance and importance of Om in the spiritual process described in the Vedanta. Om is the topic of discussion in the Mandukya Upanishad. This is the part of Atharva Veda and the shortest Upanishad containing only 12 mantras. The first verse or shlok of Mandukya Upanishad is as follows. Om itye dadaksharamidam sarvam tasyopavyakhyanam bhutam bhavat bhavishyaditi sarva monkara eva yachanyat trikalatitam tadapyo onkara eva. When we decode the shloka, it means Om is the akshar or imperishable syllable. Om is the universe, and this is the exposition of Om. The past, the present, and the future, all that was, that is, and that will be, is Om. Likewise, all else that may exist beyond the bounds of time, that too is Om. The shloka says Om is everything in this universe. An inquiry into Om tells us the entirety of the universe. That means whatever was there in the past was Om, whatever exists right now is Om, and everything that can possibly come in the future is also Om. In short, all that what transcends the time, past, present, and future, which is none other than the Brahman, that too is Om. That means whatever is within time is Om, and whatever is beyond time is also Om. It is interesting to see how this idea of timelessness or absence of time along with Om comes in Siddhartha. After leaving behind his miserable city life, Siddhartha finds a new life on the banks of the river. He decides to spend the rest of his life with Vasudeva, the ferryman, along the river. The simple, non-learned Vasudeva appears naive outwardly, but his progress on the spiritual path is not easily comprehensible for the ordinary people. When Siddhartha asks him about his spiritual journey, Vasudeva tells him that he has learned everything by listening to the river and advises Siddhartha also to gain knowledge from the river by listening to her. By observing and meditating on the river, Siddhartha gains spiritual wisdom. Now, when Siddhartha shares with Vasudeva what he has learned from the river, he says that he has understood that time is merely an idea and not a real thing. Siddhartha asks Vasudeva, I quote, "Did you too learn the secret from the river that there is no time?" Vasudeva's face was filled with a bright smile. Yes, Siddhartha, he spoke. It is this what you mean, isn't it? That the river is everywhere at once, at the source and at the mouth, at the waterfall, at the ferry, at the rapids, in the sea, in the mountains, everywhere at once, and that there is only the present time for it, not the shadow of the past, not the shadow of the future. This it is, said Siddhartha. And when I had learned it, I looked at my life, and it was also a river, and the boy Siddhartha was only separated from the man Siddhartha and from the old man Siddhartha by a shadow, not by something real. Also, Siddhartha's previous births were no past, and his death and his return to Brahman was no future. Nothing was, nothing will be. Everything is. Everything has existence and is present. Quote ends. This realization that time is merely a construct is expressed again when the enlightened Siddhartha tells his friend Govinda, I quote, "In deep meditation, there is the possibility to put time out of existence, to see all life which was, is, and will be, as if it was simultaneous, and there everything is good, everything is perfect, everything is Brahman." Paul Deussen writes in his Philosophy of Upanishads that All the thoughts of the Upanishads move around two fundamental ideas. These are one, the Brahman, and two, the Atman. We may take as an example the passages from the Shatapat Brahman or Chandogya Upanishad, whose sole fundamental thought consists in this, that the whole universe is Brahman, Sarvam Kalvidam Brahmam. And the Brahman is the Atman within us, Esha Ma Atma Antar Hridaye. Or in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, truly the Brahman is this Atman, Sava Ayam Atma Brahma. This identity of Brahman and Atman is the fundamental thought of the entire doctrine of the Upanishads. Unity of Brahma Atma Aikyam is the fundamental dogma of Vedanta system. In his enlightened state, Siddhartha experiences the underlying unity or oneness of the entire existence. Hesa describes it as follows, I quote, already he could no longer tell the many voices apart, not the happy ones from the weeping ones, not the ones of children from those of men. They all belong together. The lamentation of yearning and the laughter of the knowledgeable one, the scream of rage and the moaning of dying ones, everything was one. Everything was intertwined and connected, entangled 1,000 times. And everything together, all voices, all goals, all yearning, all suffering, all pleasure, all that was good and evil, all of this together was the world. All of it together was the flow of events, was the music of life. And when Siddhartha was listening attentively to this river, this song of 1,000 voices, when he neither listened to the suffering nor the laughter, when he did not tie his soul to any particular voice and submerged his self into it, but when he heard them all, perceived the whole, the oneness, then the great song of the 1,000 voices consisted of a single word, which was Om, the perfection. This description echoes the verses from the Ishavasyopanishad. Ishavasyopanishad is the end part of Yajurveda. It tells us that there is nothing other than the Brahman. Ishavasyam idam sarvam yat kincha jagatyam jagat. It means all this whatsoever moves on this earth is covered by the self. As Swami Abhedananda puts it in his book Vedanta Philosophy, the fundamental principle of Vedanta philosophy is oneness. Once it is realized, then the life no longer remains suffering. There are various paths to reach that state of overcoming suffering. That ultimate goal is the one, but the paths can vary. The goal is indicated by various names like Nirvana, Mukti, or Atma Sakshatkar, that is enlightenment or self-realization. The paths can be of bhakti, that is devotion, karma, work done with detachment as a service, yoga, controlling the body and the mind, or jnana, that is knowledge. All these paths promise that there is something beyond, which once experienced, attained, or realized can take you beyond suffering. One can reach that highest goal by following any path suitable to one's nature. This is proclaimed very clearly in Rigveda, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. It means that which exists is one, men call it by various names. The Vedantic path of knowledge is the path of inquiring and reasoning. There is no doubt about the existence of supreme reality or the ultimate truth. But why and how to experience that reality are the questions to which Upanishads seek answers. The answer to why is to go beyond suffering, all kinds of suffering, and experience the lasting peace and joy, the bliss. This is the aim of spirituality. And answer to how is according to Vedanta philosophy, if you want to know the truth, do not seek it outside, search within. There alone you will find truth. It is called Atmanubhuti. Thus, realizing self leads to realization of the universe. Boysen puts it as, I quote, Brahman as the unknown that needs to be explained, Atman as the known through which the other unknown finds its explanation. However, Vedanta does not talk about a man's spiritual journey in the context of time and space. That means it neither tells us that one can realize that ultimate truth after death, nor in heaven. The words after and heaven refer to time and space, respectively. On the contrary, it assures us that the ultimate reality or truth can be realized now and here because it exists all the times and is everywhere, indicated with the word Sat. With no reference to time and space, the spiritual journey is a journey from ignorance to knowledge. The following paragraph from the last chapter of Siddhartha proclaims the same truth. It reads, I quote, "The sinner which I am and which you are is a sinner, but in times to come he will be Brahma again. He will reach the Nirvana, will be Buddha, and now see, these times to come are a deception, are only a parable. The sinner is not on his way to become a Buddha. He is not in the process of developing, though our capacity for thinking does not know how else to picture these things. No, within the sinner is now and today already the future Buddha. His future is already all there. You have to worship in him, in you, in everyone, the Buddha, which is coming into being, the possible, the hidden Buddha. The world, my friend Govinda, is not imperfect or in a slow path towards perfection. No, it is perfect in every moment." That ends. This perfection and completeness of the existence is expressed very beautifully in the very famous verse from Ishavasyopanishad. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. It means Om, that is full, this is full. From the full arises. When the full merges into the full, what remains is full indeed. Om, peace, peace, peace. When we decode the verse, it means Om, that Supreme Brahman is infinite, and this conditioned Brahman is infinite. The infinite and conditioned Brahman proceeds from the infinite Supreme Brahman. Then through knowledge, realizing the infinitude of the infinite conditioned Brahman, it remains as the infinite, unconditioned Brahman alone. Om, peace, peace, peace. Govinda sees this inner peace of an enlightened person reflecting on the face of Siddhartha when he meets him at the end. Siddhartha's face resembles to that of Gautam Buddha. Hesa writes, I quote, "On his face flourished the cheerfulness of a knowledge, which is no longer opposed by any will, which knows perfection, which is an agreement with the flow of events, with the current of life, full of sympathy for the pain of others, full of sympathy for the pleasure of others, devoted to the flow, belonging to the oneness." Hesa's Siddhartha is in a true sense a philosophical book, but Hesa presents this philosophy in a story form very beautifully, making it comprehensible for the ordinary readers. Siddhartha, the young man who becomes enlightened, is an example of the lived philosophy of Vedanta, which helps readers understand and believe in the possibility of enlightenment and gives courage to explore the path of self-realization. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nirupama, for that very, very meticulous Neben and Understellung of quotations from the Upanishads as well as excerpts from the novel of Siddhartha, and I think it is quite offensichtlich that there is so much of the Vedanta in Siddhartha. What makes it interesting, leading to Park Sool's presentation after this, is the fact that we heard from, for example, Professor Kushal, Hesse's own quotation that saying Siddhartha ist der Ausdruck meiner Befreiung vom indischen Denken. That is the one quotation of Hesse's that we heard from Professor Kushal, and from Professor Esselborn also we heard, which I am paraphrasing, I think. I didn't get the exact quote, but it was something like, ich muss aufhören dort, das heißt, entweder im Osten oder im Süden, im sonnigen Süden, die Erlösung von Europa zu suchen. So Siddhartha's quest, though very, very heavily influenced, as you have clearly shown, by Vedantic philosophy, is still an individual quest. And in that sense, Siddhartha, the novel, is the result of a modern novelist in Hesse, in a time when, as we heard, there was Buddhism had Hochkonjunktur in in Europe, in a war-ravaged Europe. I think that is an interesting connecting point because Dr. Park Sool from the Department of Philosophy, Uni Hildesheim, will be speaking on Siddhartha and its impact in Korea, necessary Orientalism, or intercultural mediation. So Dr. Park did his MA in philosophy from the University of Munich, has worked as assistant professor of philosophy in the Korean Military Academy. Then he did his PhD at the University of Hildesheim and is currently a lecturer at the LMU in München and a member of the project Histories of Philosophy in a Global Perspective at the Uni Hildesheim. Several publications, very, very interestingly, lots of translations and across languages, I must mention, translating Niklas Luhmann or Wittgenstein, Nietzsche, Novalis, Trakl, Hölderlin into Korean, English to Korean and Korean to German as well. One publication that I would like to mention in 2021 is Philosophie, Geschichtsschreibung und Subjektkonstruktion in Korea, or Historiography of Philosophy and Subject Constitution in Korea. In 22, current year, Paradoxien der Grenzsprache und das Problem der Übersetzung, eine Studie zur Textualität philosophischer Texte und zu historischen Übersetzungsstrategien. So I think looking at having heard Nirupama Joshi, now it would be interesting to see how Dr. Park approaches his topic. Dr. Park Sool.
Hello, good afternoon, guten Tag. Thank you for introduction. Thank you for having me today here. I'm going to continue in English because I asked if I can do this talk in German, but I think this was too short a notice, so I shall try to speak my broken English to do this presentation. My main languages, as you can suppose, German and Korean, but I'll just try my way through this talk. So I was also very surprised that you accepted my abstract at all, because Korea is, of course, a global periphery, and it's a very special subject in the Germanistic studies. Yes, so it may be a very special and also even alien point of view to look at the work of Hermann Hesse and Siddhartha. It is very interesting point of view for you maybe here today, because Siddhartha had a huge impact in Korea. I read an article today in the internet that it was sold 10 million times in Korea, which I don't believe is true. I think that's an exaggeration. I think that maybe several millions of copies in the last years, but it had a huge impact, and it's very interesting because Korea was very Buddhist culture, and in the pre-modern times, Buddhism was the main intellectual discipline in the pre-modern time up to 15th century, at least, and then it changed to Confucian tradition, of course, and it had its own modes of understanding the Indian culture, understanding the life of Siddhartha, understanding the meaning of Buddhism and philosophy and literature and art. And this changes, of course, in the rapid changes in the modernization and globalization starting in the 20th century. So this might be an interesting point to understand the effect of Siddhartha. I'll just start my screen sharing. Where's my... So I'm going to talk about pre-modern Siddhartha narratives in Korea at first, so we can see where it starts actually to reproduce images and narratives about the historical person Siddhartha in Korean pre-modern times. And we'll talk about the first reception of Hesse Siddhartha in the 1920s, which is also the colonial period in Korea. You may know that Korea was under Japanese rule in this time. So it is time of modernization and also a time of colonization where the reception of Siddhartha begins and also has its first impact in the intellectual world. And at a certain point, I will do a very short analysis of the reception strategy based upon the transliteration of Sanskrit names in these translations. So let me begin with the pre-modern Siddhartha narratives in Korea. This is a statue from 6th century Korea. It's not literature at all. I'm going to show you some images to help understanding the context. So this is Siddhartha sitting in a ponderous pose, which is a very famous work in Korea from the 6th century. I think it's Goguryeo or Silla dynasty where it's produced. And this was a very popular kind of artwork at that time. So Siddhartha, in his position as prince, as not have achieved Buddhahood. So he's not Buddha as a saint or even a deity, but he is here as a historical person, as a prince who is pondering upon life and philosophy before he breaks his way to the samanas and to his intellectual journey. So Buddhism reaches Korea actually very early, as early as 3rd century, 4th century, via Chinese translation of Sanskrit sutras. There is this huge translation project in China of translating the Sanskrit sutras, and they reach Korea in classical Chinese. So the Korean scholars were reading and approaching Buddhism in the Chinese language, in Chinese script. And after a while, they have developed a whole bunch of autonomous reception of Siddhartha narrative, not only in artworks like this I show you here, but also in literary works. There are actual literature on the life of Shakyamuni Buddha and the life of Prince Siddhartha, of course, in the following centuries. Most important ones I show you here written by the monk Unmuk in 1328, Deeds of Shakyamuni Buddha. It's a very voluminous work in 2 volumes that depicts the historical person Buddha, not only the Buddha in a religious sense, but also the tales and the anecdotes interwoven with the historical place of India and the intellectual climate of India, which is very interesting at this time point for the Buddhist public. The work on the right side records on life of Shakyamuni Buddha, Sokpo Sangjol, which is written by a king. So the king himself was interested in this kind of literature. He writes this, by the way, the first piece of literature written in Korean script, Hangul. So the first piece of national literature written in the national script in this time is actually about Shakyamuni Buddha, actually about the personal anecdotes and personal dimensions of Siddhartha in a way. So there is a heavy reception and reproduction of Siddhartha narrative in Korea already in the pre-modern sense. So the cultural understanding of Buddhism and especially of Siddhartha is very dominant and very deeply anchored in the Korean intellectual culture. And the question is now, what happens when Siddhartha, written by the German literate Hermann Hesse, comes to Korea at the time point where everything is changing, everything is being modernized and globalized, and Korea is colonized by the Japanese Empire. So this kind of dramatic situation where the traditional philosophical thinking and traditional literature is rapidly changing into a new environment, into a new global context. What happens here? Here I show you the first appearance of Siddhartha translation in 1926. It happens in the journal The Buddhism, Bulgyo, in the issue number 22. The translator is called Yang Gon-shik, but it's actually not the real translator. I will explain it later. This is a partial translation that appears in 8 following issues of in this journal, The Buddhism. It only translates the three Unterkapitel of the first part, der Sohn des Brahmanen bei den Samanas and Gautama, and it actually ends with Gautama, and it does not show the next chapter, das Erwachen. This is very obviously because this is the point in the story where Siddhartha goes away from Gautama Buddha and actually finds enlightenment himself, so which is very problematic in the Buddhist view of things. It's the enlightenment cannot be found outside of the Buddhist Orthodox scenario. So this is maybe the point where too much critique or too much problem was seen in the narrative of Hesse's Siddhartha. So we have this partial translation in the first appearance, and this is indeed a indirect translation. You see, is only 4 years after the original publication in Germany. So we can ask ourselves, how can the Korean literature scene react so fast or so quick on this European literature? And as I know about this time period, there is nobody that is who is capable of reading or even translating complex literature works from German into Korean. So it has to be an indirect translation, whether from the Chinese or from the Japanese translation at that time. I did my homeworks and I found out the second original, so to say, which is a Japanese translation by Mitsuya, 1925. This is the first translation of Siddhartha in Japanese. The title is Siddhartha, so it's kind of a phonetic translation of the German title. I analyze a little bit the text, comparison of the Japanese and the Korean translation. It is really one-to-one translation. So the Korean translator just took the Japanese translation and made his own translation only by substituting the grammatical parts. Korean and Japanese are very close related languages. So this is easily possible, and this was also the basic method of receiving Western literature at that time. You just take a Japanese translation and move it into Korean translation and say you're a translator. This is the very obvious strategy at the time. And the information we see on the first page of this translation is the title, which is very strange. It's called Siddhartha, not Siddhartha. In Korean, it's very well possible to say Siddhartha, which is very accurate, but it's still called Siddhartha, which is a problem for me. I had to look it up why this happens. It's kind of a key element to look at the reception situation here. And the other informations here on the side of the translation comes from Germany. The author is Hermann Hesse, and the translator is Yang Gonshik. So I will do a quick analysis of the Sanskrit names, how they are translated, transliterated also in these two translations, because there we can see the difference between the Japanese translation and the Korean translation, and also about the reception situation and reception context of these two translations. So if you have the term or the name Siddhartha, the Japanese translation will go very phonetically and say Siddhartha, which is very accurately as accurate as it goes in Japanese language. In Korean is Siddhartha, like I said before, and Brahmane is in Japanese Brahmane. In Korean is surprisingly Paramun, which is similar but very wrong, let's say, in a phonetical sense. And Atman is in Japanese Atoman. And in Korean it's Jin-a, which has nothing to do with the Sanskrit term in phonetic level. It is actually a philosophical translation from the Chinese tradition. So the path it takes from the Sanskrit German term to the source language, to the target language, is happening in the Japanese translation directly over the German version. So the way is Sanskrit, German, and Japanese. This changes rapidly in Korean translation, even if it's an indirect translation of the Japanese translation. It goes from Sanskrit, then to Chinese and to Korean. Why is this happening? This is very interesting because this happens in the whole book. All the person names, all the city names, all the philosophical termini, they're all translated this way. The translator always takes the Chinese version of the Sanskrit term. He knows that the Sanskrit term means the Chinese term in this way, and he substitutes them consequently throughout his translation. So whereas the Japanese translation is trying to understand Hermann Hesse Siddhartha as German literature, as contemporary German literature, and to introduce it as such in Japan, the Korean reception is trying to understand Hermann Hesse Siddhartha as Buddhist document. It is a Buddhist narrative written by a German writer, but it is all the way about the Buddhist narrative on the person of Siddhartha. It has been understood as a continuation or an alternate perspective on the matter of Buddhism and the life of Buddha Shakyamuni, which must have been very confusing because it is not about the historical Buddha. It is a literary reconstruction of these themes and these philosophical problems. So it also explains a little bit why the translation is only a partial translation in this first occasion, because maybe the editors of the journal Buddhism understood that it is just a literary vision, not a truthful depiction of historical Buddha. Maybe this is the reason why it stops there, and maybe it's the reason why Korean reception of Siddhartha is much more different in this first phase than the others in East Asia, because it tries to connect and to also mix up the traditional view with the Western view, with the Orientalistic view into one perception. So there is this tension between the exotic Orientalistic vision and the domestic traditional vision on Siddhartha as personality in this occasion. And in Korea, clearly there is some kind of intercultural synthesis. Yes, it comes to a hybridization of these 2 points. So it is at the same time traditional, at the same time it is also modern, it is at the same time sinocentrical, it is at the same time but also Eurocentric. So it's a complex maneuver that is being carried out in this single occasion. I may come to a conclusion now. We just saw the first introduction of Siddhartha to Korea in 1926. We also saw the selective reception strategy of terminology, which indicates that Siddhartha was taken for a realist Buddhist document, not as German literature, and that the translator is trying to balance between Eurocentrism and Sinocentrism, to balance between pre-modern and modern, between Western and Eastern thoughts. This is maybe an important point. And this kind of leads to a weakening of Orientalism, programmed originally into Hermann Hesse's Siddhartha, also programmed into the Japanese program of translating such literature into their own language. So it kind of comes to a Relativierung, another word in English, of the Orientalistic effect fundamentally given in this work. So maybe we have here a case of intercultural hybridization of narratives and terminologies in a translation, in a translative event. And that may be peripheral, strange, but maybe it's a gain for the intercultural view on these processes and works. I think I haven't used too much time, and I'm looking forward maybe for some questions. You can also ask me in German. I will answer in German and English both. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Park, for that quite fascinating account of the journey of Siddhartha into Korea and of the historical Siddhartha via Chinese, and then the novel via Chinese and Japanese. I think it was also quite very, very intriguing that that Erwachen, the chapter Erwachen, is not there in the translation of the novel, and of course the attempt to look at Siddhartha as a Buddhist narrative of Shakyamuni Buddha by a German writer rather than as a novel of a contemporary German novelist. I think we have two presentations, Niruma Joshi and Park Sool, with very interesting takes on Siddhartha. And I would open the floor for questions, for comments, for observations. And I already see Mihir has his hand up.
Yeah, so for my question is directed at Nirupama. First of all, thank you for such a beautiful presentation. I'm a little overwhelmed, so I'll try to keep my comment and question as concise as possible. First of all, a comment. Your reiteration of how time has been depicted in Siddhartha has it reminded me of how time is normally depicted in modern science fiction films, where past, present, and future are like simultaneous, and yeah, they are all, time is like a flat circle. So that was the one comment which I had, one observation. The question was, you tried to explain Siddhartha's understanding of the world using the Vedanta way of thinking. Would that also be a part of the traditional Brahminical Hinduism, as it's called, or is it outside the umbrella of Brahminical Hinduism? And if it is, then can we actually, draw the lines that this, what Siddhartha learns or what he practices can be, brought under the umbrella of Hinduism and this under the Buddhism? Because when I read it, I thought it's like one continuous flow which he goes in. How would you respond to that?
Yes, thank you. First, about the time, the comment which you made, actually that's very interesting to know. In science fiction now the time is depicted in this particular format, so really good point. Then the second question which you have asked, it is related to this Brahminical Hinduism and all that. So actually I would like to just what Herr Kushel in his morning lecture, he said that is Siddhartha is more like a universal religiosa dishto. So it's I think we should not actually rather we should not go by this Brahminical or Brahminical Hinduism and there is some other Hinduism and all that. See, the thing is, if we, as a student of philosophy, Indian philosophy, when you read Siddhartha, like as one book which comes in front of you as a novel by one German author, forget about German author, by any author for that matter, as a text, and as a student of Indian philosophy, how I can relate, like how when I read through this text, I see many references directly linked to the Vedanta or Upanishadic verses. So that can be actually one way of interpreting without knowing Hesse's biographical details or what he says, how he wants to distance himself from Indian religion or any such influences. Without all that, just as a piece of work or a literary text, when we read this Siddhartha, and actually I think that is the beauty and the greatness of this text, that everybody can interpret or understand this text as per his or what would I say, a level of understanding or with his or her prior knowledge. So even like these specific terms, Brahminism, or even for that matter, in the morning we had one question about bhakti, whether it is later on only the bhakti is very prominent, but it is not like earlier in the so-called Brahminism, Vedanta, or Hinduism. There was no space for bhakti. If you read Shankaracharya's Viveka Chudamani or even Gaudapada Karika, all these ancient texts actually, even there you find very clear reference to all bhakti and all these movements. Actually, Shankaracharya is known for this Advaita philosophy, and where knowledge is supreme, so to say. But it does not mean that he excludes bhakti or karma yoga. In his Vivek Chudamani, which is actually the bhashya or commentary on Upanishads, when we read that Vivek Chudamani, you will see that many places Shankaracharya says that the same thing you can approach through bhakti as well as through karma yoga, but he stands for that jnana path. Like as I said in my this fourth rag also, that is there can be various paths, numerous paths to reach that ultimate goal. And I think that is what as a reader, as an Indian reader, I find the beauty or greatness of Siddhartha lies in that okay, fine, it's a maybe he has got many influences from Chinese, and naturally from that Christianity and Chinese and Buddhism and Hinduism, that's fine. But what is the final outcome, what we have in front of us, that is, I think, more important, and that talks clearly about the self-realization or the pursuit of enlightenment of one person. And that is fascinating actually. You go by any path, you reach that destination.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, any other questions or observations? I have one very small observation after listening to Park Sool and to Nirupama Joshi. I was wondering, I mean, I go back to Mihir's question actually, in the sense that maybe Hesse not having been to India is a factor for him to be dealing with this at a level of abstraction. I wonder what would have happened had he come to India in the 1920s with the Indian national movement in full swing, with Gandhi and Ambedkar together, and having seen had he experienced the entire discourse between the two of them, and so on and so forth. But I think it's quite a fascinating topic, and if there are no further questions or observations, are there any? Subbu, yes, please. You're on mute, Subbu.
If at all he had come to India, he would have met the experience that others went through. Gandhi was irrelevant during the freedom movement. It was Tagore who was so important. So I am very sure that Tagore would have held sway, not Gandhi.
Okay, if there are no further questions, then it is just my pleasant duty to thank the speakers very much, Park Sool as well as Nirupama Joshi, for very, very interesting presentations. And of course, to thank the team at Uni Mumbai for having had this symposium, or continuing with this symposium. Thanks very much, and back to you, Mihir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Thank you, Dr. Park Sool, for your unique perspectives. Thank you, Dr. Brahmi, for the excellent moderation. We would now be having a short break, and we will assemble as per schedule at 4:15 p.m. Okay, we'll reassemble at 4:15 p.m. I'm sorry, we'll meet at 4:30 p.m. At 4:30. So see you at 4:30 then. That is when the next session will start.
Hi, Raju.
Hi.
Good to see you virtually.
Yeah. Yeah, very nice. Yeah. I mean, hi, Babu.
Hi, Babu. Where are you? In Delhi or
Lebenszeichen.
Lebenszeichen? Where are you? In Delhi or in Constance?
I think I'm in Delhi. I think.
Babu, I have to now submit a life certificate to the bank that I am alive in order to get my pension.
anyway, you have more certainty you are back in Pune. In Delhi, it would have been different.
You know, and this has to be done in the month of November. So on the 1st of November, I found myself in the branch office with people who were sitting with stakes and they know their daughters and sons accompanying them. And I said, "Main kahan aa gaya?" You know, but that was. But
is your new house, Raju? Is your house now, like constructed, new one? Yeah.
It's an apartment. It's a flat.
It's a flat, yeah. But you newly constructed, like how's life? Tell me.
Very nice.
Yeah, you look so silent, I must tell you.
Pleasant weather, and we have a hill in front of us, and it's wonderful.
Hi, Raju.
Hi, hi, Subbu. How are you?
I'm doing well. Talking about houses, I have purchased a villa in Pondicherry.
Oh wow! Congratulations.
So it's in a very beautiful retirement community.
Okay.
You will have the impression that it's somewhere in the south of France. It's so beautiful. The whole community very
next
clean.
conference we'll have at your villa.
Yeah, sure. Why not? They have 3 guest houses also there.
Do you have a pool?
No. The beach is close by.
But you can swim. You can bathe there. You can swim.
Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, by the way, this life certificate, you can sit at home and order it through the post office.
I know. I can. I heard about it, but
no. What one should do is get the JNU to interview you on video.
On video.
IIT Madras interviews all the retirees on video. You don't have to go. All you have to do is show your Aadhaar card and it's all over.
So you have to prove that you are alive.
Yeah, but this is inevitable. No, you have to do that.
And maybe next year I have some plans to come to Pune.
You were telling me, Babu, to come to the Film Institute and film archives and so on.
Yeah.
Do come.
Anushka and all there. So
Anushka is also in Pune.
She's in Pune. Yeah, she's in Pune.
I thought she and Vaibhav were in Mumbai.
No, I think they are in Pune because Vaibhav is teaching at FTI, the Film Institute. They are in Pune. They have bought a house. They bought a house in Pune.
Okay.
So,
I didn't know that.
Your house is how far is it from these areas? Like near Kharakwas now?
No. We are 3.5 kilometers away from the so-called Chandni Chowk, in the direction of Mulshi.
Okay.
The place called Bhugao.
All right.
And but I mean, one gets used to these things, and I don't have to go to the city every now and then, so it's okay.
I think this your friend like Anil Zangar is teaching somewhere in there.
Who?
Anil Zangar. He is now in there's another institute with film studies and all film.
I met Samar Nakate very briefly at the Ranad Institute, very briefly.
Okay.
You know him. You met him, no?
I think yes, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to meet Anil Jankar one of these days. Let's see. I'm busy.
Here is business as usual.
As usual?
Yeah. Well, still nice because this winter is not that bad. It's not very polluted. Yeah. So, and finally, we got some vacation, like 15 days in.
Yes, I heard. Yes.
Yeah, in January. So I'll be leaving for Kerala on 21st. I took 10 extraordinary leave. 10 extraordinary leave. That's 25 days in Kerala. You know, it's a long break. Rekha was here last month. I think no, early this month. Yeah. She came for that. She translated a work, that who's that? A German author, and Maximum Horn organized one lesson, and yeah. She was here for 3 days. Yeah.
She came to the university, no?
She came to Sender also. Yeah. It was nice.
Raju,
everyone.
Raju, this is my villa.
Wow.
In Pondicherry.
It's so nice.
Yeah.
I'll visit you. In Pondicherry.
We are hardly 2 kilometers away from the beach.
Okay.
And it's a very secluded colony, and you get everything on the house. You don't have to cook at home. And so they have a common dining facility.
All right.
Oh God.
Maintenance is done. They do the maintenance of the house daily. They come sweep, swab, clean up. They have a nursing service. They have a medical service. 24 hours drinking water is supplied directly through the tap. So they have a nice library also. So it's a very quiet place.
Do you teach there, some of the senior citizens in the community?
No. Senior citizens, they have their own activities.
Here in Pune, what you have is a concept like that, in the old people's home, but it's called Athashri. It's also very well maintained. And a cousin of mine lives there, and an aunt of mine also has a flat there, and very well maintained. As you are saying, 24/7 you need to go out.
Yeah.
And,
no, here everything is available, and the rates are also very reasonable. The food is excellent. They serve three meals a day. Per month, we pay 6,000 per head for the food. Only if you eat, only on actuals you have billed. Then for the upkeep and maintenance of the entire house and the surroundings, they are paying 8,000 a month. It's not bad, Within 20,000, we can manage.
Very good.
Raju, Karthik is in Bombay, or where is he? Karthik?
Karthik is in Mumbai. He's finishing his, today is the 14th. No? Tomorrow he'll finish his dubbing and all that for the first 6 episodes. Then we hope to see him.
So that's a film, feature film.
No, it's an Amazon serial.
Okay.
6 episodes, and he's the director.
That's interesting.
Yeah. We will get to see the trailer and all that very soon.
But in Amazon Prime, you can see, no? Amazon Prime, you can see that.
Yeah.
Amazon, yeah. We watched this Netflix series.
Amazon Lite, I think.
Amazon Lite, okay.
Not Amazon Prime.
We watched this Netflix series, brilliant, and they made, mainly based on the history, Spain, Scotland, and all. It's so well made.
Which one you're saying?
There's one Outlander. It's a famous Scottish, and then there are because I'm doing Spanish, so I watched the Spanish series also. Middle Ages.
Do you still go to the Cervantes Institute?
Raju, we are starting C2. I'm in C2 now.
Huh?
Yeah, C2. We are doing C2. First time they introduced C2. And yeah. Do they still,
Come here.
In Pondicherry, they still say Nere Poi, Agosh, and they mix French and Tamil.
So back to business.
Oh, weird.
Is Deepa Gehlot already there? I can't see her.
She would be joining at 5:30.
Yeah. I think it's Shrikant now. Okay. Sorry.
So then should we resume?
Yeah.
So welcome back. I am sure we are all recharged after that short break. And we would be moving to the next session now. The presenters for this next session are Satish Yatin from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Madras, and Dr. Shrikant Tarun Pathak and Dr. Kirisha Amir Tirak, both from the Department of German, University of Mumbai. This session will be moderated by Dr. Rajendra Dengle, former professor from JNU, New Delhi. So I would now request Dr. Dengle to introduce our presenters for this session.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mihir. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah, and thank you so much, Viba and Meher, and thank you, Milind, for summarizing it so beautifully. You did it so well. So I don't need to do that. But I think, because I come from a space as far as Siddhartha is concerned, of a huge Siddhartha euphoria, and then a Siddhartha Müdigkeit, a complete fatigue, because everyone was reading Siddhartha, everyone was talking about Siddhartha in those, I'm talking about the 70s. Anyway, so welcome everybody to this session. It's my great pleasure to introduce to you Satish Yatin, who's a student in the third year at the integrated MA program in English Studies at IIT Madras. He has training in history, philosophy, political science, and linguistics, and his research interests lie in the intersection between literature, popular culture, and identity. And I have been told that he is very passionate about literary studies and that he has submitted a paper, if I remember correctly, Milind telling me, on Rilke. So, Yatin, are you there?
He's there. I think we can't hear him.
There he is.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Yes, you are. So I just introduced you to the august audience, and may I request you to begin with your presentations. You have 20 minutes, as you know, and then we'll have 10 minutes for the questions and observations and so on. So please, Yatin.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Yatin, and I'm really excited to be here. It's been a massive learning experience for me, researching and writing my paper, going through the scholarship on Siddhartha and listening to such distinguished and inspiring scholars. So the title of my paper is called The Individual and the Masses, Reading Hermann Hesse's Siddhartha Through the Prism of Discontent. So just to give you an idea of what I want to say, I'll just read through my abstract quickly. So my abstract goes as such. So this paper, instead of looking at Siddhartha's path towards contentment as a defining feature of analysis, rather seeks to examine the various forms of discontent that plague him through the various eras of his enlightenment, each one definable by the aftermath of particular realizations or occurrences which surface in his journey. Throughout the novel, Hesse's Siddhartha thus moves through various social environments, encountering different people and spiritual teachings, and within the course of these experiences seems to ascend or descend to various levels of enlightened contentment. So Hesse's conceptualization of discontent in his descriptions of the thoughts of Siddhartha, along with his depiction of the incompleteness found in the lives of the ordinary or the childish people, which Siddhartha finds so lacking, holds the key to narratives which shape and are shaped by several ideological impulses in the real world. So initially, I wanted to start my paper by talking about why it's worthwhile looking at Siddhartha through the prism of discontent. So I start off by discussing that section of scholarship which analyzes the novel solely from the point of view of a hero's journey. So there are several papers I found while going through scholarship on Siddhartha, which sort of uses Joseph Campbell's 17 stages of the hero's journey to sort of talk about the different stages in Siddhartha. And my argument is that this sort of looking at Siddhartha as a series of stages or a teleological unfolding towards Siddhartha's ultimate contentment, it detracts attention from the descriptions of discontent in the novel, and it treats discontent merely as an obstacle that is to be resolved, and sort of you move on after resolving it, this sort of discontent, and then you move on towards a higher stage of enlightenment. And I also argue that this mischaracterizes the novel itself. So it's not about a mounting progression towards enlightenment, but it's a much more complex unfolding of knowledge and experience. So I argue that this does value in stopping and looking at the dissatisfaction that Siddhartha experiences and projects. So I then divide the novel into parts based on different phases of Siddhartha's journey. So it's divided on the basis of certain realizations and decisions that he takes. And I also do some close reading of what the dissatisfaction he feels at each stage involves, with some description. So this would involve his initial stage before he leaves home. What is the character of the dissatisfaction that he feels towards the standard Brahmin lifestyle of learning the Vedas and the Upanishads, and what exactly is it that doesn't satisfy him? And then later on in his time with the Samanas, and in his conversation with the Buddha, and then later on in the city, which sort of is an allegory for materialism. So from these descriptions, it's not really time to go into it, but I further developed three main ideas, so which are all closely linked and which I'll sort of come up to later. So one is the dissatisfaction with the teachings and the ways of life of the people that Siddhartha encounters. The second are the characterizations of the childish or the ordinary people, whose lives initially Siddhartha finds so lacking and sort of seems to look on above from a point of view from there. And the last is the dissatisfaction he feels with himself in his quest for authenticity. So then with regards to sort of bring it closer to what the thrust of my paper is about, I will pose some questions with respect to the relationship between individual and society and the masses. So is Siddhartha striving towards the exceptional and his ultimate contentment? Is it dependent on some form or the other of some necessary criticism of the ordinary or the childish people? So even though towards the end, Siddhartha does start to identify with these ordinary childish people, this is as he's looking towards a city into which his son has just disappeared. It's a sort of underemphasized passage of the book, because it's also with such rhetoric towards the childish and the ordinary people. There's also, at the end of the novel, at the peak of his contentment, he is still living on the fringes of societies. Why couldn't he find that same enlightenment within the city itself? So questions like that, are the ordinary painted in negative light? So what can we deduce from this particular representation of individuality and non-conformism? So now, in order to shed more light on these three main ideas which I discussed earlier and try to answer these questions, I want to discuss Nietzsche and Schopenhauer, the two major influences on Hesse and his book. So Siddhartha can be viewed as Hesse's attempt to bring together both the material and the spiritual, criticize the excesses of both, and yet underscore the importance of the two in tandem. There's also a particular synthesis of Nietzschean and Schopenhauerian ideals that Hesse attempts, because Siddhartha can ultimately be read as an Übermensch who forges his own path and creates his own experience in a manner which mirrors the Nietzschean way very closely. So I kind of want to just mention a quote in Nietzsche's Untimely Meditations, which can sort of very almost succinctly summarize what Siddhartha is about, one of the main themes of Siddhartha. So Nietzsche says, nobody can build the bridge for you to walk across the river of life. No one but you yourself alone. There are, to be sure, countless paths and bridges and demigods which would carry you across the river, but only at the cost of yourself. You would pawn yourself and lose. Where does it lead? Don't ask, walk. So in order to go down the progress of my paper, I just want to bring up a very particular misunderstanding of Nietzsche, which is the one which the Nazi parties, the way the Nazi party misinterpreted Nietzsche in order to make that that romantic ideal sort of serve the ideals of the Nazi party. So one of the most famous misunderstandings is of the Übermensch and of Nietzsche's ideas regarding the slave morality and the master morality. So what they got from Nietzsche's writings was that this slave morality must be transcended, and there must be a return to a form of master morality, which smashed previous systems with a sort of might is right approach. And the follower or the creator rather of this morality, of this forceful self-serving form of morality would be the Übermensch. So Nietzsche does not say this, though he disparaged the mentality of the herd. He wanted people to transcend both the master and the slave morality, and to become the creator of a morality which was far more benevolent than what the Nazis assumed. So this mischaracterization, I argue that in Siddhartha, there is just such a place to insert this mischaracterization and sort of take it along to another path, which would relate to modern ideology and narratives, which are 100 years later very different from Hesse's time. So I argue that this mischaracterization is possible in the space where Hesse attempts to combine the ideals of both Nietzsche and Schopenhauer. So Siddhartha towards the end, in his state of contentment, does retain a certain Schopenhauerian world denial in spite of his Nietzschean path towards enlightenment. And while not living in the middle of a community and shunning society, the initial rhetoric of the childish people, which is underscored by Siddhartha's initial attitude towards them, and combined with this mischaracterization of Nietzsche and initially that mindset of the hero's journey in Siddhartha as a sort of mounting path towards progression and enlightenment, this can lead to readings which view Siddhartha as an Übermensch who has strived towards the exceptional while leaving behind the sheep and the herd in the dust. Even though Hesse sort of, that's not the representation of Nietzsche that Hesse shows, because like I said, there is a sort of realization of Siddhartha's, of an identification with the childish or the ordinary people. So right now in today's world, if you actually look up how Siddhartha is popular, it's popular as a self-help book in 2020. And if you look at lists of books that investors and entrepreneurs and big businessmen sort of suggest to budding businessmen and entrepreneurs, Siddhartha almost inevitably shows up on that list. So, Siddhartha is read as a book in which you can sort of maximize your own potential, and it's realized. And as in sort of aspiring entrepreneurial class in the self-help category. So we need to recognize now that the start of this conference is a quote by Paul W. Morris, which says, by the author's own admission, Siddhartha is a story about individuality and self-expression, a quintessential Western tale cloaked in Indian garb and punctuated with a staunch nonconformity that served to cross both generations and cultures. So questions of nonconformity and individuality are very different now in 2022 as they were 100 years ago in Hesse's time. And for example, now nonconformism could be being an anti-vaxxer or being a flat earther or distrusting the media and science. So that level of non-conformity also poses questions in terms of the philosophical field of authenticity and the relationship that the individual needs to retain, but there's a sort of connect that needs to be retained towards the community, how the community shapes the authenticity of the individual. So Charles Taylor's view of philosophy becomes very useful in sort of interpreting these questions. So yeah, a push to non-conformism and authenticity can thus become a far cry from the reading that we would come to if we actually looked at the novel in the light of Hesse's history as an ardent critic of the Nazi regime. The particular discontent that he was trying to portray in sort of novels like Steppenwolf that was spreading rapidly through a rapidly modernizing post-war Europe and other malaises that he saw in the society that he inhabited. So Hesse was very vocally anti-war, and he was a rare voice in a society that surrounded him, which sort of criticized him and critiqued him for his views. And that's a very different kind of non-conformity which people tend to read into Siddhartha today, because those narratives have shifted in terms of non-conformity and individualism. So the original question of discontent over living an authentic life can thus prove to be an extremely valuable tool in understanding our age of unprecedented individualism. Does the requirement to work on oneself and move towards an authentic life also involve a disparagement of those around you who live inauthentically? So what is the required relationship that exists behind the urge to be exceptional and the community around you? So I argue that if this mischaracterization of the narrative, it can be used to serve the ideology of these sort of Superman CEOs, these Ubermensch CEOs and visionaries who can sort of use that narrative and that ideologue to sort of make it a very self-serving thing in much the way that the initial misinterpretation of Nietzsche happened. So we can thus find deep narratives that can feed the ideologies of the individualist entrepreneurial class and the modern alt-right, if misinterpreted and combined with the hero's journey approach, or they can serve as valuable tools to critique them. So the concerns which Hesse wrote about a century ago are still around today. And the novel, I think, is a valuable tool in understanding them and its existence as a discussion and representation of these narratives. Yeah, so that's my paper. Yeah. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Yatin, for a wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed it, really. And glad that you brought in Schopenhauer and Nietzsche and the idea of Übermensch and the level to which Siddhartha has been reduced, you know, this Jonathan Livingston Seagull kind of a thing. But on a serious note, of course, it's about individuation, isn't it? You know, and what happens, you know, earlier we were talking about samsara and nirvana, you know, as how does one transcend this dichotomy? And what happens then after nirvana? I mean, does the person who has experienced nirvana, does he come back and become a teacher of a different kind at the river, taking people from one bank to the other, is the question. But the floor is now open. I'm sure there are questions, observations. The floor is open. Who would like to please raise your hand?
Raju, I have a question to the paper presenter.
Yes,
may I ask?
Please go ahead.
Thanks very much for shifting the focus in this session towards the question of the element of individual versus masses and the element of discontent. Because Siddhartha, essentially, if you link it to it's the moment, the historical moment in when it was written and Hesse was living. Hesse very often, this aspect of his resistance to a certain kind of rise of fascism and the rise of a dictatorship and this whole discontent of the intelligentsia, European intelligentsia with the industrial culture and the kind of conflict that was being created and looking eastwards for solutions. I think this is an element which is very, very important. And the later reception or say the appropriation of the students' movement in Europe and in America specifically of this text as a text of resistance, I think that is something that needs to be. I'm glad it was brought in by the speaker here. The individual vis-a-vis, I mean, Hesse's own life experience as somebody who, it is not just about religion and religiosity, but at that moment he was very seriously, totally disenchanted with what was happening, the war which he had experienced, and later on the life of the text as a text in the 60s by a generation which was against the Vietnam War, which was very, very vociferously, and they appropriated Hesse, and Hesse became a kind of a figure of resistance, of a counterculture in Europe. So I think this is an interesting point, that the shift that the speaker has brought in.
Thank you, Jyoti.
That's just an observation.
Thank you so much, Jyoti. Yeah. Mihir, would you like to ask your question?
Yes, first of all, thank you for this wonderful presentation. I had a comment or an observation when I read through the novel, especially when that part arrives where he himself is imparting his own experiences to his friend Govind. I thought about the same thing, Nietzsche's Übermensch. So that is one thing which I wanted to mention. The other two questions which I have are more of what we call Verständnisfragen. First of all, you, if I understood you correctly, you feel that it's more about Siddhartha's failures, right, rather than the epiphany which he has at the end of his road. So that was my first question, and the second question was, did you mean that Siddhartha is not just a rebel without a cause, that he's just simply rebelling for the sake of rebelling, but he's trying to find his own way? So those are two basic Verständnisfragen which I had. If you could shed light on them, that would be really great.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, Yati, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that Siddhartha is about the failures of Siddhartha himself, but I'm saying that there's a general trend to read Siddhartha as a sort of step-by-step book on how to find your enlightenment, or in a sort of very self-help way, which doesn't take into account the descriptions of discontent in themselves. So that was what your initial question was.
Yes.
With regards to the second one, it's I think there is a part of, like, a sort of universal struggle. It's not necessarily sort of rebel without a cause, but it's something of a more complex process of learning. And when I read Siddhartha, it's ultimately a very the most outstanding theme to me is the pedagogical one in terms of learning and sort of shaping your own experience. And it doesn't. So I don't think there has to be a cause, and that's what I don't see Siddhartha as a rebel without a cause. Yeah.
But would you say that he's a rebel in the first place at all? Because he isn't rebelling against something. He's just trying to find his own path. At least that's the feeling which I got. Just trying to walk the path instead of just reading or listening about what someone else has said about the path, which is what he tells his mentor Gautama. Whatever you say, rather than what you say, what you have done matters more to me, and I would like to experience that firsthand. So would it be right to call him a rebel in the first place?
I don't think I would see him as a rebel as such, because he's not trying to sort of find fault or criticize what these schools of thought are about. So he's not trying to actively supersede them in any way. He's saying, okay, this is not for me, and he sort of moves on along his own path. So in that sense, I would find the word rebel not particularly suitable. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with you. would agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Alexander Phillips, do you have a question?
Yes, hi. First off, thank you very much for that presentation. I really liked the kind of negative framing of the novel around the issue of discontent. And I also really like the way that you situate the novel in terms of a sort of intellectual history that we can trace down from Schopenhauer to Nietzsche, and then all the way down to like the contemporary self-help book. And my question actually has to do with, I mean, you talked about the politics of the Nietzschean Übermensch. You talked about Hesse's criticism then of the Nazi regime. That comes out, I think, more in Steppenwolf, as I recall correctly, where the character, for instance, bemoans the fact that that nobody really seems to want to avoid the next war. But I'm wondering if I could get your thoughts a little bit more on the politics of Siddhartha, especially in its historical context. I mean, the fact that this novel appeared, in 1922, after the experience of failed revolution, during the precarity of the Weimar Republic, and given the fact that, and forgive me, I'm looking at my German edition here, but given the fact that in the dedication, Hermann himself does explicitly index the experience of World War I when he says, seit dem Herbst des Jahres 1914, da die seit kurzem eingebrochene Atemnot der Geistigkeit auch mir plötzlich spürbar wurde.
Right. So, yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So, in terms of answering your question, I would not see Siddhartha as political of a text as, say, Steppenwolf, because it's more like it came at a time of Hesse's very personal, like a time of great personal struggle for Hesse, as well as a time of great political crisis. So I would see that the questions of discontent, they are a little more hazy in Siddhartha than they would be in Steppenwolf, because his painting of society and sort of that material realm in which he enters is not like, it's not overtly political. It can also be dissected through the lenses of Indian philosophy and other such perspectives. So I don't see it as overtly. It can be read as very overtly political, but I think the main thrust of what my argument in terms of the politics of it was just how the questions of nonconformity and individualism have shifted from 100 years ago to now. So that was where the main thrust of the political argument was coming in. So I can't really speak as to what Hesse's intentions were at the time in terms of representing the wasteland of the society that he lived in at the time. But I would say there's great like interpretive meaning and trying to like gain meaning out of like readings which through that lens as well.
Okay. Any other questions? We have time for one more question.
President, may I just ask something, please? Can you see me? I can't see myself, so it's a little funny. I hope I'm visible.
If on the right-hand side, there is a view thing. If you click on that and gallery, you get it.
All right. Okay. So Yatin, thank you so much. It was really interesting, and especially because you spoke on Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, something that is very close to my heart as well. And I, in fact, also have been thinking about the question of individuation in Siddhartha, to get a fresh perspective. And I'm so glad that you called it a self-help. I mean, it is true. Today, it has that status. We are trying to dig out meaning out of this book, but there is something that is it's true, and I'm really glad that you're so honest. I would like you to also talk, when you talk about the Übermensch, and when you talk about about the slave and master morality, I would also like you to then look into the Zarathustra text a little bit and talk about self-overcoming. That will, I think, also strengthen your argument. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Shruti.
Yeah. So self-overcoming, and especially because this is about the self, and there are a lot of instances in the Zarathustrian text where you can then talk about and build your argument there. I somehow did not think about Mensch, because Mensch is for me an open end. And somehow here, Siddhartha, he kind of comes to an end. There's some kind of a conclusion because he becomes a teacher himself. And in fact, he's a very successful teacher. He's a perfect lover. He's a perfect student. He is a very privileged guy throughout, and he chooses asceticism, and then he denies asceticism himself. So it is really all very, it's all very self-initiated. The question whether he's a rebel or not, it is all self-initiated, I feel. And he just wants to, this is kind of a flânerie, I just have this feeling he's just actually just going and seeing, and this the Steilnahmlosigkeit of a flaneur. I see that here, and it's very interesting. He is there, he learns things from Kamala. It's just the art of love. He does not get consumed by her love. He leaves her. He does get consumed by the materialism of Kamaswami though, and he hates himself for that, and that's why he also plunges into the river. But somehow it is some kind of a distanced relation to knowledge attainment, and this is something that I am sometimes a little irritated with, and I cannot myself I cannot come to terms with this attitude, though I think this is very healthy, because it is about overcoming the self and not getting fixed at one, not becoming dogmatic. And yet it is tricky. When does one stop? When does one know that I don't need a teacher anymore? These are certain questions that I was not able to answer myself, following the Nietzschean path, for example. But thank you so much. It was really lovely.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think, Yatin, you please respond, and then I think we'll have to, because we're running out of time. Am I right, Vibha?
Yeah.
Can I just add one?
Something, but then we should continue.
Okay. Yeah, Babu.
Can I just add to that one?
And then Yatin, and then we'll.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the only thing is this combined effect of Nietzsche and Schopenhauer. It's very problematic. Even during the life of Nietzsche, and that was the Wagner's the conflict with Wagner. Because you have to somehow separate Nietzsche from all this, I would say, because he had a very clear confrontation with the kind of even with the Indian philosophy, with Shankara, with this Schopenhauerian flavor, Schopenhauerian perspective of all this, and how the Schopenhauerian society and the Schopenhauerian Nachfolger, the Wagner and all. But then after Nietzsche's life, it again surfaced with the combined Nietzsche and Schopenhauer with Thomas Mann and many others. So, and particularly the Thomas Mann, that decadence, that factum of decadence, how he highlights in his works. I wonder, like in Hesse's case, again, back to this nexus of Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, which I find very problematic. There's a clear break, from Schopenhauer to Nietzsche, and how that reflected in Hesse. And I think Nietzsche wouldn't agree with Hesse in that. That's my understanding.
Yeah, Yatin, please respond to both the observations and.
Right. I don't think I have the required depth of Nietzsche and Schopenhauer to actually comment on that. So that way, I think I'll be very humble and take that as an observation rather than a question.
May I respond to Babu? Babu, you know what? At one place, Hesse himself writes that he was reading Nietzsche and then he took up Schopenhauer, and somehow Schopenhauer stayed on. So that's the connection that Hesse himself makes in one of his letters. So that's the connection then. I think it wouldn't be wrong to draw this connection.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Yeah, thanks.
Well, thank you, everybody. And thank you, Yatin, for a wonderful presentation, and everybody who asked questions and made observations and so on and contributed to this discussion. So thank you so much once again. So we move on to the next presentation, and may I introduce Dr. Shrikant Pathak, who doesn't need any introduction because he's a colleague from the Department of German in Mumbai University, assistant professor, research guide for PhD, did his PhD from the University of Werchter in Germany in the field of metafiction, hyperreality, and stylistic imitation in contemporary German literature. Completed his MA and MPhil in German from the University of Pune. He has taught German language, contemporary German literature, and technical and literary translation at the bachelor's and master's level, etc., etc., etc. Lots of things to say about Shrikant. Currently, he is involved in translating a renowned German novel into Marathi. it's a mystery which novel it is. But I'm told that he's now going to talk about the reception of Siddhartha in Marathi, the different versions that he has come across. And I really we all look forward to your presentation. Shrikant, please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Dengre, for your kind words. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
So I would be now taking all of us to a different plane from Nietzsche and Schopenhauer to basically to the realm of translation. So the topic is Siddhartha, an Indian novel in translation, contemporary Marathi versions of Hermann Hesse's novel. Yeah, thank you, Juhi, for presenting the PowerPoint. The presence of 4 Marathi translations of Hermann Hesse's Siddhartha in the market only underlines the interest of the Marathi readers in this philosophical novel. However, it would create the following doubt in the minds of any student of translation. How can there be 4 translations coexisting peacefully at the same time? Among all the 4 versions, the Bhavanuvad by Trambak Vinayak Sardeshmukh can be considered as the oldest one. According to the translator's note, Sardeshmukh read the novel in English, and as it was serially published in the Illustrated Weekly of India, and started translating the novel into Marathi in the 1950-51. In the year 1950-51. The note also mentions that he did this to cope better with a personal crisis of a personal nature. This version was published only in 2003, that is about 50 years after it was translated. A translator's note is missing in the version by Dr. Kamlesh Soman and Srinivas Ramchandra Vaidya. Hereafter, I would only call it as Soman's version. That was published in the year 2016. Avinash Tadfade's Anuvad was published by Hermann Hesse Society of India in the year 2017. The text has been translated from English from the Gutenberg edition translated by Günter Olesch and others. Ulka Raut's Anuvad, published in the year 2021, can be considered as the most recent one in the list. As a translator's note is missing in Raut's version, only the following information could be gathered. It has been translated from the English version provided by the publisher. It would be immaterial to directly compare the translations with the German text, as there are intermediary English versions between the Marathi text and what we could call the proto-original German text. Hence, although close reading is applied in this paper, there is no close comparison with the original. Though we would go back to the original occasionally to discuss certain things. As all 4 translations are translations from similar text, it is also not possible to avoid the feeling that the newer 3 texts borrow certain items from the older text, older version. However, there is no way to substantiate this, and that approach will also be avoided in the paper. All 4 Marathi versions have an image of Gautam Buddha on the cover page, as you may have already seen. Although Siddhartha, the main character of the novel, and Gautam Buddha, the enlightened one, are 2 distinct characters, and Buddha is present in the novel as a character in one of the chapters. Now, we have seen certain other perspectives today, so obviously one can even see the novel and Siddhartha and Gautam Buddha from a different perspective. But what it can also be attributed to is creative marketing by the publishers, or it can be seen as an interpretation that Siddhartha and his journey symbolize the path that needs to be taken to attain enlightenment. Or we have seen a contra perspective today already in the paper, in a previous paper. One sees noticeable differences in the versions from the very first chapter, their zone, des Brahmanan. It is almost as if there are different Siddharthas in various versions. The discontent in Siddhartha's mind is initially not intense in Soman's version. Siddhartha, quote, Siddhartha matra स्वतःच्या आयुष्याबद्दल फारसा समाधानी नव्हता. In comparison with Raut's version, where he was never at ease in his mind. He was sad and discontented inside. Quote, Siddhartha आनंद वाटणारा मनोमनी दुःखी होता. And पण तो मनातून कायम अस्वस्थ असायचा. The discontent in Siddhartha's mind in Tadphaye's version is accompanied with disinterest and unhappiness. Quote, पण तो स्वतः मात्र अत्यंत अस्वस्थ होता. त्याचे मन कशातच लागत नसे. त्याचे मन अशांत होते. Sardeshmukh's version is more poetic in its description. Siddhartha स्वतः सुखाला पारखा होता. The feeling of not being satiated and dissatisfaction in his mind are compared with weeds that have taken roots at an unwanted place. Quote, अतृप्तीची व असमाधानाची बीज आपल्यात मूळ धरून राहिली आहेत याची सिद्धार्थाला जाणीव होऊ लागली. Quote complete. Similarly, the concept of Atman, which is present in Raut's and Tadphaye's version, has been replaced with Atma in Soman's text. The readers can connect Atma later to Mahatma in Soman's text, referring to one who is enlightened with knowledge. Tadphaye's text also uses the word Mahatma to refer to what Siddhartha's parents want him to become, and then later the word refers to Gautam Buddha. Sardeshmukh's text does not talk about Atman, rather it interprets it as Paramatma. Minor departures from the original. At this point, I would not get too much into the philosophical concepts because probably there are experts who have already discussed some things and it would be maybe out of place, or I would be venturing into an unknown domain when I do that. So I would rather stick to the translation related aspects. Minor departures from the original may be the translator's interpretations or variations in the source text. Example, the Samanas who are referred to as sannyasi in Raut's version, Shraman Sarva Parityag Kelele Sannyasi, are naked, vastrahin deha, and their faces look angry, ragit. In Sardeshmukh's version, they are called Shramana, and they are being bhatke bairagi. Likewise, they are naked, slim, resembling emaciated wolves, and have wounds on their shoulders. Nagna pray sadi manavi srishtitle rodavlele kollets. Whereas in Soman's version, they are called sadhus and sadhaka, and also described as pilgrims or tirthayatri, clothed with the bare minimum lajja rakshana purtits vastre. Tadphaye's version initially explains in a footnote that Saman is not a distortion of the Marathi word Shraman, but a word from Pali language used here. The text explains that they are sadhus of the Saman community on pilgrimage, and the Samanas in Tadphaye's version are adorned with loincloths, langot. Siddhartha's decision to go and stay with the Samana is crucial to the plot. He seeks permission from his father. In Raut's version, he tells his father that he is sure his father would not oppose him. मी संन्यासी होण्याचा निर्णय घेतला असून आपण विरोध करणार नाही अशी मला खात्री आहे. This is in contrast to Soman's Siddhartha's overt request for permission. कृपा करून तुम्ही मला अनुमती द्या. In Tadfade's version, Siddhartha anticipates that he would be stopped, and so he requests his father not to stop him. Krupa karun mala thambvu naka. In Deshmukh's version, he has come to inform his father of the decision and to find out whether he would object to it. So he seeks a kind of no objection. हे तुमच्या कानी घालावं म्हणून आलो. तुमचा विरोध नाही ना. Thus, 4 different Siddharthas are created by the respective narrators in the novels through differences in their states of mind, choice of words, actions, and perspectives. The third-person narrators in the respective versions also take the reader's linguistic ability into consideration while narrating. For example, shloka from Upanishads are given in Sanskrit in Deshmukh's version without much explanation. This is the version which was written much prior to the other 3 versions, assuming the reader would be well versed with Sanskrit and be aware of these shlokas. Tadfade's narrator explains the meaning of the shlok in Marathi without actually quoting the shlok, thus in a nuanced manner acknowledging that they are in a different language, yet anticipating that the readers would hardly have any knowledge of Sanskrit. Whereas Raut's and Soman's narrators give us the shlok directly in Marathi. So they disregard the case that the shlok are not originally in Marathi. Not only does Deshmukh's version presuppose the knowledge of Sanskrit from the readers, certain words are used which may be considered as very specific cultural practices. Example, when Siddhartha's father is going for a holy bath in the morning, he says, "माझी नदीवर संध्येसाठी जाण्याची वेळ झाली आहे." It is time to go to the river to perform sandhya, thus referring to sandhya, the practice of morning and evening adorations performed after the holy bath. Similarly, one finds several words in the text that do exist in Marathi but are rarely used in today's parod. For example, Manisha, Avnat Drushti, Tapasi Tarun, Uday Pavla, Aniket. The usage of such words is limited today to names of people. Some other articles and concepts used here are also no longer used, giving the text a sense of belonging to antiquity. This includes pieces of clothing like dhotar and uparna, jewelry like kankana, modes of travel like mena, and the word dravya used for money. Another striking difference from the other 3 versions is the use of formal you to me by Kamala while addressing Siddhartha, and the informal you by Siddhartha while addressing Kamala throughout the chapter. This may be a custom in the 1950s when the text was translated. In the German version, both use the informal du from their very first interaction. The characters, so this was something about Deshmukh's version. The characters in Soman's version are very verbal. Even their emotions and thoughts are out into words and in the text. When the father grants him permission, for example, the father's thoughts after coming to know his son's decision to go and stay with the Samanas are overtly present in the text. Quote, "काय करू मी? या वेड्या मुलाला मी कसे समजावू?" Quote complete. The father wonders what he should do and how he should convince this crazy young man. Even when the father accepts the decision and decides to grant permission to Siddhartha, a lot of things are changed by him. A lot of things are said by him. Quote, "ठीक आहे, तुझा निर्णय जसा असेल तसा असेल. अर्थात मी तुला अनुमती कोण देणार? जन्माच्या वेळीच नाळ तुटली होती, पण ती आमच्या परीने जपली होती. हे धागे तोडून तू आपल्या प्रवासाला निघतो आहेस. बेटा, हा आत्मशोधाचा प्रवास खूप खडतर आहे." Quote complete. "It's okay. It's your decision. Who am I to grant you permission?" And so on. This monologue by the father extends to almost a page. This gives an impression of an immature Siddhartha with a father who already knows what would come. Quote, खरे तर तुझ्या शोधात चालला आहेस ते तुझ्या जवळच आहे, पण ते शोधायला मात्र तू घराबाहेर पडत आहेस. एक गोष्ट खरी की यातूनच तुला सुज्ञता येणार आहे आणि परिपक्वताही. Quote complete. He tells him at the outset that what he is looking for is already with him, and that he would be wiser and more mature through this exercise. The translators, in my opinion, are being unfair to Siddhartha if all this is an addition on their part. The father further instructs the son on how and what he should learn and asks him to seek blessings, Ashirvad, of his mother, and he informs Siddhartha that he has already blessed him. Tears well up in Soman's version, tears well up in Siddhartha's eyes on listening to all what is said, and the father is also holding back tears. The adieu bid by the mother is likewise teary-eyed, giving the whole read a rather dubious, trivial tone, in my subjective opinion. In the literary translation, it is not prudent to give away what one knows as a translator. Things should unfold for the reader in the same way as they unfold in the source text, in a manner similar to telling a joke, in which the punchline may get punctured if one divulges some information at the wrong moment. One must not give away in a literary translation what needs to unravel over the course of narration.
Shrikant, may I interrupt you? Just slowly begin to wrap up.
Yes, definitely. In my opinion, not only does Soman's version expose too much at the wrong moments through interpretative styles of narration, but it also loses its serious tones by using unnecessary dialogues for such interpretation. There are some more passages which I would skip because we are falling short of time, but this melodrama continues in the novel, and Siddhartha, there is a point where Govinda is crying or somebody else is crying, and Soman's version loses its authenticity as the style of language is not fitting to the narrated time. So there is also an instance where Gautam Buddha and his remarks do not sound very authentic. The interjection array used by the enlightened one here is problematic in my opinion. The style used is colloquial, spoken Marathi of the contemporary times. So the various interjections and modal particles used give a lighter tone to the text. So on the one hand, one might identify with the characters but due to this change in parole, but on the other, it gives a sense of inauthenticity to the text. One can also see the same in the concept of Entzelbstum. So different versions have different ways of how they deal with this concept. Also, the bird is an egret in the three versions, whereas in Sardeshmukh's version, we have Crouch Pakshi, which could be a flamingo, swan, or a crane. The way Gautam Buddha is referred to is also very different, so that can also be compared here. And at some point, there is also a very creative play with bhet dene, which can mean to visit somebody or to present something to someone. The last point which I would like to mention here is the musical rhythm in the German original text. The beginning of the novel is an example of this. The musicality is achieved by making longer sentences, giving additional information in apposition, and which is roughly of equal length, and certain words and phrases are repeated. So besides that, there is an aesthetic appeal to such repetition and a musicality. The Marathi versions do not have this musicality, and one of the reasons could be that it is a retranslation that is translation of English versions into Marathi. So that musicality has been lost. So coming to the conclusion, last minute, Sir Deshmukh's version, which comes into being in the 1950s, offers a sense of distance, of presenting the exotic, the unknown, which the readers can unravel. Some of this is due to the difference in its parlance. However, it alienates today's readers with its Sanskrit shlok and the lack of explanation for words that are unknown today. Ulka Raut's version and Avinash Tadfare's version strike a balance through their parole. The words are just exotic and familiar enough to retain the interest of the readers. Exotic in quotes. Both these texts do not reveal more than what is needed, making it a process of discovery for the readers. Lastly, Soman's version can be seen as an interpretation of the novel rather than the translation, due to presence of many additional passages, dialogues, due to the colloquial style of communication of the characters. To conclude, I would say 4 different versions of Siddhartha can coexist because of the interpretative nature of the philosophical material in the novel. The novel is Siddhartha's journey. Each one of these novels takes the readers on a journey, each journey being distinct from each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shrikant, for your very interesting presentation. I was not aware that Tremi Sardeshmukh, of course, and you seem to say that, Sardeshmukh's translation is perhaps, quote unquote, the best. Am I right?
Yes, definitely, in a way, but there are certain things which, with respect to today's time, I mean, every Marathi reader may not know enough Sanskrit or any Sanskrit at all for that matter, and may not understand what is given in the shlok. So in that sense, there are certain things which have become, I would not say outdated, but which have become unknown in 50 years time.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the floor is open, ladies and gentlemen. Any questions, suggestions, observations? Yeah, Vibha, please go ahead.
I think Professor Annakutti wanted to say something.
Professor Annakutti, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Annakutti, good to see you.
Yeah, yes. I'm very happy that Katak, our colleague Katak, has brought this analysis of various translations in the same language. I'm very glad about it. I would even propose to my colleague Vibha Surana and Meher, let's have a follow-up of Siddhartha 100 years by conducting a, let's say, workshop on translations, and perhaps we could even think of translating from the original, comparing the other versions. I think if it is possible, it's my humble proposal. Thank you so much. You have done it so well, because I am also referring to this reception in my panel. That is why. Thank you.
Thank you, Annakutti.
Thank you. Seeing you all.
If I may mention, I think one of the translators, at least he was going to be present, Mr. Avinash Tadfare.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether he's there. He was going to attend the session.
Yeah, Vibha.
Yeah, hi. Shall I introduce the speaker?
Just a second. If we have just briefly, if you could tell us, you said that one of the texts uses Sanskrit a lot, and it presupposes that the reader knows Sanskrit. So in what manner, if you can just give one example, and that's all.
Like there are shloka from Upanishad which come without any explanation of what that shlok is or any direct translation. So that is how then one should know what that shlok is to read it in read the novel in Marathi. So there, I think in today's times, if one doesn't know Sanskrit, it would be like a block where one doesn't understand anything. And the other novels deal with it in a different manner. So one of the novels says that the shlok means the following and then tells the meaning in Marathi. So there it is assuming that the shlok is in Sanskrit, but you wouldn't know as a reader maybe the Sanskrit shlok. So directly the narrator is telling us the meaning in Marathi. That is in Tadfare's version. And the other two versions, it is just directly the Marathi text as the shlok. So there is a difference in that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just one thing, because I think we still have maybe half a minute. You were saying about the translator's preface, is there anything interesting in that? The position of the translator as towards Siddhartha and Hesse, how they understand? As students of literature, we would like to know that, no?
Yeah, two of the versions don't have any translator's note, so that is a little bit sad that it's a translation, but a translator's note is missing. In fact, one of the covers doesn't even mention the names of the translator. The cover doesn't. It is on the inside. So that I feel a little sad. But then Sardeshmukh and Tadfare's versions have a translator's note. But it doesn't get too much into the process of translation, except the interesting fact in Sardeshmukh, which I already mentioned, that he was going through some personal crisis, and that is where he started translating this novel to deal with the crisis. And there is some similarity with Hermann Hesse in that sense.
Well, thank you so much. So we come to the end of this part of the session. And thank you so much. Back to you, Vibha.
I would like to intervene here. The presentation by Dr. Grisha Tirak, which would now follow, will also be moderated and commented by Deepa Gehlot, who is a film critic, columnist, editor, blogger, author, and curator, and who has written herself extensively on cinema, theater, arts, women's issues, and has several publications to her credit. She has also co-authored the book The Prithviwalas along with the noted actor Shashi Kapoor, who has played the role of Siddhartha in the film adaptation directed by Conrad Rooks. So, Grisha, over to you.
May I introduce Grisha first before she starts speaking?
Yes.
Yeah, so Dr. Grisha Ameya Tilak is the assistant professor at the Department of German, University of Mumbai. Her areas of specialization are European cultural history, German literature, and didactics and film studies. Her topic for PhD has been German and Marathi. I think I don't get the German word, but I think the poetry comparison of the spiritual or religious poetry of Salesius and Tukaram, and which has also been published. And she has been actively involved in the Marathi language teaching project and has contributed to the publications for the same. And she has been awarded. And now this prize, Girisha, you will have to say because I can't pronounce the German term. And you will be talking about Siddhartha in book and film, which I think is a very exciting thing to talk about, mainly because of the controversy that was created when the book and the film particularly came out. Over to you.
Thank you, Deepa ma'am. Thank you for the nice introduction. I would not go into details of the prize right now. Maybe I would start with my paper. And my paper today is Siddhartha's portrayal in book and film. I will be presenting my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I start. Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. This book has inspired generations of readers, writers, thinkers, as well as filmmaker Conrad Rooks. It is a story of a wealthy Indian Brahmin who gives up a life of privilege to seek spiritual fulfillment. It illustrates a sense of oneness and journey through body, mind, and spirit. The paper aims to analyze this narrative by Hermann Hesse in his book Siddhartha and by Konrad Brooks in his film Siddhartha. The focus is on analyzing the three plots of the narrative. Of course, there are many instances which one can analyze in the film. I have selected the ones which narrate the plot. So, the first three chapters describe Siddhartha's experiences in the land of spirit and ends with the interlude Awakening, in which Siddhartha is awakened with the idea that he is spiritually unattached and must seek a new path. In Siddhartha, this call is internal. Something inside Siddhartha is telling him that his current mode of existence is unacceptable and that spiritual awakening needs to be found elsewhere, outside his hometown. Hermann Hesse narrates this conversation of Siddhartha seeking permission from his father, wherein the father makes Siddhartha aware of how things could be, and Siddhartha is steadfast about his belief and wants to go on his journey. Hence, in the book, he replies with affirmative sentences. I quote, Siddhartha, he spoke. What are you waiting for? You know what. Will you always stand that way and wait until it becomes morning, noon, and evening? I will stand and wait. You will become tired, Siddhartha. I will become tired. You will fall asleep, Siddhartha. I will not fall asleep. You will die, Siddhartha. I will die. Now I would like to present the scene from the film itself. Is my screen visible with the film shot?
Yes, we can see the clip.
Is there audio?
No, we can't hear it.
So yeah, we can't hear the audio. If
You have to share the video with the audio, like to click on the audio.
while sharing the screen, you will have to say share sound.
Sound, share sound.
Kirisha, stop sharing the screen and reshare.
Okay.
And there you will get the option of share computer sound.
Okay. Now,
Will you go on standing day and night waiting for my permission? I will stand and wait. You will grow tired, Siddhartha. Will I grow tired? You will fall asleep. Will I fall asleep? Do you want to die? Do I want to die?
was it audible now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So in film, on the other hand, the conversation is simple and precise. The short river shot depicts Siddhartha's introspection. Here, his father is making him aware of the situation, and Siddhartha is aware of what his actual call is, but is shown to be contemplating. So he is asking questions, will I die or will I become tired? So it is not I will become tired. So in my opinion, the character of Siddhartha has more clarity in the book than in the film. Later on in the book, Siddhartha walks away from Govinda. He realizes that he is embarking on a new stage of life. He has walked away from all his teachers, even Buddha, because they cannot teach the nature of self. Siddhartha decides to learn from himself alone. I quote, "How deaf and stupid have I been?" he thought, walking swiftly along. When someone reads the text, wants to discover its meaning, he will not scorn the symbols and letters and call them deception, coincidence, and worthless hull. But he will read them. He will study and love them letter by letter. But I, who wanted to read the book of the world and the book of my own being, I have, for the sake of meaning I had anticipated before I read, scorned the symbols and letters. I called the visible world a deception, called my eyes and my tongue coincidental and worthless forms without substance. No, this is over. I have awakened. I have indeed awakened and have not been born before this very day. I would like to present the same scene from the film now.
I wanted to know the book of the world and the book of my own nature. I missed the sign. I thought the world of appearances was the truth. But I was wrong. It's my own eyes and my own mouth that I could not understand. I could not understand myself. Anyway, that's all over. I've awakened. I'm awake. I've been born today.
So, in the film, the steady camera shows Siddhartha walking towards the water and then shifting the focus on Siddhartha to show his realization. This awakening is shown from the camera perspective of bottom view from behind. The immediate song selection of Bengali song Pather Klanti Bhule by Hemant Kumar Mukhopadhyay sets the awakening tone to peace and happiness. The thoughts which are worded by Hesse are conveyed in an equally powerful way by camera, especially the awakening shot. As he walks, Siddhartha sees his surroundings as real and beautiful, rather than an illusion that causes suffering. For the first time, Siddhartha is experiencing the world on its own terms, rather than scorning what it has to teach him. This is his awakening. In the next 3 chapters, Siddhartha experiences the land of senses and of corporal pleasure. Siddhartha lives a life of deprivation with the samanas and then lives a life of material and sexual pleasure. This second group of chapters is followed by interlude by the river, which serves to consolidate the experiences just past and prepare Siddhartha for those to come. The next instance, which I would like to present, where Siddhartha makes Kamaswami realize his mistakes. I quote, "Would you please not kid me with such jokes? What I have learned from you is how much a basket of fish costs and how much interest may be charged on loaned money. These are your areas of expertise. I haven't learned to think from you. My dear Kamaswami, you ought to be the one seeking to learn from me." I present the scene from the film.
Everything. Please, my friend, don't make jokes like that. I have learned from you how much a basket of fish costs, how much one can claim for lending monies. That is the extent of your knowledge, Kamaswami. But I did not learn how to think from you. It is better if you learn that from me.
For this shot, the filmmaker has selected the meal time for Kamaswami to vent out his frustration on Siddhartha, that he has learned everything from him, and in return, Siddhartha replies sternly that Kamaswami should instead learn thinking from him. The shot begins with the camera tilting up from Kamaswami's back, and Siddhartha is visible having a meal. In this reaction shot, Kamaswami's realization of truth can be noticed. The expression in his eyes changes from anger to guilt. The scene is really well directed and has a similar effect to what reader senses while reading the book. Further selection of the scene is where Kamala and Siddhartha are talking about love. I quote, "It might very well be so," Siddhartha said shyly. "I am like you. You also do not love. How else could you practice love as a craft? Perhaps people of our kind can't love. The childlike people can. That's their secret." I would present the same scene from the film.
You don't really love me. You love no one. Isn't that the truth?
Maybe I am like you. You cannot love either. Otherwise, how could you practice love as an art? No, Kamala. We cannot love. Ordinary people can. That's their secret.
The scene zooms out from the top view to show the couple in bed where they are talking about love. They notice that they share this special bond and distance from the normal ups and downs of life. They can never truly love each other the way other people do. The scene becomes impactful when camera cuts to close-up of Kamala. Lastly, for this section of plot, the scene selected is Siddhartha trying to drown himself. I quote, "Cheerfully, he looked into the rushing river. Never before he had should it be liked or felt water so well as this one. Never before he had perceived the voice and the parable of the moving water thus strongly and beautifully. It seemed to him as if the river had something special to tell him, something he did not know yet, which was still awaiting him. In this river, Siddhartha had intended to drown himself. In it, the old, tired, desperate Siddhartha had drowned today. But the new Siddhartha felt a deep love for this rushing water and decided for himself not to leave it very soon." I would like to present the scene. The text by Hesse mentions the positive perspective of Siddhartha looking at the river and learning from it. In the film, no cheerfulness is visible in the scene. Instead, he feels sick of his life and wants to get out of the cage. He removes his ornaments and he does not feel any positivity. I see it only as the old, desperate Siddhartha letting himself drown. Also, when he is seen alive in the next scene on the banks of the river, the serenity or the peace is not visible in the white. This is the next scene. The final three chapters are concerned with working towards a synthesis of spiritual and the sensual, which is achieved in the final chapter Om. Siddhartha is completed with a final chapter which illustrates the totality of Siddhartha's accrued thinking and experiences. I have selected here the scene where the text narrates about Siddhartha if he has achieved peace. I quote, "You have achieved it," she asked. "You have found peace." He smiled and placed his hand on hers. "I'm seeing it," she said. "I'm seeing it. I too will find peace." "You have found it," Siddhartha spoke in a whisper. Kamala never stopped looking into his eyes. She thought about her pilgrimage to Gautama, which wanted to take in order to see the face of the perfected one, to breathe his peace. And she thought that she had now found him in his place, and that it was good, just as good as if she had seen the other one. The same scene from the film.
Have you attained it? Have you found peace? Yes, I see it. I will also find peace.
Kamala, you have already found peace.
The text narrates Kamala asking Siddhartha if he has achieved peace, and he tells her just before her last breath that she has found it. In the film, on the other hand, the short reverse shot depicts the conversation between the two, and Siddhartha tells her she has found peace immediately after she passes away. The viewer gets the impression that Kamala has found peace after death, whereas in book it suggests that she has already found it, and Siddhartha wants her to be aware of the same. I move to my last instance, and I quote, "Do you hear?" Vasudeva's gaze asked again. Brightly, Vasudeva's smile was shining, floating radiantly over all the wrinkles of his old face, as the Om was floating in the air over all the voices of the river. Brightly his smile was shining when he looked at his friend, and brightly the same smile was now starting to shine on Siddhartha's face as well. His wound was blossomed, his suffering was shining, his self had flown into oneness. I will share the seed.
Siddhartha, we have traveled a long way on this river. I'm old now. I can't work anymore. Now it's time for me to go. But we will meet again. And remember, nothing remains the same. Everything changes. And everything returns.
একুল ভেঙে অকুল তুমি গড়ো যার একুল অকুল দুকুল গেল তার লাগি কি করো আমায় ভাবছো মিছেই পর তোমার নাই কি অবসর আমায় ভাবছো মিছেই পর তোমার নাই কি অবসর সুখ দুঃখের কথা কিছু কইলে না হয় আমারে বলো কোথায় তোমার দেশ তোমার নেই কি চলার শেষ ও নদীরে একটি কথা শুধাই শুধু তোমারে বলো কোথায় তোমার দেশ।
In the novel version, one can read that Siddhartha now understands childlike people because he has learned what love is, knows how it feels when tormented by love, especially for his son. He describes all his thoughts and sorrows to his friend Vasudeva. Then they meditate by river and listen to the river. They hear all the voices that together form Om. Vasudeva then shares that it is time for him to go. On the contrary, in the film, one can see that both friends ferry people across the river for some time. Then Vasudeva goes away. Siddhartha then sees images from the past of his father, Kamala, and his son dissolve in the ripples of the river. In this situation, one can see that in the book, both friends talk more, their relationship appears to be solid than in the film. I conclude, Hesse also consciously employs certain mechanisms of style to exemplify Siddhartha's inner state throughout the novel. He uses a characteristic triple rhythm, each of the three stages of Siddhartha's life reflective of the three realms of experiences, comprise an endless series of three-beat actional patterns. This paper has tried to focus on these aspects and analyze in film and book by selecting these few instances from both. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Tilak. A lot of people here, at least the younger ones, may not have seen the film in its entirety and probably wouldn't remember what a controversy it had created when it had released, mainly because of Simi's topless scene, which was heavily censored, obviously. And then there was a court case and the film was banned, and but the photograph had become a kind of a poster for Indian eroticism, which was completely off track as far as the book is concerned. Dr. Tilak, do you think that that the film was made for the Western eye, and because most Indian critics and for the book and for the film seem to have found it too cliched or too lightweight or too exotic. You think it was not meant for an Indian reader or Indian audience?
I would say that it is meant for the Western audience, but the Indian perspective or the Indian counterpart, the audience, they can surely relate themselves because of the casting and the locations and everything. So beautiful rivers, scene. They can identify themselves with the music which is used in the film, and of course, because of having Siddhartha, Gautam Buddha's history, they can surely see, but as the book does not clearly narrate anything related to Gautam Buddha as such, barring one chapter. So the tone or the pace at which the film is made, it is in comparison to what films were made in 70s, a bit slower. So I would agree saying that it is for the Western audiences, but Indians can surely identify themselves with.
With the film, yes, I mean, beautifully shot. Sven Nykvist, who's Ingmar Bergman's cameraman, had shot the film. And in retrospect, I'm surprised that Conrad Rooks got permission to shoot in Rishikesh and all that, because it's so difficult to get permission to shoot in India. And a lot of filmmakers just went away to Sri Lanka or something because they couldn't deal with Indian bureaucracy. I'm talking in terms of the spiritualism and the philosophy that the book and the film talk about. Do you think Indians found it that, okay, we are familiar with this, what are you telling us? What are you teaching us?
I guess when anything of our philosophy is being read or discussed anytime, most of us would feel, oh, we already know about it. What is new in it? So yes, when the Westerners talk about it after reading something or being influenced by the philosophy, for them it is new. For us, we know it already, but we can surely accept the format in which it is portrayed to us.
I've been reading a bit about the ordinary people. I mean, just readers and viewers, experience of the film and the book, and a lot of them have, for strange reasons, compared it to Paulo Coelho's The Alchemist. So, do you think that because I find the Paulo Coelho's Alchemist a very simple parable of a boy's search for himself, which is pretty much what Siddhartha is about. So, do you think that the Siddhartha also oversimplified the spiritual search?
He does, because even the commoners or common people should be able to understand what the quest is about and should be able to identify with Siddhartha that we could also possibly do what Siddhartha is doing, and he is not going somewhere else into many years of meditation and attaining enlightenment. He is actually living his life, feeling and suffering through different stages and attaining what he is from river. So, of course, the common people can know and understand what he is doing, and probably they themselves can also do it. I would just like to bring in one more tiny perspective of how people could associate Siddhartha. It may not be intentional in this way, but I found the similarity between Wake Up Sid of today's time by Ayam Mukherjee and that Siddhartha and this Siddhartha who live their houses and find something for themselves. That could be compared sometime later, maybe not now, but sometime later, the similar thought could be compared there. The common people can identify themselves with the character of the book or the film.
Do you think it also has any similarity with the Chitralekha, Bhagwati Charan Sharma's book, also about people's, this what they call sannyas and experience, like bhog, that the dichotomy that he talks about. Do you think it's also comparable to that?
I'm sorry, I've not read it.
Okay.
You might not be in the right position to comment about it.
Okay. We have 4 more minutes to go. So I'd like to throw the floor open, so to say, to anyone else who might have questions.
I have 2 questions. One is more of a question out of curiosity, and one is actually both of them are questions out of curiosity, actually. I guess the songs which were playing in the background, if I could identify it correctly, the language was Bangla, right?
Yes.
any particular reason why that language is chosen? Do the places which are described can we map them onto West Bengal, or why Bangla? And secondly, as in it kind of connects to what Shrikant presented a few minutes ago, where he said ki the 4 different translations look like 4 different Siddharthas. Does the movie Siddhartha look in any way like the book Siddhartha? Because the select scenes which you showed, they gave me a completely different image of Siddhartha from what I have from the book. Where in the book he's shown to be calm, composed, completely immersed in himself in a meditative way. Here he seemed to be more of a worldly man. So these are these 2 questions which I had out of curiosity. Would be great if you could shed some light on them.
The songs or the music which is used in this is adapted, taken from they are Bangla songs, and they are basically taken because the filmmaker found it apt to be used in those particular places. The permission was possible for these songs. They got the permission, so they were used. This is as per my reading. There could be many further reasons. This is what I have read in one of the research papers and by researching for the film and the background. Secondly, the question was if Siddhartha is different in film and if Siddhartha is different in book. I perceived him to be different in film in particular few shots, few scenes, where in book as he knows what he wants to do. In film, he is manipulating at times, I feel, and he is contemplating whether or not, but he still has those thoughts, but maybe expression-wise or the narration-wise, it is understood that he has some trouble coming to the final decision.
If I may just add a little bit to that, Mihir, I think it also the appearance could also be because Shashi Kapoor was a little older than the character in the book. He grows older through the film, but when he begins, he's not as young as the character in the book. I think that may have made a bit of a difference also. And he doesn't portray the kind of innocence that a younger man would have. And about the music, I'd say because he was a Western filmmaker and the film was made mainly for a Western audience, they wouldn't make out the difference between like a Hindi song or a Bengali song. For them, it's Indian, So I think that could have been a reason also. Anyone else has a question? Yeah, please go.
Yeah, hi. May I go?
Yes, please.
Hi, Grisha. It was really interesting. I watched both the movie and read the book. And so there are two things that came to my mind while I was listening to you. First question is, was it considered to be an art film? Because now we're talking about the 70s. The Indian film industry, and this is the time when if you made they still had this bifurcation, this differentiation between mainstream and art. And how did it fare at the
Indian film, Shruti? It wasn't an Indian film.
It wasn't
not
at all.
An Indian production.
So it did not even have to fare well at the box office.
No.
So that never happened.
It was banned in India after an initial run. So
banned. Okay. Yeah. The second question that I have, and an observation perhaps, you said, well, in India, of course, it's known. There's nothing new in this, and it's known. I would like you to revisit this observation of yours. Is it really known? I think that's why precisely after 100 years, we are still having a discussion on Siddhartha today. Is it really known? Was it really known? Not really. I don't think most of us know anything about the Vedanta. We don't know anything about Buddhism. Spirituality, in fact, it's ousted out of the academic debates or anything. The term spirituality has really only recently made a re-entry into academic discourses. We did not know anything about it. We have been reading about Vedanta, and we have some kind of a fuzzy, vague idea about what Vedanta is. But that is, again, as Jyoti rightly pointed out, that was a German Indology. The Vedantas, the Buddhism, it's really a kind of a funny amalgamation that we have been given. It has been imported to us via the West. That is very important, I think, So, I mean, this could be then the point where we can actually then start actually looking at the texts, at least. Yeah, we don't know what it is actually. Another thing was, I mean, if it had been, so now that was another thing. Guide was another movie that came. You said Chitra Lekha, Guide in RK 1958. That was a novel and it was made by Devanand. I think that also kind of talks about the development, about this self-inquiry of the individual. Individuation is also very important there. So Raju Guide, who falls in love with Baida Rahman, Rosie, and gets into an illicit love affair with her, wants to run away, ends up becoming corrupt.
He doesn't set out to achieve the spiritual.
Right, and in the end,
it happens to him. It happens to him. He doesn't seek it up.
Yes. So I mean, this topic seems to be interesting there at that point. It seems to be of relevance in the 1970s. Would you like to say something there? Maybe would you like to comment? Yeah,
Dr. Telakuni, you want me to talk?
I'm sorry, I can't see your name. I'm really sorry.
Deepa
Yeah, hi, please.
Yeah. I think by the 70s, there was an interest in India in the West. The Beatles had come to Rishikesh, and there was this whole flower power movement, and India had become a kind of a flavor of the decade, so to say. So I think this film became part of that discovery of India kind of situation that was happening at that point from the Westerners' point of view. At that point, it wasn't even sure the film was even released in India, because a lot of films made abroad were not released here. And the book also may not have been read by that many people till the film came, and people started saying, "Oh, what is this?" And they started reading the book. I don't even think it's one of Herman Hesse's best books. I think it's the most simple of all the things, and his own understanding of India, which he had experience firsthand. It wasn't as if he was a shallow thinker or anything. But it became part of a Westerner's Indian experience, I think. I don't know if Dr. Tilak would agree.
I would surely agree, because this is completely the 70s film and what the people were expecting at that time. And what we were having in our film industry at that time is mostly what people would want to watch. But Siddhartha is completely, to some extent, I would say it's different from the films which were produced in 70s, what the viewers were getting to see.
I think we are over time. Should we wrap up?
Yes.
Should we be wrapping up?
May I say something first?
Yes, please.
Can I? So,
We have 5 minutes over time, but please go ahead.
Anyway, I think this, back to this point, all this, the film, how it is made. I think the problem is the commercial film, basically. And then that's only a genre. I mean, how these films were made in India. And then with Shashi Kapoor is the most ideal face for that. Someone who acted in English plays, and then in Heat and Dust and all this Ismail Merchant films. But see, the point is, it's still a commercial film, and it was known as Simi in Siddhartha, pointing to that nude scenes and the sensuality that's portrayed. But then you add flavors, like the last one, that the typical Bengali film motif, like the song and somebody living in a boat in the backwaters, very Bengali, that you find in many films, like both classical and the commercial film. So it's a genre, and the language also. I think the main problem is the English. The language is the problem. With the English, it doesn't suit to the theme. And I see the Spanish subtitles. I'm more comfortable with Spanish in that sense. I wonder how it would have been if it were in German. I don't know, because the novel is in German.
Yes, in German.
Yeah, so these are the problems. So finally, that Bangla scene is the most soothing and suiting in some way. Yeah, for us, but anyway, it's made for a Western public. And I didn't know that it was, the photographer was Sven Nyquist. I mean, I'm so surprised.
Yeah.
That's a good news. That's a great news. But I don't know why he was assigned. We could have had Satyajit Ray's photographer for that.
We could have. But like I said, in those days, it was not easy to make a film in India. So one doesn't even know what he went through.
Right.
to make this in India, So that's it. So shall we wrap up? So the next session can
Very,
start.
very interesting talk and film clips and all. So nice to have this.
Thanks, Dr. Tilak. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, so with that, we would conclude this session. Thank you, Satish Yatin, Dr. Shrikant Pathak, Dr. Grisha Tilak, for your highly interesting and thought-provoking presentations. Thank you, Professor Dengre and Deepa Gehlot for your insights during the moderation. I think we will now be slowly moving on to the panel discussion. Okay, so we would now be moving on to the next session where we have an exciting panel of distinguished scholars and speakers. This panel would be moderated by Dr. Jyoti Sabharwal, Professor, Department of Germanic and Romance Studies, University of Delhi. May I now request Professor Sabharwal to introduce to us the distinguished members of this panel. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right. Since morning we have been
Jyoti, we were being able to hear you and suddenly your voice is gone, or is it only for me?
I can hear you. I just log in again. There's something happened.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm back. All right, then thank you very much for the Department of German Studies, University of Mumbai, for initiating this wonderful centenary celebration of Siddhartha. Centenary celebrations, like it happens in human lives, are markers in the life of a book to reflect on its content, form, and reception, and assess its contemporary relevance and projections for the future. Now I have the honor to introduce to you a panel of 7 scholars, and they will share their perspectives with us. And after that, each one will speak for about 5 minutes. After that, the discussion will be open to the audience. And now I shall start by reading out the bio notes of the panelists, which are purely in an alphabetical order. I start with Professor Anil Bhatti, who doesn't need any introduction. Professor Emeritus, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He taught at the Center of German Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. And amongst many other achievements, which very modestly he hasn't mentioned, the latest is the Research Prize Award from the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. After that is Professor Anakutti Findeis. Anakutti Valyamangalam Kurian Findeis, former head of the Department of Foreign Languages, University of Mumbai, completed her bachelor's degree from Banaras Hindu University with the first rank and a gold medal, and her master's in philosophy as well as her master's in German literature from BHU. She pursued her higher studies in modern German literature from the University of Vienna and completed her PhD in the same subject from the University of Salzburg. She has worked as a lecturer and reader in German at BHU for 15 years before taking charge as professor and head of Department of Foreign Languages at the University of Mumbai. She was also the vice president of Literature Forum India in Germany. She has several publications to her credit, which include publications on Hesse's Siddhartha, as well as a collection of poems in the Temple of Words, Grimm's Fairy Tales, in German and Hindi translations, several Malayalam poems and their translations into German. After this, we have Professor Ingo Cornels. Ingo Cornels is Professor of German Studies at the University of Leeds in the UK. Areas of expertise include German literature and culture in the 20th, 21st century, utopian thought, science fiction, German student movement, 1968, Romanticism, Hermann Hesse, German current affairs, Zukunftsbewältigung. He is the author of Writing the Revolution, The Construction of 1968 in Germany, 2016, and Beyond Tomorrow, German Science Fiction and Utopian Thought in the 20th and 21st Century, 2020. Together with Dr. Neil Cunningham from the University of Tokyo, he is currently editing the volume Hermann Hesse's Global Impact, Past, Present, Future. This volume is due to be published with Camden House in 23-24. So it will be much awaited, this work. After this, we have Rosie Singh from the Jawaharlal Nehru University. After completing her PhD on Franz Kafka from the Center of German Studies in 1996, Dr. Rosie Singh joined Delhi University. In 2016, she joined JNU, where she teaches German literature at the Center of German Studies. She has published research articles on Rilke, Kafka, Handke, and Manto, among others. Then we move to Pune with Swati Acharya. Professor Swati Acharya, teaching at the Department of Foreign Languages, SPPU, has many years of teaching experience, taken over as coordinator German section in 2019, and currently is also head of the entire Department of Foreign Languages since January 2022. Areas of research interest are contemporary German literature, images of India in German-speaking literatures, culture studies, translation studies, literature and film, migration, literature, and film. She is the recipient of the fellowship of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. Now we move to Hyderabad. Nishant K. Narayan is from FLU. He has been working there as assistant professor at the Department of German Studies at the English and Foreign Languages University since October 2010. He has studied at the Center of German Studies from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and has several publications to his credit. His current research interests include German as a foreign language, text linguistics, and contemporary German literature. And the seventh person on the panel is Shruti Jain. Dr. Shruti Jain is an associate professor at the Global Languages Center, O.P. Jindal Global University, Sonipat, India. She completed a PhD at the Center of German Studies, JNU, New Delhi, on the Indian reception of Friedrich Nietzsche. Her areas of interest are language teaching, literary theory, German literary history, religion, philosophy, and Indo-German cultural encounters. During her PhD, she received a DAAD scholarship, that's the German Academic Exchange, to visit the Humboldt Universität of Berlin from 2007 to 2008. Dr. Jain has delivered lectures at various Indian universities and conducted teacher training workshops for school and university teachers, presented papers at international conferences, and published articles in the field of cultural studies and teaching German as a foreign language. Now, I request Professor Anil Bhatti to share his perspective with us on Siddhartha.
Thank you, Jyoti, for this introduction, and I thank you very much for this invitation. I can't say much, of course, as you probably will realize, but a few thoughts did occur to me. See, Hesse, strangely enough, has an odd existence in our academic world. As students, as college students of interest, as far as German literature was concerned, and as far as I was concerned. Damian was exciting, as many other representatives of German literature, but Siddhartha was sense or the other not very interesting. It was about India. India is something one thinks one knows about. And in Germany itself, my generation, Hesse Siddhartha was not very important, at least for the discussion which went on modern literature, on contemporary literature, on, shall we say, the exciting literature of that time, which would have probably been either Brecht or somebody like Rilke, would have been much more interesting. Sorry for the slight breathlessness. That's just part of the evening. But this changed to a great extent with the student revolution in Germany, and of course, it has already been mentioned by your speakers, the rise of the hippie movement and its influence in European student movements. See, that's a very important point, is that the kind of interest which started with Hesse in the world and made him to a world famous author, a Surkamp-Autor, was the kind of interest my generation was not really interested in. India was third world. And to deal with the third world, Siddhartha was not the appropriate writer. This changed to some extent the realization that Hesse was an eminently political writer. In a very perceptive review by Hans Meyer, noted German philosopher, writer, and critic, the letters of Hesse and Thomas Mann were compared, and Hans Meyer himself, a very distinguished academic and critic, pointed out that Hesse was the more political person than Thomas Mann. Normally, I would have thought it's the other way around. After all, Thomas Mann wrote that famous pieces from his exile period, and so did Hesse write. But Thomas Mann would have been considered the more political person. This was underscored very strongly by the discovery that a very great political writer like Peter Weiss, who wrote the Aesthetic des Widerstands, was a great, shall we say, an admirer of Hesse. Weiss had left his home country to go into exile, and an important part of his own development. Now, the point that I took from this was that I misunderstood the Hesse, and that I actually read him through different eyes. And Hesse, the political Hesse, was a discovery which I think I'm very happy about, because then in a roundabout sort of way, I came to Siddhartha and to Hesse by reading the Glasperlenspiel, which I think is the most important book that one could read if one wants to understand politics and life in 20th century Germany. So Hesse, as the author of Das Glasperlenspiel, was the important medium through which China, India, fascism, Weimar, authoritarianism, individuation, all came in some very peculiar way to be. And apart from that, of course, the language. Hesse's language was a discovery. It was Hesse was somehow or the other underrated as from the point of the modernists. But Hesse's language becomes very, very important to you if you start reading Das Glasperlenspiel and the role that the Chinese figures, the Indian figures, and whole life plays in it. So in that sense, you might say that one reaches Hesse through making one's own political journey from an India which, as many of you have said, is not really known or known in sufficiently, to an Asian world of China and India, which was a discovery of the West, but is now becoming gradually taken more seriously, and it is realized to what extent these discourses have influenced our own intellectual development. So, to a young person who's starting to read German, I would still say, yes, start with Damian. That would be interesting you. But somehow or the other, in your own way of thinking and academically writing, do try and have a look at what Hesse did say and start then with the Glasperlenspiel. Siddhartha is a more difficult work. It's my peculiar impression that I picked it up because of this symposium, that it is actually quite a very, very difficult work because you're tempted so much to try and interpret every sentence that is written there that you actually miss the fact that it is the difficulty of the language which by trying to be simple becomes more difficult. And it is that achievement of modernism which I think is a good lesson to take. There are difficult writers, they're difficult from the start. There are political writers who are political from the start. Take Brecht, for example. And there are other writers who are simple, apparently, but are actually very difficult, both politically difficult and also in terms of language. Really very difficult until you decide that it's through the difficulty that you reach the essential simplicity of their writing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Professor Anna Kuti, would you please take the mic now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Or yeah, am I loud enough? Can you hear?
Yes, I can. We can hear you and we can see you also.
Thank you. I am sitting.
Nice to see you after so many years.
Even I, and I'm so delighted to see all my colleagues, my friends, what should I say? I feel at home, and I'm sitting here outside. It is snowing so much and so cold. I'm wrapped up, and I can understand India is my highway land. So that in that mood, I am sitting here. Well, thank you so much, Vibha, Meher, and the excellent team of Mumbai for this invitation and for this symposium. I must say, done so well, well planned, well structured. I can only say bravo. Thank you for inviting and for the chance to be here. Well, I want to say that maybe it is because of my study of philosophy, both Western as well as Indian philosophy, from the Center of Advanced Studies in Philosophy in Banaras Hindu University, that I must say, when I read Siddhartha, it was a great joy for me. It was food for thinking further. And besides, I was so glad to see that a Westerner, a writer, so open-minded and inclusive and discovering Asia, discovering India and the philosophical thoughts, the philosophical schools, not only one, but having a pilgrimage through the Indian, let's say, landscape of religions and philosophies. That impressed me, I must say. I read later on Glass, Perlenspiel, as different to my esteemed colleague, Bhatti. I would say I found Glass, Perlenspiel more difficult, and Siddhartha was for me a kind of, what should I say? I thought so. It is a good stuff for youngsters, young students who are dealing with German to understand and to read and to have the joy of at least understanding some sentences, even if not the entire philosophical background of it. That was my experience. So I introduced even in Mumbai in the 1990s, Siddhartha, when we envisaged an intercultural study of German. And this was the first text which we introduced. I hope some of the students might think of it. Well, now, when I'm given 5 minutes, I get very nervous what to say and what not to say. So first of all, my misconceptions. I was thinking the talk or the dialogue has to be in German. So I prepared, forgive me, I probably didn't read your program so exactly. So I had prepared some notes in German first, but then hurriedly I have summed it up into English. But to have some substantial thing, I have sent to my colleague Meher a poem which I have as a response to the theme Siddhartha now and then sent, so that something blived, something remains. So I was thinking to say about the reception of Siddhartha or Hesse in Indian context. I shouldn't be oriented, I shouldn't be, what should I say, doing it only from my perspective, but to see India as a whole and with all its plurality, multilingualism, multi-religiousness, multiculturalism, etc. So I was wondering how to do it. So I wanted to say, as far as India is concerned, probably some other esteemed speakers might have mentioned it, then forgive me. I wanted to say the very first Indian reception of Siddhartha took place in 1922 itself. The occasion was the International Peace Congress of Women's Liga. And I think it is something very appealing that it was in the peace conference that this first text was read first. And we live in a complex, complicated world in crisis where we need so badly peace. And I'm glad that we have this conference, this symposium. I hope it will bring some message. And how did this happen? Hesse held a reading from Siddhartha during this Congress. And the first Indian recipient was Professor Kalidas Nag from Calcutta, Bengal. And he was so fascinated, so overjoyed to listen to such a narrative where it was a kind of, for him, a poem or Indian philosophy and spirituality made into poem. Then the reception of Hesse, Siddhartha, we all know, happens through the English translation of Siddhartha, and it brought international attention and appreciation for Siddhartha. Of course, we must think of the climate. This was the hippie movement in America, and the hippie movement, the hippie youth considered this Siddhartha as a as a classic for them, classic work. And Girija has very well showed us the reception in India through the film. And this filming of Siddhartha by Conrad Rooks in 1972, I was trying to find out some impacts from the Indian various readers, listeners or watchers. The Hindi version of this film was received with great enthusiasm by the Indian cinema fans, I have read. It became very popular, especially the Kamala scenes, the kissing scenes. After Kamala's death, many of the persons left the cinema hall thinking that this was the end of the story. That means the end of the love story. I have asked some of the senior literary critical Germanists of those days, and they were of the opinion that they saw this film as a Bollywood kitsch. Well, I put it in front of you. It may be a very light-heartedly said thing, but for India, in any case, this was a reception, a popular reception of art. And then I was looking into many of the translations. Of course, I cannot go into it, then it will become a paper. That is not I'm not allowed to do that. So according to statistics, there are, it seems, 19 languages into which Siddhartha had been translated. And to my surprise, I found that 13 of them are in Indian languages. Most of these are translated from English translation and original German. That's why I was proposing to my colleagues, maybe it is worthwhile to conduct a workshop about the reception through translation, in a different way. Why I mentioned these copies of translations, because I wanted to know how was the reception, in what perspective. It is very difficult to find or to get the copies of them, and also difficult to see what are the impressions or what they say. So And I was very glad that Pathak made this very scholarly study of the Marathi translation. I didn't even know that there were 4 words. Yeah. So I found out that there are among these 13 translations, I could collect only copies of 6 Indian languages. They are Hindi, Gujarati, Urdu, sorry, 7 languages: Hindi, Gujarati, Marathi, Urdu, Tamil, Kannada, and Malayalam. And when I was trying to look into the introductory notes to see how many of these people received Siddhartha, and it varies, the opinions vary, but in any case, summing up these receptions, I can say everyone or every translator, of course, Pathak, forgive me, I have not read Marathi all versions of translations, but it is from the introductory part I have gathered this, that they see that the contradiction or this tension between theory and experience in Siddhartha part 1, and by that they see this, and that is the beginning of the search. And the part 1 shows this tension between tattva and anubhava, or doctrine and experience, theory and experience. In the Indian context, in India, we see mostly, this is what he says, the relationship between music and literature. They compare the difference between theory and practice to that. It is something like this connection. And in India, this is what the translator says, we do not make so much of a hard distinction so that tension is created between theory and experience. It's more important for them is we take it in a very sensitive way, these differences. And the Malayalam translation of Siddhartha, they say that this is a search and finding of a treasure which is hidden and buried in our own self. So this is an inward journey, a journey towards in. And this inner journey, this inward journey seems to be the Indian reception. That means it is a spiritual experience, or it is a literature which conveys or which inspire us to search, to be in search and to find. That is what they say. But at the same time, not only Buddhist concepts, but also Vedanta reception, they highlight very much. But I want to emphasize, it seems most of them consider this Indian spirituality as an inclusive. That means we do not make exclusive only this one particular religion is right, all others are wrong, or any such thing. But, and Hesse has played a big role, I would say. Did missionaries come to India to spread Christianity? Then I would say Hesse with his Siddhartha and Glasperlenspiel, the great missionary, the Asian missionary. And we can see it also, all the religions, most of them have become now globally well known with many global followers. And one more translator, that means the Urdu translation, I have to mention, Adhika, that his name is Yaqub Yawar from Benares, translated into Urdu in 1982, and the second edition in 2000. 500 copies were sold. And he, being a Muslim, also emphasizes the interreligious and the interspiritual aspect or the message of Hesse's Siddhartha. And I think this inclusiveness and this interaction and this interreligious dialogue, and this dialogue is in interspirituality, is I would say, needed very much in our India and elsewhere. I would say globally needed, and also the search for peace we need. This is enriching and encouraging to get such a message, and that is what I always found in Hesse. And for this particular aspect, that means the all-inclusiveness and not so rigid, but endlessly open, and to search and to have the chance to enrich ourselves from every religion, every philosophy, and all other ideas. That is what I wanted to say. That I can only say, let India remain a Heimweh land for all, and this all-inclusiveness. Westmüde or an Indian müde, let's all become to some extent Weltmüde, so that we may search and we may find. And let us work for peace. That is all I can say. And that is what I learned from Siddhartha's, Hesse's Siddhartha. And I would tell all of my friends, teachers, as well as students, let us think, whether it is Western or Indian or any such thing, let us see the interaction. Let us keep our windows open for all ideas. And besides, go beyond thought. That is what Hesse hints at when he says, Befreiung von Denken, Befreiung von Denken.
Thank you very much, Professor Findice. I'd now request Professor Ingo Cornelis to share his perspectives with us. And I would request all the panelists to just, restrict themselves to 5 minutes so that everybody gets a fair chance to speak. Yes.
Will do. Thank you very much indeed for the invitation, and greetings from a ice cold northern England. I'm very envious of those of you who can be in Mumbai at the moment. Professor Bhatti said Hesse had an odd existence, and I think Hermann Hesse is very difficult to put into a box, and Siddhartha even more so. So I was thinking he is also very difficult to sell as in an academic world. In Germany, we had that endless debate between Volker Michels and Marcel Reich-Ranitzky. In the UK, I remember when I first came to this country and talked about my interest in Hermann Hesse, that I got a very scathing response from her. Oh, Hermann Hesse, he's an author for old men, isn't he? And kind of just sort of dismissed him as certainly second rate. And I think that's still the case. So what I'd like to talk about very briefly is maybe Hermann Hesse and Siddhartha in my own practice over the last 20 years. It's been pretty much exactly 20 years ago that in October 2002, in October 2002, we had the first academic conference in Mainz in Germany on Hermann Hesse, the very first one. And a month later, I co-organized a conference in London. And you can read up on that in the Hermann Hesse Heute publication. Then as an editor of the companion to Hermann Hesse that came out in 2009, I was honored to include Adrian Sia, his perceptive chapter on Siddhartha. And Sia reviewed the interpretation of the novel in international Hesse scholarship. He critically discussed the 4 English translations. Dr. Weidemann was asking about that earlier today. And also the respective introductions that are very important. And he also examined the similarities between Hesse's message as expressed in the novel and some tenets of Zen Buddhism. So it's a very short chapter, but it's very readable. I also edited a special issue of the journal Literatur für Leserinnen. It's issue 1, 2015, on the theme of innocence and experience in the works of Hermann Hesse. And there I have included John Hughes' essay on time and experience in Hesse's Demian and Siddhartha. And if you're interested, the issue is available open access at the new Frankfurt website. So if you look at Literatur für Leserinnen, properly gendered with a colon, then you'll find it, and you can scroll down and find the whole issue open access. In terms of teaching, I teach an introductory module on first-year students on world literatures. And my lecture on Hermann Hesse's Siddhartha is I take it as an example for a Bildungsroman, and also as a case study for transcultural and transcendental journeys. So we've already seen a picture by him. The Sri Lankan but Gulf-based artist Yayanta Gomez has produced beautiful watercolor paintings of Siddhartha, which helps students to visualize the stages of the journey. And you can access my presentation if you Google my name, Siddhartha, and Prezi, P-R-E-Z-I, you know, the different presentation tool. These are absolutely wonderful, and I'm thinking when we're all involved in teaching Hesse, visualizing these images, that really brings it to life. I currently help a final year student here in Leeds with his dissertation. Hello, Ari. He aims to compare the 4 English translations of Siddhartha and research the stories behind them beyond the publisher's obvious profit motive. Speaking of translations, in March of this year, my department, together with Centers for Translation Studies and World Literatures, organized an online workshop with Susan Bernowski, whose 2006 translation of Siddhartha is generally excellent, even though, and I got a little fight with her because I have yet to see a convincing rendering of Hesse's beautifully formulated Zum Ziele strebte der Fluss in the chapter Om. How you translate that into English seems to be beyond the best translators there. With, as mentioned before, with Dr. Neil Cunningham in Tokyo, I'm the editor of Hermann Hesse's Global Impact, and this volume will engage with current debates on world literature and how Hesse's texts have traveled around the world. And we're using B. Venkat Mani's concept of bibliomigrancy for that. The volume will include a chapter on the fascinating story of the amateur translator Hilda Rosner, who decided to translate Siddhartha into English off her own bat in the late 1940s. I believe her translation was the one that was used for the first rendering of Siddhartha into an Indian language, Telugu, in 1957. By the way, we are still urgently looking for a chapter on Hermann Hesse's impact in India. So we are looking forward to hearing from interested colleagues. Finally, to conclude, I think it is up to us to keep Hesse research alive and fresh. And as far as I'm concerned, his Indian tale, Siddhartha, is as relevant today in a time of perma-crisis as it was 100 years ago. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'd just like to add to, in context to translation that you mentioned, that the Hermann Hesse Society in Kerala, Thalussery, that is where his maternal grandfather worked, in the Basel mission, they have commissioned translations into all major Indian languages. So Hesse has been translated. In fact, they're also working on a translation into Sanskrit, Hesse. now. I'd request now Dr. Rosie Singh to take the mic, please.
Thank you, Jyoti, and thank you, Meher, and thank you also, Vibha, for inviting me and for organizing this program. I come straight to the point because I don't want to encroach on other people's time. Actually, some of the things I thought I would say have already been said. So, anyways, see how this was the first novel I read in German in my BA days. And I thought, my God, this is what I have got myself into. It was really tough to read it at that time. But a few things from that novel have stayed with me. Not everything, but a few things. And today I would read the novel, Professor Kushal today morning mentioned about various stations in his Siddhartha's life, and he refers to, he calls it exodus. So I don't know why he used that term. He has his reasons, but I would prefer to use the term borders. How the protagonist crosses borders, abstract borders, not physical borders. He crosses from his parental home, leaves all the comforts behind, and crosses over the border, enters the forest, lives 3 years abstaining from everything. There's a sentence I would like to quote. He says he wants to be empty of desire, empty of dreams, empty of joy and sorrow. So the protagonist perceives every desire as a negative emotion that needs to be silenced. And this extreme way of life goes on for 3 years. And then finally he realizes, no, this is not it. And he again crosses the border, enters the city. So from the sacred world, he enters the profane world, what he later on calls the Lustgarten. So there he gets to know women, one particular woman. He learns trade, he learns how to play dice. He learns all the tricks that you need to survive in the world. But ultimately, he again gets tired of this life. And again, he crosses the border. There's what he calls awakening is again, there is another awakening. He crosses this Maya, what he calls Maya and Lustgarten and all in the end. So he goes to the river, settles down there, and becomes ferries people to and fro. But this is the river I would not call as a border. The river is more a space in between. I would say between the profane and the sacred world. So in this in-between space, he goes to and fro from bit of detachment, bit of attachment, a bit of some temptation, some renunciation. You can use n number of terms. Nearness and distance are the Dionysian and the Apollonian. So between all these dualities, he fluctuates to and fro, and ultimately finds peace in the in-between space, in the mäßiges, what he calls a mäßiges Leben. And it is this in-between zone of mixing, that is where he becomes the master of his destiny. And this metamorphosis was not quick, it was very slow, it was gradual, and it takes time. And this is my reading of the text. I don't see it as a religious discourse. I don't, that is the framework, Buddhism or Hinduism, that may be the framework, but novel is not really about any particular religion or Christianity. I think it's more existential. I would like to just quote one line out of this novel, which is my favorite line. And Meher Booth had quoted it in her introduction, and I thought, my God, she's said it. So anyway, this line is, ich kann denken, ich kann warten, ich kann fasten. So this line comes 4, 5, 6 times in the novel. And whenever somebody asks him in the city, what are your skills? He always quotes this line, ich kann denken, ich kann warten, ich kann fasten. And then the other protagonists say, is that all? Nothing else. But I think it's a very profound statement that till the right things come to you, you lead a frugal life, you can wait, and that waiting you spend developing your thought. And this, I think this line has kind of, it has to some extent shaped me also, because for a long time I had, I went through a tough time, and I always thought, okay, ich kann warten. So, we all read things, novels in a different way. And I think this line is more about patience, how to, wait, be patient. And this philosophy or this thing is neither Oriental nor Western. And one last point, I think turn of the century in Europe was full of paradoxes. There was, on one hand, hope, and on the other hand, there was anxiety for the future. On the one hand, there were art movements that moved from realism away towards abstraction, towards surrealism, expressionism. But at the same time, there were writers who were still continuing with the romantic tradition, what we would call neo-romantic tradition, whether it was Hesse or Rilke. So they continued with the same old tradition, engaging with the questions of metaphysics in their own way. So the metaphysical concerns could not be entirely driven away in the beginning of 20th century, although it was a very different kind of literature was being written. And, there was the secularism, move towards secularism, there was Marxism. But at the same time, these ideas, also metaphysical issues continued. There was Gibran, there was Tagore in India. And as far as, I think, instead of romanticizing Hesse, the novel does have a few weak passages, which seem today, from today's point of view, a little exaggerated or maybe kitsch or old-fashioned. If kitsch is a strong word, but maybe a little old-fashioned. But I would still say it's a masterpiece. And like I said, it's not my favorite, but it is one of my favorites. And not because it refers to India. That's not the criteria at all. But I feel it does explore some the human condition and human predicaments, and that one can, if you read it with an open mind, you may find something interesting in it even today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rosie. Now I request Swati to briefly share her perspectives with us. We have less than 10 minutes and we have 3 speakers. So please, we will overstretch. Each one will get 5 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Jyoti, and thank you, Mumbai. Thank you to the entire organizing team. I will briefly kind of segment my statement, and I thank the team for allowing me to take the liberty of making it a personal statement. So Siddhartha then is my first part, and by then I don't mean anything else but my personal journey. So this Siddhartha as experienced and perceived by me then. So when I visited Germany for the very first time as a young student, something between 18 and 19, I didn't even realize that I was making a blunder by admitting that I have not visited the Osho commune. In those days, it was called Bhagwan, in spite of coming from Pune, and that I have not read Siddhartha as yet. So at least one chance I got to close this Bildungslücke by enrolling myself into the MA program at Pune University, and Siddhartha was a compulsory reading. And my first reaction, I will be extremely honest, also something that I took away from the novel, to be honest and to say what you want to say, was this realization of not belonging to the fan following of, oh, Siddhartha, oh, Hesse community, because the reality portrayed in this novel was really not my reality. And neither did I have any direct encounter with the Europe fatigue, Europamüdigkeit, or an escape from the rational, modernist, etc. approach to life. Then I realized, as one delved deep into the Siddhartha reception and the entire aesthetics of reception of Siddhartha and the entire movement that was attached to it in the name of, let's say, Indological texts in their socio-historical, cultural, and above all, political perspective, it was clear that Siddhartha was a major influence on the Orientalist discourse. That journey need not be elaborated here. I will be very obedient to what Jyoti said. I will be brief, because I'm sure those experiences are shared and thoughts are shared by almost each one of us here, at least from the Indian side of German studies scholars, because we have kind of thrived and grown up in that discourse. And yet, the reason Siddhartha as a book continues to remain interesting is mainly because of its individualistic, or the core of individuation. That kind of zest to tread on a path entirely of one's own, even if it meant undergoing hardships, was worth taking a note of. The way Siddhartha says to Govinda, for example, I quote, "Du weißt, Lieber, dass ich schon als junger Mann dazu kam, den Lehren und den Lehrern zu misstrauen und ihnen den Rücken zu wenden." Zitat Ende. Was something one wanted to say aloud for a long time and simply did not either dare to say so or did not get any opportunity to say so. But it was at least some kind of a vicarious pleasure to hear it from the protagonist's mouth. Then I come to Siddhartha now, so the me in now phase. If one wants to describe Siddhartha's relevance today in one word, I think it was Shashwati Mazumdar who said it in the morning, it is symbolic. And after, it is something like one has spent some time in a cabinet of mirrors while reading texts by German authors on India or Western authors to kind of put it in a nutshell. One realizes that Siddhartha continues to retain its referential value. It forms that layer of palimpsest-like structure, which gets overwritten again and again, again and again. It was already mentioned in the morning that Siddhartha in particular and Hesse in general, through his writings on India, offered a point of departure to many of the authors. And I mean, each one of us can just list them without any trouble. Hesse had a unique position, we must mention it specially, where he did not want to submerge in the mythos called India as a platform of salvation. But the fact remains that he contributed a lot to the very emergence of this mythos. And then in the third segment, I would like to call it Siddhartha every now and then. I particularly want to thank our young scholar Satish Yatin for his presentation on Hesse's discontent today. I mean, the discontent in Siddhartha today, and referring to Hesse as a go-to self-help author or self-help guru to all corporate CEOs in crisis. The number of Hesse quotations, which I have seen being used by multiple PowerPoint presentations as some sort of a quick and sure-shot remedy to all corporate crisis, is appalling and amusing at the same time. The path carved by the protagonist Siddhartha in the novel was hailed by multiple generations in Europe and the world over as a non-conformist path of self-discovery. And now this same novel finds itself trapped in the function or a role of giving instant solutions. It is definitely not something what Hesse meant when he wanted his protagonist to be a thirsty man. He could have also called him hungry man, going by the quotation mentioned twice, once by Meher and then by Rosie. Ich kann denken, warten und fasten. But he terms his protagonist as a thirsty man, a doorstender. But unfortunately and ironically, Siddhartha as a novel, as a literary work, even though it is hailed as a masterpiece by many, it has become something like a bottle of mineral water, preferably with the label of the best sellable brand. And I was kind of just thinking that will be the last sentence in my short presentation. When a human being turns 100, one normally wonders, oh, what must have kept him so healthy that he actually became 100? And when a book like Siddhartha turns 100, then sometimes a question that one needs to ask is, what ails the societies today that we still find Siddhartha relevant and want to discuss how this work has changed or is capable of changing the society today. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Swati. Nishant, would you please take the mic now?
Yes. Can you hear me, Jyoti?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Can you see me? Because the camera is not working from my end.
Yeah.
There is some problem
none
with
of
the
us can see you. I mean,
yeah. There is a problem with the
you.
video. I checked,
Right.
so it is not working. So you have to just listen to me. So first of all, thank you, Jyoti, for the introduction, and thank you, University of Mumbai German Department, for this opportunity to talk about Hesse and Siddhartha. So now I will go back to my encounter with Hermann Hesse. Strangely, as an MA student, I've had Hermann Hesse, but it was not Siddhartha. At Center of German Studies, I read Steppenwolf. And Steppenwolf was my first. I was like, okay, this is interesting. And then in one of them in Delhi, there was a meeting with some German students, and one German student had Siddhartha with him, and he asked me, "Hast du Siddhartha noch nicht gelesen?" And I was like, "Why?" Du musst es gelesen haben. And he gave me his copy of Siddhartha, which he was carrying with him to India as a gift to read. So then I read Siddhartha as a gift from Germany to understand why I was kind of, motivated, or suggested to read the book. And years later, I thoroughly enjoyed the book, though it was also very difficult to understand the underlying philosophy, the thoughts behind it. But as Rosie mentioned, those few sentences kept recurring in those throughout the book. Ich kann fasten, ich kann warten. So those were the things which, became very important for me those days. And that was also the time when then I researched about, that was the time when I read Steppenwolf, and then I read about Hesse, that this book became a cult classic, especially in the 60s and the 70s, amongst a generation which was also reading at that time Jack Kerouac's On the Road. So these were the kind of cult classic books which were enjoyed in the 60s, 70s generation. Years later, few years ago, I recently rediscovered a reception of Siddhartha in Indian English literature, that is the novel of Anita Desai, Journey to Ithaca. And that is out of the many books which she refers at the beginning of the novel, Hesse's Siddhartha and Journey to India are the two books which she refers. And this book plays a very crucial role in Anita Desai's work, Journey to Ithaca, where one of the protagonists, Matteo, who is Italian, is home tutored by a German tutor. His German tutor's name is Fabian. And Fabian, to teach him German, also tells him that you should start reading Siddhartha. And after reading Siddhartha and Journey to India by Hermann Hesse, Matthew develops this great urge in him to visit India. And then he starts following Siddhartha's life, so as he wants to stay away from his family and he wants to seek the spirituality of the East. And this brings him to India. So Journey to Ithaca also, if we look at it, is also a very crucial point in the title, because Ithaca, as usual, it symbolizes the journey of the Greek figure Odysseus. And Anita Desai's book starts with the Cavafy, C.P. Cavafy's poem Ithaca. C.P. Cavafy was a Greek poet, and the poem starts, I would just read the poem. As you set out for Ithaca, hope the voyage is a long one, full of adventure, full of discovery. Lystrigonians and Cyclops, angry Poseidon, don't be afraid of them. Always keep Ithaca fixed in your mind. To arrive there is your ultimate goal, but do not hurry the voyage to all. It is better to let it last for long years and even to anchor at the isle when you're old. Rich with all you have gained on the way, not expecting that Ithaca will offer you riches. Ithaca has given you a beautiful voyage. Without her, you would never have taken the road, but she has nothing to give you now. And if you have found her poor, Ithaca has not defrauded you. With such great wisdom you have gained, with so much experience, you must surely have understood by then what Ithacas mean. So in this, coming back to Hesse's, my reading of Hesse with Ithaca. Hello?
Thanks. Could you just wind up fast?
Oh, okay, Jyoti. Okay. Yeah. So my reading of this Siddhartha's, let's say, contemporary reflection in Indian English literature also shows that this concept of conflict is very much embedded in the in Siddhartha in the novel, because this is the one aspect which in today's keynote address was also underlined, where the speaker spoke about die Krise des Buches als die Krise des Autors, and he talked about the aspect of Fluss and Exodus and am Fluss die Vollendung. So this journey, the voyage, which is basically a point of a journey of full of conflicts and full of challenges, full of self-discovery, is something which is even today it's relevant, because as I have heard all the presentations till now, and all the presentations have somewhere at some point of time also underlined implicitly these conflicts and these challenges which are there inherent in the novel, Siddhartha. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Nishant. Now, Shruti.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So it was difficult to understand and to interpret Siddhartha today. I mean, Siddhartha now and then, when Vibha, you asked me to speak, I was like, yes, of course I will speak. And then there was a big void. I did not know what to say. And then I did have something to say. I do have something to say. But as a student, when I read Siddhartha, I was reading it parallel to Goethe, parallel to Faust. Siddhartha was for me the one Suchende, who with the Faustian Drang. The plunge in the river reminded me of the plunge at the end of the Gretchen Tragödie. There were many things, and it was always this Drang, Erkenntnisdrang. It was the need in the seeker, and to say, verweile doch, du bist so schön. And that's precisely what is happening in Siddhartha as well. So there are clear parallels. The influence of Goethe is not to be overlooked. Let's come to now, me now, as in I as a teacher, I as someone who is close to nature. I still find a lot of things in Siddhartha. And close to nature, speaking of nature and speaking of naturalist materialism, eco-spirituality, environmental studies, there was a very interesting documentary called Voices of the River. The title of this documentary, which was an award-winning documentary, on the traditional owners along the Matuvara Fitzroy River in Australia. So these are a set of Aborigines who want to save their river, the Fitzroy River. And the arguments that they have, the voices of these people, they reminded me of the river in Siddhartha as well. Hemanta Kumar says, Koto dur ar koto dur bolo ma. He refers to the river as Ma, which is not very unheard of. We know Ganges is the mother, Yamuna is the mother, and it is a very, very interesting addition to the whole discourse, I feel, which the Siddhartha text does not have, but I find it very interesting because that's where these Aborigines actually connect with the river. Spiritually, culturally, they say the kids will forget the vocabulary of the animals, the biodiversity that actually exists close to the river, and they will not be able to live. And this is a big, big loss, a cultural loss, a huge reserve, a loss of reserves. So that is one very important aspect in which we can actually see Siddhartha, although in Siddhartha, the river as a learning site is a site of learning. And I say that again, because I'm going to connect it to the third observation that I have made and I want to talk about. It is there, it is a metaphor at the same time, and it is a metaphor for self-realization because Siddhartha sees in the river all his past, the future perhaps, and there is a certain kind of a oneness that he experiences. So the river is a mirror for him, but here we see when we talk about eco-criticism and we talk about eco-spirituality, that there is something more to it and that we do need to save our rivers. River as a site of education is also the third point that I want to make. And that actually kind of takes up all the things, and I feel it's a site of learning. Siddhartha, if at all, it is actually a treatise on learning to learn, I feel. Siddhartha as a student, and this would have a triadic model. Siddhartha as a student on one corner of the triangle, the ferryman, Vasudev, and the river. So I see it as a triadic model here of education. And I want to just highlight a couple of things. I found it fascinating to see it this way, that we see Siddhartha as a student, a little precocious to my mind sometimes, arrogant, very perfect. He knows what he's doing. He is in fact even strong enough to actually paralyze the samana who has taught him the style, the art of meditation, or the other siddhis that he has got. He's precocious, and he goes on. He knows everything is fine until, of course, he faces rejection from his own son, and that is where everything kind of crumbles for him. And the river, and he's old now, and the river gives him some kind of comfort. And but let's look at the river as a model and compare it to the educational institutions that we have today. It is very easy to understand it. I am thinking about the teacher, and from the time of Siddhartha. In fact, the questioning of the teacher figure occurs even in Nietzsche himself, in Zarathustra, when he says, "Man vergilt einem Lehrer schlecht, wenn man immer nur der Lernende bleibt." So one is supposed to overcome the teacher's teachings. As a good student, you have to go on. So that's very interesting. That's a Nietzschean thing that I see there. Then he goes on, and the point is that as a student, and then we see historically that we have the hippie movement, and we've got the Beatles coming in and singing "Sexy Sadie, what have you done? Sexy Sadie, you've fooled everyone." And that's where the Beatles come in, and the questioning of the spiritual guru, the questioning, the corruption that has come in the religious discourses, that is already started in modern Europe, because we're talking about sacred sainthood. We're talking about mystic, ohne gottlose mystic. This is the Weimar Republic, where we are talking about the fin du siècle, where this particular discourse is there, very dominant. And I see Siddhartha also a product of it. there's another thing very important, though we keep saying, oh, it's known to us, the text is known, but as Professor Martin Kempchen pointed out today, very, very important, because he has actually done a lot of exchanging, a lot of topsy-turvying with the text, with the muster of the Indian consciousness, or the religious, or the things that we think are so, isn't so. That's what we say. But actually, he has done. He's played with the Varnashram, the Chatur ashramas, for example. The sequence that you would expect, it's not there. Govinda kisses the forehead of his guru or the teacher. Who kisses anyone to be to have revolution? But that's what happens, and these are very interesting, very small little things that are happening, and he's playing with those things. He's experimenting. He has this eclectic mix of values that he's interweaving within his Denk Matrize. So coming back to the education, I see, well, when we're talking about the authority of the teacher, we are not looking anymore at the sage on the stage. We want a ferryman, a teacher as a ferryman who is modest, as Vasudeva. We want a ferryman who can actually help or steer the student and let be. As Heidegger says, let be. Let learn. That's what we do. And that's precisely what's very interesting. And the river, as Rosie rightly said, and I totally agree with you, is the in-between space of an educational institution, the university, where we can descend as students, where we can learn, where all our past activities, all our history, past, future, present, they all come together somehow, not as Om, but make some kind of a synthesis of knowledge before we pass out of university. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Shruti. This very, very, you've taken the discussion which was initiated in the morning, has been taken forward, and we have been enriched by a spectrum of perspectives by the panelists from their own personal readings of Hesse's Siddhartha, and as well as the context in which they use it as teachers, as students, and as just readers of the text. I was wondering, the organizers, do we have a time for the audience for audience interjections, or should we just wind up? Vibha?
Yes, audience comes first. Yes.
Yes. So now the floor is open to all the participants who have been here since morning. The discussion is now open for your observations or questions or interjections that you have. But please, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, how many minutes?
Mihir, how much time do we have? Can we have?
We have overshot.
I know, just maybe 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yes. In der Kürze ist die Würze, ne? So sagen wir auf Deutsch. Or any of the speakers want to ask the other panelists anything, or that's also possible. Yeah, there is an audience from the audience, Dr. Helga Weidemann. Yes.
Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you all of you for this very wonderful panel, sharing your personal reading experiences. Just to maybe set a very broad question now, and I invite answers from anybody who feels they can talk to that specific point. I find it very interesting how there seems to be this tension that came out in many of the talks today, and also in the panel now, between a fascination with Hesse and liking his work, and thinking from the German perspective in particular to learn something about Asia, but also all the opposite. not liking the book when reading it for the first time, pointing out that the knowledge of Asia and India, and actually also China in particular, was very lacking in Hesse, and so on. So there seems to be, I would think, also from my own experience reading Hesse and now listening to the whole day of presentations and this panel, that there is this fascination with Hesse, maybe also because there seems to be this tension, yeah, not just Volker Michels and Marcel Reich-Ranitzky, but also many of us could argue for hours about our reading experiences and particular points in the works. Does anybody share my feeling on this, that this tension is maybe also what keeps them alive 100 years, especially this book 100 years after it has been published? Thank you.
Would the panelists want to, anybody from the panel or from the audience, respond to this? Well, we have Alexander Phillips. To everyone, he says, I came to the symposium to work out this tension.
Well, I just wanted to say, I agree with you, Herr Weidemann. Definitely, there is the tension, and besides, what is appealing is it is a self-discovery. It's a search by oneself. And as many of us already mentioned, it's non-conformity, and especially for our at the present age, where we have to become ourselves grown-ups on our own. And this search and this longing, I think this is not belonging to any particular situation only. It is a human situation as such, existential. That brings the tension too.
Well, Jan, does it answer your
It does, of course.
question,
It goes exactly in that direction. Also, that some people are very open to, so to speak, look for themselves or to resolve that particular tension by reading Hesse, and others are not. So it does speak to that observation that I made, as much as the other participants' chat comment just now. Sorry, Alexander Phillips, yes.
There is a hand raised by Professor Cornliss. Yes, Professor Cornliss?
Thank you. Yes, there is a tension. Hermann Hesse exudes this message of no method, no message, no guru. And at the same time, that's exactly what he is, what he projects. And that's why we have the tension between self-help on the one hand and deep insights on the other. And that's why I think we have these endless biographies. Yeah, every year we get another couple of biographies written. And I think most interestingly is obviously Volker Michel's current edition of Die Briefe. So we have one more time, we have an extension of how much Hesse actually responded to and took on the mantle and said, I'm not the guru, I'm not the guide, but at the same time, giving moral and ethical guidance to so many people. I mean, 40,000 readers, yeah? I'm struggling to say that this is a moral and ethical influencer, yeah, because that's not what I mean and that's not what I want to say. But to a certain extent, if we think 100 years ago, yeah, certainly, or 120 years ago, he was a co-editor of a journal. He was constantly in the newspapers. He was constantly out there advising. So I see the tension, and whether that in academic circles, whether that will keep him alive, that's a different question.
Thank you very much for your interjection. Anyone else? Well, if there aren't any more questions or other interjections, then I think I would like to thank all the panelists and all the participants who've been here since morning for this wonderful discussion and carrying forward the issues that were raised through these various papers we have been listening to by the various presenters. Thank you very much. And now we will go over to the next agenda, to the next item. Thanks very much.
Thank you, esteemed panelists, for your highly insightful comments. Thank you, Professor Sabharwal, for the moderation. As we approach the conclusion of this symposium, I would now like to invite Dr. Ganeshan, Professor Emeritus English and Foreign Language Universities, EFLU, Hyderabad, for the valedictory address. This address will be moderated by Dr. Madhu Sahani, who's a professor at JNU. And I would now like to invite Dr. Madhu Sahani to introduce Dr. Ganeshan.
Thank you. Okay, I mean, it's a great pleasure to introduce Professor Ganeshan. In fact, when I was a student, he taught us Hermann Hesse's Siddhartha. We did it 100 years ago, but Professor Ganeshan had done that with us. So it's a great pleasure to introduce you, Professor Ganeshan. Professor Ganeshan studied Hindi literature, history, and political science at the Osmania University in Hyderabad, Germanistik and Internationale Politik at the Universität in München, from where he obtained his PhD. He's also got a Sprachlehre diploma from the Goethe Institute at München. His fields of specialization are German studies, methods of teaching German as a foreign language, and cross-cultural communications. From 1975 to 2007, he was a professor of German at the Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages, Hyderabad, and was also the vice chancellor at this institute during 1996 and 1997, as well as 2004 and 2005. He's taught German language, German literature, and methods of teaching German as a foreign language, and trained teachers of German and English during the 32 years of his academic career in India. Since 2019, he's Emeritus Professor of German at the IIS University, Jaipur, Emeritus Professor IIS University, Jaipur, okay. He is the academic advisor for Roseland Academy at the USA and also the high school in India. He's been a visiting professor and lecturer of German at many institutions all over the world, and he's published 2 books in German, Das Indien Erlebnis Hermann Hesses and Das Indienbild Deutscher Dichter um 1900, as well as over 100 articles in professional journals, both in India and abroad. Thank you so much for giving us a talk, a very interesting title your talk has today. So I hand it over to you now, Professor Ganeshan.
Thank you, Madhu. It's nice to see you after quite a long time, and actually all of you. I'd like to thank, first of all, Vibha and Meha and the entire team at the University of Mumbai for taking the risk of inviting me to be with you all. Instead of singing that old Hindi song, Mere Angane Mein Tumhara Kya Kaam Hai. Mayor Kulkarni introduced me as Emeritus Professor of FLU. I want to make a small correction. I am not FLU. I am Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages. FLU is for me what is for Ramkishan Advani, today's BJP. I came on 10th September to India from Atlanta, and I'm here for academic interactions till February 10th, 2023. Then I will get back to US again for 6 months. I'm always 6 months in the US, 6 months in India. So after 6 months in India, I will get back to Atlanta, which will be called by a particular group of people as Ulti Garvapsi. Today I'm talking to you all from Jalgaon in Maharashtra. I'm here at a school for the last 10 days interacting with students and teachers. wherever and whenever I give a talk, since years, people always expect me to use some kind of humor sprinkled in my talk. Therefore, let me start with a disclaimer, as it is done every day whenever you want to say something in the globalized world. I want the younger people about whom I'm going to talk to take it a little easy, as we say in Hyderabad, light le lo yaar. The topic for the valedictory address I'm expected to deliver now is given in the program as #SIT4 Youth. I had formulated the topic in my best English as what can the youth of today learn from Hermann Hesse's Siddhartha? But then I was told that the younger faculty members would like to put the topic as #SIT4 Youth. Since their ego is more important to me than my own ego, which I'm still trying to get rid of, I agreed to it. But I want to tell you, the young people, you cannot interpret everything with your attitudes of today and your language of today. Please don't do it. Because I'm worried now. And I hope the Goethe Society of India will be careful about this. Because if tomorrow someone wants to give a talk for the Goethe Society of India, I don't want the young faculty to first of all pronounce the name of Goethe in the Indian style as Gade. And suppose the topic is Goethe between Germany and India, rename the topic as Gada na Garka na Gatka. Hermann Hesse, known widely as the poet of the interior journey, wrote Siddhartha in 1922 when he was 45 years old. It was his 9th novel. What is the novel about? It depicts the story of a young man named Siddhartha who is on a quest for knowledge and a deeper understanding of himself. The novel emphasizes Siddhartha's self-assertive individuality. In succession, Siddhartha rejects the intellectual and ritualistic teachings of his father and the other Brahmins, the self-abnegating rigors of the ascetic samanas, the opportunity to become a disciple of Gautama Buddha, the world-weary existence of material success, and even the futile role of a protective father to his son. Siddhartha finds all the teachings to be inadequate in various ways. The scholarships of the Brahmins that leads to intellectual prowess but not happiness. The asceticism of the Samanas that creates a stoic perseverance but nothing more. The art of love from Kamala that never results in a loving spirit. And the mercantile expertise of the merchant Kamaswami that leads only to unsatisfying entanglement in possessions. Though through a movement from extreme to extreme, Siddhartha finally comes to the silent, listening Vasudeva, the ferryman. Vasudeva radiates an inner peace that Siddhartha wishes to attain. Vasudeva says he himself has attained this sense of peace through many years of studying the river. Siddhartha expresses a desire to likewise learn from the river. Eventually, he finds spiritual wisdom by contemplating the flow of a great river. Each of the novels, 12 chapters divided into 2 parts, finds Siddhartha simultaneously facing a crisis and a new beginning in his search. So one could say Siddhartha is intellectually reborn again and again. It's a kind of punarjan. As Siddhartha reflects one day the stages of his life, he thinks it's like the old skin that leaves the serpent. There have been numerous interpretations of this novel since it was published. It has been perceived and interpreted in different ways by many of the readers coming from different countries and different cultures. Some people refer to it as a book of enlightenment, wisdom, and a path of inner peace. Someone has compared Siddhartha with the Bhagavad Gita and is of the opinion that both the works are about the ways of understanding the intrinsic essence of this universe and the self. Someone said, Hesse's Siddhartha depicts the power dynamics of society. Hermann Hesse's novel Siddhartha has sometimes been called a work of reverse missionary activity, bringing to the West the lessons of a typically Eastern story of spiritual searching and fulfillment. Now, what can the youth of today learn from Hermann Hesse's Siddhartha? You heard a lot about Siddhartha since morning, and you must have also read a lot of things about Hermann Hesse and Siddhartha. I'm not consciously going to indulge in a scholarly and theoretical discussion about Hesse and Siddhartha now. I'm simply looking at Hesse's Siddhartha from the point of view of a young reader who may know nothing about literature as a scholarly subject. Why should you as young people try to learn from Hesse? There's a simple, valid reason. Hesse perceived accurately that most of us stumble from adolescence into adulthood in possession of selves that are half-formed, unexamined, and buffeted by the winds of the world. Hesse said, intellektuelle Erkenntnisse sind Papiere. Vertrauen hat immer nur der von Erfahrenem redet. Therefore, I am talking to you all not as a professor of German, who can of course modestly say even today, ich kann heute noch wie ein Goethe-Denkmal schillern, but as a 75 years young lifelong learner who read Hesse's Siddhartha at the young age of 20. For a moment, let us not think of Siddhartha in a religious or spiritual context. It's a book that can motivate all of us to think a little bit about our life. We as humans are constantly faced with choices and decisions which could lead us down many paths in our life. And we are living in the time of globalization. As a professor, I'm supposed to have only idiosyncratic views on everything. So let me give you my idiosyncratic definition of globalization. If colonialism was the rule by foreigners by force, globalization is the rule by foreigners by invitation. It is in this context, the youth of today, whether in India or in Germany, they can learn a lot from Hesse's Siddhartha. According to me, youth of today can learn the following from Hesse's Siddhartha. What are these messages? We can learn something from every moment in our life. Life is an eternal learning process. In life, there will always be challenges. Embrace life's challenges as necessary for your evolution, and they are here to teach you. Presence is key to evolution. Like the reverse journey in the story, we learn that our actions of today are the most important because they define us. Release the impulse to constantly seek the next big thing. Replace this impulse with an ability to remain open, aware, and humble. Ultimately, this is how we should be growing as human beings. You are your own guru. You will meet many people at various stages in your life. All will be your teachers, and some will help guide you and offer valuable wisdom to help you to further discover life and your own true nature. Respect and learn from others. But don't hold anyone's power or wisdom above your own. Always trust someone's actions more than their words. You know the famous book, Bible says, am Anfang war das Wort. But Goethe said in his Faust correctly, am Anfang war die Tat. Words are way too easy to throw around, but actions are what defines someone as a human being and personality. A teaching that reflects the experience of a teacher cannot instill that experience in your follower. I want to repeat this. You all had a lot of teachers. You're all having a lot of teachers even today. But please remember this. A teaching by a teacher that reflects the experience of a teacher cannot instill that experience in your follower. Some of your teachers may be talking, particularly if you're studying literature, some of your teachers may be talking with a lot of excitement about existentialism, deconstruction, subtextuality, post-colonialism, Jacques Derrida, Foucault, Max Weber, Walter Benjamin. The list is very long. But remember one thing. All this information which demonstrate that your professors know a lot may not bring any purposeful wisdom into your own life, except for the functional purpose of learning all that by heart and going and reproducing in the exam so that you get a better grade than Sharmaji ka beta. The words of everyone around us can communicate something useful to us and thus prepare us to experience life with a positive and optimistic approach. I'm always ready to learn. That's why even at this age, I sincerely started learning something about computers because I said I can learn from everybody something useful. And that's why after mastering the MS Word, as a teacher who believes in lifelong learning, I am now eagerly looking forward to learn MS Sentence. Your journey is not like anyone else's journey. Embrace your unique path and avoid playing the comparison game. Never compare yourself with any other human being. Never do a hero worship. You must live by and trust your life purpose. Don't let anything or anyone stand in the way of you and what you truly want to achieve in your life. All these thoughts I'm drawing from Hesse's Siddhartha. We each have a unique gift and purpose to share with the world. Find yours and live by that compass. Be who you want to be, living the way you want to live is the only way to live a fulfilled life. That's why when people tell me, cogito ergo sum, I tend to add in my own way something. When people say cogito ergo sum, then I think to myself, deshalb bin ich dumm. Everything in life happens for a reason. And the choices we make are always a learning opportunity that we can look back on. We can look back to our mistakes. There's nothing wrong. Committing mistakes is part of our life. We can look back to prevent making the same mistakes twice. Like you are attending my talk today. All the answers you are seeking are within you already. You have the power to create your reality and live the life of your dreams. Through clear intention, conscious action, all that you desire can become reality. Time and change are the only constant factors in life. Be happy in the present as life will pass quickly. Flow with the present and fear not the future or regret the past. Come to embrace the passing time and change. Live in the present as it will become the past. Release anxieties about the future as it can shift so drastically at any moment. The present is where you can make the biggest changes in your life. We all start our life, to borrow something from science, We all start our life as 0-watt bulb. And thanks to our parents, teachers, and friends, slowly from a 0-watt bulb, we become a tube light. And then try our best to become in real life someday a 300-watt E39 bulb, the brightest light bulb. Ultimately, we have to understand that enlightenment is not a destination, but the whole journey of life. Therefore, wisdom can only be gained through experience, not by teachings. One can only attain wisdom by going through difficult circumstances and hard times. As much as you try to listen to the teachings of people you respect, true wisdom can only be learned from yourself and by yourself. Knowledge is very important. Knowledge can be taught, but wisdom cannot be taught. It can only be gained through real life experience. Just as the water of the river flows into the ocean and is returned by rain, all forms of life are interconnected in a cycle without beginning or end. Birth and death are all part of a timeless unity. Life and death, joy and sorrow, good and evil are all parts of the whole and are necessary to understand the meaning of life. As a young person, if you are willing to learn all this, then to put it in your own jargon, you will realize his Siddhartha will leave you feeling pretty chill. That is the hashtag Sid for youth I can offer to you today. Let's always remember one very important thing what Hesse said. We should all take it seriously, particularly as teachers and students of humanities. He said, alles Wissen und alles Vermehren unseres Wissens endet nicht mit einem Schlusspunkt, sondern mit einem Fragezeichen. That's what I learned in my life. I believe in that. I continue to practice it. I hope that reading Siddhartha's essay again and again will bring you the kind of inner peace which you may be looking for. Thank you all for your patience. And I'm looking forward to meeting those of you who are in Mumbai when I come in the last week of January 2023 to Mumbai. I wish each and every one of you what you wish for yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ganeshan, for this reading of Siddhartha as a tool to learn about yourselves for the younger generation, although I think it holds equally good for people with white hair as well, honestly, yeah? But perhaps since you wanted to speak to the younger people and read this book for the younger people, maybe some of the younger people here present have questions to ask or would like to respond. Even if there are no questions, they might like to respond to all what you've said. So please raise your hands, ask. I think this was a very free-flowing talk about what one perceives as what one can learn in life and what we can take from Siddhartha. So now we've already got two people, Parth Kadu and Sahib Kapoor have raised their hands. Parth maybe first and then Sahib.
Yeah. So you made a sentence saying that cogito ergo sum deshalb bin ich dumm, correct? So can you explain the sentence, because I didn't means cogito ergo sum I have understand deshalb bin ich so rum. Why did you make that sentence? I didn't understand that. So can you explain it? Sir, you're on mute.
You're on mute, Professor Ganeshan.
I'm sorry, computer still has problems with me. So, see, the cogito ergo sum is a classic statement which tells us denkend, deshalb bin ich. I think, therefore I am. Fine, the original statement is valid. But what happens is, we as human beings take some of these statements and then try to corrupt them mentally. And today, what is happening, as far as I can see, is people don't think, they overthink. And that is something very, very risky. As long as you are thinking, it's fine. But people are overthinking. And you will see a lot of young people, they don't think about the problems they have on hand, but they start thinking about what is it going to be in future. You can handle future only if you start thinking about the present properly and not think too much of the past also. It's very, very important. And I would be happy if young people take this a little seriously, because you know, there are some people who are talking about the glorious Indian past. Fine. But most of the young people today, they cannot survive on that glory of the Indian past. Past is past. Maybe it was glorious. I'm not disputing it. But young people of today have a lot to do with the risks of a globalized future. And that's what is bothering me all the time. Because if you would tell me, I'm just giving an example, I know what I'm risking, that in the old ancient India, we had everything, okay? All the knowledge, science, technology, everything we had. Now, I'm not even asking where are they now. But if I'm told somebody brought his wife from somewhere on a Pushpaka Viman, fine. His wife was lucky. But my concern is, how is Air India working today? Other Indian airlines are working today. Okay, that is what concerns me. Because I don't have a Pushpaka Viman. No bank is going to give me a loan to build a Pushpaka Viman. So I want you to understand it in that sense. Saying that sometimes overthinking can be a little dumb. Thank you.
Sahib?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ganeshan. That was very interesting talk actually for the younger generation. Like, I'm quite impressed by that. I just have a basic question regarding it. I am actually, amazed by your talk. Is there anything that one or a younger generation should not take from Hess, or one should be very careful while taking Hess's philosophy in his life? Or you think it's perfectly conceptualized and one should go?
No. I'll tell you one thing. See, when you want to buy something today as a consumer, see, earlier, my generation, we had only one choice. There was only one shop. Okay? एक छोटा सा दुकान था. हमको जो भी खरीदना था वहीं से लिए. एक ही सब्जी वाला था, एक ही दूध वाला था. But you have got a vast choice today. So when you buy things today, you do go to different supermarkets and pick up things. Right? So what I'm trying to say is, the opportunities your generation has we never had. Let me make you smile with a small joke. Dadaji, the grandfather, told the grandson, this usual stuff what old people do in Hamare zamane mein. Then they'll start their pravachan. They won't give you any protsahan. So grandfather said, my days, I went to the bazaar with 20 rupees. When I came home, I brought 1 kilo rice, 1 kilo tuar dal, आधा kilo makkan, आधा kilo ghee, 4-5 vegetables, and 3-4 fruits. He proudly said that. And you know what the grandson said? Grandson smiled at Dadaji and said,
Yes, grandfather, I understand that fully, because in your days, there were no CCTV cameras in the shops. So my point is, you should not stick to one person as your idol in your life. Never do that. Learn from everyone. So there are some things you can learn from Hessel. The purpose of the talk was to tell you what are the things you can learn from Hessel. And my job was not to tell you what you should not be learning from him, because that is at the moment irrelevant. Let us not think about the negative things. Nobody is perfect. Hessel was also not perfect. He himself writes about it. But he is very conscious about his learning process. So that is what I'm trying to tell you. Pick up good things from everywhere, whatever good things you get. Try it out. If it's useful, take it. If you think it's not useful, just forget it. Your life goes on. That applies also to my talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to ask anything? Then I think we shall wrap up this session too. Thank you so much, Professor Ganeshan.
Thank you.
And I'm handing it back to Mihir, I think. Yes?
Yes, thank you, Professor Ganeshan, and thank you, Professor Madhusani, for the valedictory address and its moderation. We now come to the conclusion of today's symposium, or as Hesse would put it, the river has finally reached the ocean. And I would now like to invite Dr. B. Subramanian, former professor of German Studies, IIT Mandi, for the concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. I shall effect the transition from benediction to valediction in as brief a manner as possible, much as flowed down the river. And I don't think we are very far away from the other shore. So let me be brief. I would like to remind our audience that in 1922, another work with an Indian context appeared. This was Stefan Zweig's Die Augen des ewigen Bruders, a work which Hermann Hesse thought had many similarities to Siddhartha. Since I want to be brief, let me tell you that in the story of Stefan Zweig, the hero is a general called Virata, who is torn between the pangs of consciousness between his private and his official consciousness. In his official capacity, he has to preside over the execution of his rebellious brother. In his private capacity, he mourns this decision. And buttressed between these two, he finally becomes an ascetic, goes to the forest, and his virtues as an ascetic have become so famous that people start on a pilgrimage to see him and get his blessings. And on one of these occasions, he learns from a widow that her husband tried to imitate him, and imitating him, what happened was the husband died of starvation. So Stefan Zweig comes to the conclusion, rather oddly, that even if you do nothing, you are subject to the law of karma. This is like the famous Cadbury advertisement, do nothing, eat Cadbury. So even if you do nothing, als untätiger, you are subject to the law of karma. Now, this should tell us very clearly that be it Hesse or Siddhartha, Siddhartha or Stefan Zweig's Die Augen des ewigen Bruders, we are in a classic conflict that literature has often exemplified, the conflict between knowing and acting. If we closely examine this relationship, then we will realize that there is a knowing that hinders us from action. For example, if I talk to a piano player and ask him, how did he play that note? He will become very conscious of his fingers and he will make attempts to play the note, but not successfully. So his knowledge arrests his action. Similarly, there can be action that is arrested from knowing. So you go to your local dentist, he tells you, well, he looks at your teeth and says, no, the problem is you need a root canal treatment. The dentist doesn't examine you at all. He just looks at your teeth and just says root canal. Or you go to a doctor, he says, no fever, just take crocin. So this kind of action hinders us from knowing. Then we also have a knowing that hinders action altogether. For example, the story of the fox and the hounds. The fox sets upon the hounds. The hounds set upon the fox. The fox knows several ways of escape. And even as it is trying to decide which way it should go, the hound set upon it and it dies. Similarly, we also have action that is arrested from knowing altogether. Say, for example, Rilke's famous Saltimbanque elegy, the fifth elegy, where the acrobats resemble the sexual act. They come down, again, they form a figure. They collapse, again, they form a figure. This is what Shakespeare calls in one of his sonnets, I think it's sonnet 129, the expense of spirit in a waste of shame. Having had, and in quest to have, extreme. Before a joy proposed, behind a dream. All this the world well knows, but yet none knows well to shun the heaven that leads men to this hell. So if you examine the relationship between knowing and acting, you will see that the Western ideal is the complete synonymity of knowing and acting. There should be no discrepancy between the two. The one should lead to the other. And this you find is the ideal of Socratic activity. Socratic knowing being acting. So there should be no discrepancy. Whereas in India, we tend more towards Stefan Zweig's story. That is, knowing and acting can reside in the same person. So the knower in jnana and the doer in karma can reside in the same person. So one can be independent of the other, autonomous of the other. So in India, we have the total autonomy of knowing and acting. This you find in Stefan Zweig's story, for example. But ultimately, the whole issue of how this is resolved is very important. Because if you have the Socratic synonymity of knowing and acting, you see that the resolution involves drama, involves, dogma. So it involves catharsis. So once this resolution takes place, we find that the Western understanding gives way to the idea of music as harmony. So there are tensions, there are differences, but they are bridged. And in the bridging of this, the result is harmony. So music becomes harmony, whereas, as Professor Martin Kempschen told us this morning, in Hermann Hesse, it is melody. And melody, that is because, as in the case of, the autonomy of knowing and acting, all can coexist side by side. The eternal raga, so to speak, the melody, takes us to the other shore. without conflict. So one is agonal, one is full of conflicts, whereas the other, the Indian lifestyle, you may say, is total lack of conflict. So I may say, in effect, this is the main point, when we study either Stefan Zweig or Hermann Hesse. It is in this long tradition of the relationship between knowing and understanding that we have to, look at this. I end on this note because it is rather late in the evening. I just want to say that in India, we have another problem. It is often said, for example, by Rudolf Kastner, the West has history, China has the chronicle, and India has the legend. We unfortunately, have a very poor sense of history. So even as we celebrate Hermann Hesse's 100th anniversary of Siddhartha, let us also remind ourselves that this is the 25th anniversary since the founding of the Goethe Society of India. I wish to congratulate all the office bearers of the Goethe Society of India, all the past office bearers, all of them, for the excellent work they have done, for sustaining the spirit of inquiry. And I'm very happy that the University of Bombay and our colleagues there, Meher and Biba, have all supported the Goethe Society in this endeavor. I thank the DAAD, I thank the Consul General in Bombay, I thank also the director of the Maximilian Bhavan Bombay. You've all come together to do an excellent job. And if we do not neglect the sense of history, I should like to remind all of you that next year is a very, very important year. One of the most seminal works in German literature, the Do You Know Elegies of Rainer Maria Rilke, was published in 1923. I hope we will all get together again to celebrate this anniversary. And on this note, als Hommage an die deutsche Sprache, ich darf Ihnen allen ein frohes Weihnachtsfest sowie einen guten Rutsch in das neue Jahr wünschen. Danke.
Thank you, Professor Subramanian. I would now like to hand over the mic to Shrikant Pathak for the vote of thanks as we finally reach the other shore of the river.
You are on mute.
Shrikant, the audio is not connected.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So thank you, Mihir. It was quite a journey on behalf of Department of German, University of Mumbai. Firstly, I would like to thank all the co-collaborators, Goethe Society of India, Goethe Institute, Maximilian Bhavan, Mumbai, and Consul General of the Federal Republic of Germany in Mumbai. I would also like to thank and acknowledge the presence of Hesse Society Germany, as well as members of Hesse Society of India who were present today. Also, I would like to thank all the moderators for introducing the speakers and making it such a smooth transition. Also, all the presentations for all the insightful inputs given and the questions asked by the audience. That was also very interactive. To quote metrics, I would say, for asking the right questions. Most of all, I would like to thank Juhi and Girisha for handling the technical aspects flawlessly, and Mihir for comparing. Also all the students who shifted to Google Meet when we had a Höhepunkt and more than 100 people in the conference. And thank you, all of you. I think the last the concluding remarks have given us some inputs for what should happen next year. So that would be either a continuation of Hermann Hesse's works, or Rainer Maria Rilke or Stefan Zweig. So definitely with that, we should then conclude for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. It was wonderful. Excellent. Congratulate